what a ride, but we're only 80% of the way through. We still have another day. So it is insane. It's been an incredible week. So everyone, we're going to do a few minutes of pre-show. Let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us, and let us know where you're joining us from. My name is Kenna Klosterman, and I will be your co-host along with Miss Susan Roderick. How are you doing this morning?
I'm great. How are you doing today?
I am great.
Always fun to be here at Creative Live. So good morning, Mr. Sal Cincotta. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm just happy to be able to feel my fingertips today. Yesterday was a little chilly.
It was.
In that location. Beautiful location, but chilly nonetheless.
Yeah, welcome to Seattle in November, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Well, was heat optional here? You guys don't turn on the heat?
Good to see you, and good to see all of you ladies, Sal's, gals. I'm not sure.
My least favorite color. It's a conspiracy, ladies. I help you make money, and this is how you repay me.
It's not just these ladies that are wearing teal today. Ken is wearing teal, as you see. I do have a teal scarf, and there are other members of our crew that are also wearing teal. So.
Not the boys. The boys stayed with me. They're
Boys
not
got
wearing
your back,
teal.
I guess, huh, Sal?
What do you think about people watching at home today, putting on some teal, watching Sal, and posting that to our Facebook page?
You actually just gave him.
Yeah, dude.
He just went. He doesn't feel so good.
Yeah, hair is standing up on my neck right now.
I don't know. I
Just
guess
thinking about
people, that's up to you. If you want to offend Sal by wearing teal and sending in your photo, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah, Sal, take that.
Well, we only have a couple more minutes before we get started. So, ladies, why don't we start with you and please introduce yourself to the world. It's been such a pleasure having you guys here. You guys are amazing. So just please tell us your name and your website or Twitter handle. And then, Kenna, you had something that you wanted them to talk about?
Yeah, we would love to just briefly hear about what are the biggest changes that you are hoping, or not hoping, that you are planning to make, that you're going to make when you go back home to your business. Lisa, we'll start down with you.
Okay, well, I wrote some things down because it's not only that my brain is full after the last 5 days, but I'm a little sad because it is the last day. So I'm Lisa Palucci of Lisa Palucci Photography, P-O-L-U-C-C-I. You can find me on Facebook at Lisa Palucci Photography or at Lisa Palucci on Twitter. And I'm an Atlanta-based wedding photographer. And since we're near Thanksgiving, I want to say thank you to CL for picking me to be part of this. I feel really honored and excited, and I want to thank these girls for being so cool and supportive. And Sal, thank you so much for putting so much of your knowledge and yourself and your time into this. I really appreciate it. And Taylor, I don't know where she is, but the way that she works with and supports you, I can truly say I've never seen anything like it.
Yes.
As far as getting something out of it, I just can't wait to get back and implement this turnkey system and make it happen.
As you should.
As I
right?
should.
That's why you're here. I'm going to hold you accountable. So that's the key. Get out there
I'll email you.
And do it. Yes.
Hi, I'm Brandy Morris with Brandy Image Photography out of St. Petersburg, Florida. On Twitter, I am at Brandy Image. That's 2 I's. And BrandyImageStudio.com. This has been an amazing, amazing week, and sad to see it come to a close. But I'm excited to get home and just really start working. I've always been really bad at the business side of things. So to have come here and spent this week just learning everything on, like you said, a turnkey operation, it's amazing. It's incredible. And I can't wait for today, because this kind of completes the rest of the business segment. So.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the part with you five on a personal level when the cameras aren't rolling, you know, when we're, you know, offset and staying late at night and playing in the street in the rain. That's my favorite, of course.
And that has been invaluable. I mean, just to be able to be here and spend that time with you has been incredible.
Yeah, this
Thank
was
you.
my second trip here, and I wanted to make sure, you know, my first time here, it seemed like everything was crazy, and I didn't have time in between breaks. I didn't have time at night. And I wanted to make sure I made time for you five, because I knew you were going to have all these questions that you couldn't get answered live. So I'm glad you appreciate that, and go home and, again, all of you do something with that info.
My name is Rochelle Erickson, and I'm here from Kirkland. I'm local, and my website is photosbyrochelle.com. Twitter handle is @Rochelle Erickson, and I honestly can say that this 4 days has been life-changing for me, Sal. Phenomenal, like beyond phenomenal.
Awesome.
Creative Live crew, everybody has just made it the most amazing experience. I've been watching Creative Live for 2.5 years, and sitting here and, you know, every break you come up to us and, you know, ask us questions, high fives, total cheerleader, you know, it's been amazing. One of my biggest changes is implementing my own black label line when starting next week. So,
Awesome.
but Sal's gals want one more week. So
I think we could go another
much.
week, no doubt. Maybe we need to have like a reunion. Maybe we'll bring you guys out to like St. Louis or somewhere. And Vegas, we'll do Vegas, a little reunion.
Awesome.
Deal.
Thank you.
I'm Sarah Peterson with Dutch Girl Photography, based out of Morris, Illinois, just south of Chicago. Website is DutchGirlPhoto.com. Twitter is DutchGirlPhoto3. I can just reiterate everything the girl said. It has been amazing. I cried when I got selected. I was so excited. I had to make sure my husband read the Twitter message to make sure I was reading it correctly. And I posted on my Facebook page this morning. It has been an amazing week, and it's life-changing for my business, and I know it's going to be life-changing for me. So I'm going home, and I'm implementing everything. I'm kind of at this break for the year where I feel I can turn everything around and start fresh. But the biggest things that I learned, and I had to write them down because there's so many, is that you make it simple. And I love how you make it simple and efficient, because you don't want to get caught up in all the details. You just want to get it done. And also to take control of the situation. You know, you're acting as their trusted advisor, so take control and, you know, do what you need to do, but be respectful in doing it. So.
Yeah. No, that's awesome, Sarah. And you're right. I think all rules are there, and I think we should know the rules before you can break them. And I do try to do that. I definitely try to simplify everything. It doesn't mean I don't know how to work in a certain manual mode, or that you know, you shouldn't. But I also don't want to see any of us spending, you know, 15 minutes trying to tinker with our equipment and letting the equipment get in the way of the shot. That should never happen. Not as a wedding photographer, I don't think. You know, things are moving so quickly. So good. I'm glad you got some takeaways there. Awesome.
I'm Darlene Hall. I'm the crier of the group, so I apologize. HarvestOfMemories.com.
We're going to be here, Darlene. I'm not going anywhere, baby.
Butterflies, rainbows.
That's right. Butterflies.
I'm excited to be a business owner, and I thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I don't allow myself time to be that business owner.
A lot of people struggle with that, Darlene, right? I mean, it's what we do. We're very passionate about being photographers, and it's very easy, I think, to get caught up in everything else going on. And, you know, we forget to get back to basics and to be that business person, to be that entrepreneur. And I know when a lot of photographers get into this, we get into it because of we love taking pictures and making people happy. But if we want to run a sustainable business, we also have to become that business owner. And kudos to all of you for becoming those business owners. I've watched all 5 of you mature as business owners. I'm proud of you. I'm so proud of the 5 of you that I've watched you from day one walk in here like, what is going on? There's all this information. And every night at dinner, when we go out to dinner or something like that, I'm asking you, what did you get out of today? What are you going to put into practice tomorrow? Because I'm forcing you to articulate it, right? The minute you hear those words come out of your mouth, all of us as human beings want, I said I was going to do this, I want to do it. And that's why I'm forcing you to do that. So kudos to all of you. And I'm not going to leave you alone out there, right? Stay in touch with me, email me, and we're going to make sure you're all successful. And stop freaking crying, because you're all going to make me cry, and I got to teach today. I don't want to cry. So, no, love you girls.
Amber Bounds Photography says, "Aw, I love Darlene." And Fia Forever says, "What Darlene is feeling is exactly what I'm feeling."
Thank you.
So that's how you're having this effect on people.
Well, guys, everybody out there, just know that that's why we did this, man. When they asked us to put this course together, it was so that it could be an end-to-end solution for all of you out there. And if you're feeling that way, thank you so much. All the emails that I get every day, I try to read through them. I am up to 1,900 emails in my inbox, so I am trying desperately to get through them. But the ones I see, you know, we passed a couple online yesterday. You guys are touching my heart. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of your business and be a part of your life. I appreciate it.
Well, on another note, everyone in the lounge has changed their font color to teal.
Teal.
awesome.
You know, listen, lounge people, I'm very, very disappointed in all of you. You know, I throw the bacon bits and the ninjas and a true story at you, and now this is how you repay me. You change your font to teal. Shame on all of you.
Love it, love it. All right, folks, well, we had a long banter so that we could talk to these ladies who have been an integral part of this workshop. So thank you all. And we are ready to get going again. So welcome to Creative Live and Sal Cincotta's 5-day wedding photography boot camp. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. One place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. Works on your iPad, iPhone, and Android-friendly devices. Take us on the go. Let's take a look at the live page. And just a note, if you are in an area of the country or the world and you have a slower internet speed, feel free to self-select your resolution. What you're going to do is go down to the bottom right-hand corner of the video screen there. You're going to click on Ustream, select the resolution that works best for you, and then that resolution will change. We invite you to join the conversation today, and the best way to do that is to open up the chat room, which is right there beneath the screen. That'll pop up a new window, and there are 3 tabs across the top. Let's go through those. The first one is the Creative Live tab, and this is where we invite you to have your on-topic conversation. So keep this to things that we're talking about throughout the day and share ideas with each other. Secondly, on the Creative Cues tab, we ask you to drop in your questions for Sal and Taylor here in this tab, and just let us know where you're joining us from when you do that. We love to give those shout outs. And finally, the Teal Loungers. Have fun in there, and this is the chat room for you guys to get to know each other and have your off-topic conversations. In addition to the chat room, we also take your questions via Facebook and Twitter. On Twitter, we are using the hashtag AskSal. The way that Creative Live works is that we broadcast live events for free with industry-leading experts. And again, these events are free when they're live. We have just done 5 days, well, today is the 5th day, with Sal Cincotta. Now, this workshop, if you missed some of it, if you know you're going to need to rewatch this, because I can't imagine that anyone could process everything that we've done for the past 5 days. If this is where you're headed with your business, if you are a business owner like Darlene, or you want to be, this workshop is $249. However, today is the last day to buy this workshop for $149. And when you do that, let's take a look at the course page. Here's the button where you can enroll for free, and next to that is where you can purchase the class. Again, you will see on the bottom of your screen how many hours you have left to save that $100 and invest in yourself for only $149. So also, there are 2 special contests that we are running right now, that Sal is running right now, and maybe we're going to talk about those a little bit later. One of them has a very short timeline in terms of entering, so we'll go through that in a bit. But secondly, included along with those video segments that you will own to watch over and over is just, again, more part of this business in a box. All of these items are blueprints that you can tweak and make your own. The album selection worksheets, Sal and Taylor's multiple pricing guides, their black label post-wedding pricing, their order forms. Oh, that very, very, very important timeline, which has been the key and core of this week. Wedding prep checklist, Sal's keynote, and then additionally, the bonus creative portrait shoot that we did yesterday, where Sal created his created his creative images with his clients in only 8 minutes. So that video will be up as well for those of you who purchased the course. Again, these videos you can download in high definition, in low, to take on your mobile devices. We break them out into segments so that you can easily find what you're looking for. Now, we're giving away more great prizes today in our quote contest, and there are 2 ways to enter that contest. The first one is on Facebook. Click on that CL contest icon. You can enter on Facebook once per hour and just pick out your favorite Sal quote or tip and put all your information in there and enter to win. Secondly, you can use our Twitter giveaway for Twitter entries to win these prizes, and all you need to do is tweet out that favorite quote or tip and use the course page URL that you see there on the screen. write that down, or you can just go to this course page and copy and paste that into your tweet. So another request, not a final, well, I'm going to be talking about this a lot in the next few weeks, but TechCrunch is the leading technology and business blog, entrepreneurial blog, and we have a very special request of you this morning. We would love, love, love to be nominated as part of their awards, their Crunchy Awards for the Best Education Startup in 2012. This will mean a ton to us, and we would invite you. You can nominate Creative Live once per day. Take a note right now of that URL. We made it easy. If you write that down, cr8.lv/CLCrunchies. That's a short URL to get right there to nominate Creative Live, and you can do that once per day between now and December 6th. And if there's one thing that you can do for Creative Live right now to support us, this is it. And feel free to tell your friends. There'll be an easy way to tweet that out and post it to Facebook. We would love to be nominated for this award. And with that, Sal Cincotta, day 5, over to you.
All right, welcome back to day 5 of Creative Live, our wedding business boot camp. And I got my energy level, so back home, if you're feeling whooped mentally and you've got like 30 pages of notes, I've seen some of the pictures of notes people have been posting online. It's absolute insanity. It's like being back in high school or college. But today there's going to be no shortage of information. So we still got a ton to cover today. We are going to cover post-event workflow. So yesterday, and start queuing up your questions, guys, because I know some of you, we ended yesterday with the slideshow and we didn't really take any questions on it. So before I get going, I really do want to talk a little bit or handle some questions around the slideshow. So today we're going to talk about what do we do after the wedding. So now we're done with that wedding. We go home. Now what? What does post-production workflow look like? What emails are sent to the client? A host of other things, social media. What are we doing on that Sunday, on that Monday after the wedding? So we'll cover that today. We'll also talk about Facebook and SEO, search engine optimization. Remember, when we go back to the 5 ways, all the way back to day 1, that seems like a year ago, when we go back to day 1, one of the things that our brides were telling us, the #1 way they were finding us was through internet search. 79% of the brides polled are telling us that's how they find us. Well, are you on page 10 of Google search results? If you are, they're not finding you that way. And so today, we're on page 1. If you Google St. Louis wedding photographer, St. Louis wedding photography, we're coming back on page 1 and page 2. So how did we get there? We're going to talk about a strategy that's an easy to implement strategy, by the way. You don't have to be a programmer or anything like that. I'm going to show you exactly how we do it. We're going to cover a live client preview. So, right, Lynn and Chris from yesterday, we took those pictures. We sent them off to Evolve Edits. They edited those pictures for us overnight, right? So automatically, they're back here for us. I could go to sleep at night and let someone else handle the heavy lifting. So we're going to look at those images and have a sales cycle post-wedding with the client. So we'll see, because it is different than our engagement sales process. And so we want to cover how that would work. We'll go over pricing again post-wedding. And then finally, we'll end the day with album designs and going through the album building process. And you'll see, using our forms and everything else, not overly complicated. So typically, we're designing our albums in less than 60 minutes, max 2 hours. We're going through album design, and we'll show you how. That being said, let's talk a little bit about how to use this course. And I keep covering this every day because as I go into the chat rooms and I'm trying to talk to people and my team are talking to people, I'm hearing from not everybody, I would say 99% of the people have this figured out. But there's that small percentage of you that are still convinced that this won't work for you or won't work in your market. To me, that means you're not listening. And so you've got to understand that I'm giving you in this 5-day course an absolute blueprint to run your business. We're running a successful studio. We don't photograph 4 weddings a year. We photograph 45 to 55 weddings a year. So everything we've been talking about all week, it's not theoretical. This is what we're actually doing. So it can work for you. Take your shooting style, plug it into our framework, and I promise you'll have success. What forms we're using, the processes. Most importantly, though, the communication. I think a lot of photographers struggle on, how do I say that to the client? How do I communicate here? How do I handle objections? That is probably the biggest challenge for all of us as business owners. How do I handle the objections from my clients? Well, we've been covering those all week, and we'll cover more today. And this is about making real money. 2008, our studio did about $50,000 in gross sales. 2011, gross sales of over $1 million. That's real money. 4 years during the middle of a recession. And all week I've been trying to show you, at least as best I could, giving you examples of how, here's how we did it in 2008, here's how we do it today, so that you could see the path to grow your own business. I don't expect you, if you're a year or two in business, to suddenly start making $1 million a year. It's not going to happen. But I also don't want you to wait 10 years till you get there. And again, you can't tell me how it won't work for you. Find a way to implement this stuff in your local market. And this applies worldwide. You know, for my internationals, you may be struggling with some of the pricing models, right, where we're saying charge $1,000, $5,000, and that's okay. You've got to figure out what that is, whether it's euro or any other, currency. Just figure out and use the framework, right? And when I'm talking about framework, it's those pull-through techniques, offering high-end products. What that price point is, I'm less concerned with as if you have the framework memorized. So that's more important to me. We are having 2 contests. And so the 2 contests are, first and foremost, the $15,000 studio makeover. And then 3 days one-on-one with me and Taylor in St. Louis. So if we cover the $15,000 studio makeover, first of all this information is on the Creative Live website, right? Not blog.
No, it's on the blog.
It's on the blog. Okay.
creativelive.com/blog, and it's probably 5 or so posts down.
But that has where they send their submission, all the details around it. But here's what you get. It's super easy to enter. If you don't enter this, I can't quite process what you're thinking about right now. I mean, I'm offering you $15,000 worth of product and services. This is not some rigged contest that won't happen. You'll see how, because we're announcing one of the winners today. $2,000 signature collection albums. So those are all our high-end albums. There's nothing like it on the market. That's what you need to separate yourself from the pack. I'm giving you a $2,000 album credit. I mean, you could have 4 or 5 albums in your studio just based off this album credit. And if you don't want them as samples, use them for real client orders. I don't care. $2,000 Evolve Edits. That's post-production services. So evolveedits.com, that's our post-production company. That's who's doing all our editing. I'm giving you a $2,000 credit there. Virtuoso. Those are all our fine art products. All the high-end products that I've been showing you this week, the acrylics, the canvas, the blocks, a $2,000 credit there. One-on-one consulting, 10 hours of consulting with me to work through your pricing, work through your packaging. We can do it over Skype, we can do it over face-to-face. However you want to do this consulting, I'm here for you to work with your business. Access to one of my 2013 hands-on workshops. So not sure what our 2013 schedule looks like, but we're going to have workshops all over the country, and you're invited to be at one of them. I'm trying to go international. I know you guys out there have been all over me to come over to Europe, and I'm trying to get there, so we're not ruling that out for 2013. I may be coming to Italy, so that's my favorite place, as you can imagine. Wedding kit, $700 wedding kit. This is going to come on a thumb drive. These are all our album templates, our thank you templates, save the date templates, communications forms, so all those emails that Taylor sends back and forth to the client with a workflow chart of when to send what to who. We sell this on our website, but that's a $700 kit. We're giving you that. A new logo design. How many photographers need a new logo, new branding? Lisa's raising her hand. She's like, yes, I'm entering this contest. And so that is being given by my graphic designer. So it's not just some guy we grabbed off the street. This is a guy who's done all my branding. If you like my branding, you're getting my designer. He's doing a free logo for you. And then a $700 Song Freedom credit. Holy cow. Plenty of music for your slideshows and online portfolio. So monster contest. I think the deadline on that is November 18th. And in order to enter any of these contests, you got to do one thing. You got to purchase the course, which to me should be a prerequisite. If you're running a business, spending $149 to make money in the wedding industry is nothing. I know you spend more than that on all the presets and templates and gadgets that you buy invested in your business. You're going to take that business blueprint form that's out there, you're going to fill that out, and that becomes part of your submission. This today, 3 days, one-on-one with Sal. We are announcing the winner today before end of day. So tune in. We have over a couple of hundred entries at this point. It's absolutely incredible, all the people who are entering this contest. I'm excited to announce the winner this afternoon. Ladies, have you all entered? Yes, Lisa? Good, good, good. All right. Sarah, did you enter?
Not yet.
Not yet? Sarah, you better get it together on the break. Unless you don't want to train one-on-one with me. And so this will be, you will come out to St. Louis. You will work side by side with us in our studio. If you want to be a wedding photographer, you'll work side by side with me on a real wedding. So no mock weddings, right? None of that stuff. I'm going to take you on a real wedding so you can see a real life scenario and how we deal with adversity. It's interesting, over the course of the 5 days, where people really seem to resonate with what's going on, it's when things go wrong. Hey, when you're teaching, I think that's really cool because things are going to go wrong on a wedding day, right? It's just a series of mini emergencies. And so it's good to see that we don't like have a meltdown just because, right, our batteries aren't working right, things like that. So work side by side with me on a wedding. We'll teach you sales, posing, directing, and get you your business blueprint, your business plan together as well. So, that being said, I want to come back to Virtuoso one last time. For all my internationals, you've been lighting me up in email. We did have some trouble taking your orders because of the international addresses, so I apologize for that. But Virtuoso is our new product line. That's all our acrylics, our acrylic blocks. The website is V by Sal, and that code, the discount code to get 40% off all your samples, everything you order, okay, is 40% off. So it's not just one product. That was going to be good through today. I'm going to extend that to next week just because you guys were crashing the site, which is a good problem to have. The site just got launched. And so I'm going to extend that to next week. The code is Bacon Bits, all one word. So that code will still work through the end of next week. Get your orders in. And if you are having any trouble, just give me a chance. Give me a couple of days to get back to you. Obviously, I'm on set all day.
When you say end of next week, do you mean Friday?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So till Friday of next week, that code will still be active. 40% off everything you order. Guys, these products, the girls in the studio have seen them. We'll show you more today. They are top notch. There's nothing like it out there, and you'll really separate yourself from the pack. All right, so before I start taking questions, ladies, I want to go and make sure we have wrapped up any loose ends from yesterday around that slideshow that we were talking about. So in here, my ladies first, while you're queuing up questions, any questions about that slideshow from yesterday?
We have questions.
You got questions?
We got questions.
Yeah, I bet you do. All right, so we'll come here. Think about it.
All right, so a question from K. Rice Photos is, how does Sal feel about the school of thought of not showing any images until the ordering session? Some photographers feel that previews, sneak peeks, ruin the initial response, which may hurt sales later. I know we touched on this a little bit, but again.
No, that's a great question. I love questions like that because it tells me people are thinking about maybe trying this and they're trying to balance it with other information they've gotten. Here's my philosophy on it. And you know, like everything else I've taught you all week, this is in fact my philosophy how we do things in our studio. You've got to adapt it to your own system. My thought is they're excited. So the night of their wedding, they're excited, and I'm more concerned with blowing them away, right, with the speed at which we're doing things than holding back on them. And so what I find is, remember, I'm doing that slideshow at the wedding. And so I love doing that slideshow at the wedding. It gets them so stinking excited to see their images. And now I'm going to post some of those online. And so I find the word I want to use, momentum. It just continues the momentum. Right? Think about it. If you've got your bride and groom and 200 guests, and now they don't see pictures for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, there's no more momentum. Life starts getting in the way. They start thinking about they've got bills to pay, they just moved into a new home, they need a new blender. I don't want them thinking about that. I just want them excited and stoked to come back in. So it has not hurt our sales averages. It's actually helped and enhanced our sales averages because they're that much more excited. I'm only showing them a sprinkling of pictures. So it's a good thing. Do it.
So SteveHamill.com from St. Albans, UK, says, is the purpose of the slideshow to promote your images to the wedding guests or just to add some theater to the day, or both?
Both. Yeah, it is definitely to add some theater. When that, all I can tell you is when that slideshow comes up at the end of the night, we go from being photographers to being rock stars at the event because people are just blown away about how, you know, they understand digital. Everybody understands digital today, and they're just blown away by how, wait a minute, just an hour ago, this guy was still taking pictures, and now I'm looking at 100 of them today. And so that just separates us from the pack. Again, it's one of those things where people are saying, I've never seen anything like that, and I want to establish our value. And so that theater is there, the excitement is there, but of course the branding is there. You want to talk about a marketing push. I just showed my images to 200 people, captive audience. If I post online, I will never have a captive audience. There's never another moment in your wedding career that you will have a captive audience like that. So I want to take advantage of it.
Right, a quick question from WLA New. How does the slideshow get presented? Do you bring a projector? Can you
Yes,
that
good. Those are the kind of questions I was looking for. The way we work this is we have an Epson screen, fully collapsible screen. You can find it on B&H. I want to say it's about $150, it's not expensive. We carry that with us. It's a 60-inch screen. It goes up in 10 seconds or less. Again, I'm all about speed and efficiency. So this screen goes up in 10 seconds or less. We have a projector from Epson as well. So we bring our own projector, our own screen, and then the venue gives us just the cake table. They take the cake off when they go to cut it, and now we use that cake table to put the projector on there. We put that in the middle of the dance floor. So it would be back here. Imagine this being our screen. The projector would be right here, and I pull 2 chairs out right next to it for the bride and groom, right on the dance floor. The DJ then encourages the guests to gather around. The DJ makes an announcement. He says, hey, everybody, in about 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to show a slideshow of pictures from today the photographers have assembled. And that's important that they announce it that way, because when guests see the projector come out and the screen come out, guess what they think it's pictures of? Little kids, right? Nobody wants to see that. And so I tell my bride and groom all the time, trust me, your guests don't want to see pictures of you at 13 in your awkward phase. What they really, they save that for the night of the rehearsal dinner, things like that. That's usually a parent's thing. They want to see that. That's great for rehearsal dinner. And so now we have to make that announcement that these are pictures from today. We then have the venue dim the lights. We're controlling our environment. Once those lights come down a little bit, everybody starts focusing on the slideshow, and we will have the dance floor filled with anywhere from 100 people to 200 people just watching this slideshow. It's absolutely incredible. Try it. I promise you it will change your business.
So quick follow-up from Brazil. Do you tell the couple about the slideshow, or is it a surprise to them as well?
That's an awesome question, and very important you understand, no, we do not surprise our couple with it, because they would freak out if I tried to hijack their event. So they are well aware of the slideshow. It's in our pricing. So in our initial pricing and packaging, it says same-day slideshow. Couples are more and more open to this kind of stuff, because in the video world, right, it's very popular, the SDE, same-day edit. And so this is the photographer's version of the same-day edit, right? We're not going to show video, we're going to show our still imagery. And so, yeah, we definitely coordinate with them. And every once in a while, we have a couple that goes, no, we don't want to inconvenience anybody, we don't want to do it, and that's totally fine. But I would say over 90% of our couples want that slideshow. They've seen or heard about it.
So you said that the slideshows and the pricing, I guess the delivery of the slideshow. KMLLR 2003 would like to know, what do you do if the bride and groom wants to purchase the slideshow? Or the family wants to purchase the slideshow?
They absolutely can. After the wedding, as you'll see later today, that slideshow is built into our pricing and packaging. So they absolutely have that opportunity to do that. And that's another, I just got them excited about that slideshow. Now I'm giving them an opportunity to buy it. So it's a huge pull-through item for us as well. They're getting it, man. You guys are getting it out there. I love it.
All right, so I've heard this objection before as well. And Carol D. Photo asked from Greeley, Colorado, don't the clients think that you have an easy job editing with such a fast turnaround for the slideshow?
You know, I don't have that problem much thinking I have it. They're more impressed by the whiz-bang of how quickly we're doing it. And, you know, it's funny because questions like that always come up, like, don't post the images too quickly because then you're going to make clients think it's too easy. Who cares? There's more than what goes into our business and photography. So what are we playing, this sleight of hand game? Oh, I'm going to make you wait a month because it's overly complicated. It's not complicated. Stop acting like it's complicated. You're not fooling anybody. Everybody's a photographer today. So if we've already agreed everybody's a photographer, all we're doing is acting like we don't understand our business. We need to understand our business. Yes, I can turn it around quickly, but there's a cost to it. Plus, my clients also understand that these are just interim files that I quickly edited down and dirty. They're not fully polished. So we don't have that problem where we're like, you know, diminishing our brand or service because we show them so quickly. We're only showing 100 images or less.
So Terry Love Photography from North Carolina had asked, if it only takes 30 minutes for you to complete the slideshow, what if there isn't a break between the ceremony and the reception?
If there's no break between the ceremony and reception, it comes back to the same concept, timeline. We need to own the timeline, and this has been a recurring theme over the last 5 days. I'm not surprised when I walk in, wow, when am I supposed to build the slideshow? When you go through our timeline form, and we're working that through with the bride, and I think Taylor did that on day 2 or 3, where we showed her the conversation with the bride, the slideshow came up, and it's going to come up. We make time for the assembly of the slideshow. So if there's no time between the ceremony and the reception, more than likely we're going to tell the bride, we're not going to be able to do the slideshow for you unless you give us some time here. And then it's up to the bride to make that decision. And that has happened, but it's a one-off.
So we have so many questions on this, but I know that there's, do you want to take one more?
I'll take one more.
Okay.
I feel like these have been good discussions because I feel like we left everybody hanging yesterday. And before I take this last question, it's very important we understand some of the questions are around, well, you know, what if you don't want to show people their images too quickly? Look, everything in business is a balancing act. We've got to make decisions. Pro, con it. That is a concept you will hear me say to my team over and over again. Right? Anytime any of you are thinking about, well, should I do this or should I do this? Think about what I'm about to tell you. Pro, con it for me. What are the pros of doing it A? What are the cons of doing it A? What are the pros of doing it B? What are the cons of doing it B? And when you look at that list, I guarantee you the answer will be obvious. That is the way I've run my entire life. There's always going to be challenges in our businesses, challenges in our lives, and we've got to, don't get overwhelmed by them. Step back and just merely quickly pro-con it. It's got to become a part of your genetic makeup. So anything that goes on any day in my life, whether I'm at a wedding, whether I'm at a senior shoot, whether there's something going on in my personal life, I will quickly, without thinking about it, without being prompted, pro-con it. Because the answer will become much clearer when you can write down the pros and cons. Does that make sense? So, yes. So that, let's go with that. And let's...
one more quick one.
Yeah,
just
okay.
about Animoto. And
Yeah.
you showed us the Lightroom slideshow, doing it just straight from Lightroom. Have you considered Animoto, or is there a reason you do that or not do that?
I'm a huge proponent for Animoto. I love Animoto, but you'll find at the wedding, it's almost impossible to do Animoto because you need an internet connection. And not only do you need an internet connection, it takes time to upload, it takes time to download. I don't have that time. And so that's why I use Lightroom for the day of slideshow, because it's instantaneous. But as you'll see as we move forward here, great segue, we use Animoto to deliver the final slideshow. So with that being said, let's talk about the post-event. After the event, Saturday night, the wedding's over, you get home, you're exhausted, right? You just want to crash. And so what do you do next? Well, here's what we do. We're going to go home and actually build an Animoto slideshow. So after we complete the wedding slideshow, we're going to go home and we're going to complete the Animoto slideshow. This takes me less than 5 minutes because the images are already edited. Animoto has a plugin for Lightroom. They couldn't make it easier for you. So now when I get back, I go into Lightroom, okay? I hit export and I just select export to Animoto. And the images, as I'm sitting there, right, unloading the car, all my images are immediately uploading to Animoto. So it's the first thing I do when I walk into the house. I just walk in the house, flip my laptop open, and hit upload to Animoto because the slideshow, again, is already built. This is part of my workflow. This is another reason I do want to show it there. Yeah?
So then the final slideshow doesn't show any reception images?
That is correct. The final slideshow will not have reception images in it. I'm not going to come back in and rebuild that slideshow. So that slideshow, for all intents and purposes, is completed at that point in time, as it should be. I don't want to end the slideshow on a picture of a bouquet or a table setting. To me, that's not exciting. I want to end it on those dramatic images that we're taking for our clients, again, like you see on our website. So now, uploads to Animoto, we unload the car. Okay? Next thing is, again, I've got 100 edited images. Within the Lightroom environment, I have an export preset to export to my blog. I will just pick my 10 favorite images and upload those to my blog, and that becomes our workflow. That's why by Sunday, Monday morning at the latest, we typically have everything posted because the images are already edited. I don't have to go home and start culling images. I've already done that at the reception. Are they perfect images? No. I don't care if they're perfect. Stop obsessing about all this stuff, because while you're obsessing, I'm out there making money. And I'm making money because we're obsessing, all of us collectively as photographers, we're obsessing about details that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about, man. You know who cares about it? Other photographers, not our client. Our client does not notice the level of detail we do. Now, if I were producing this as a 30 by 40 canvas for my client, or it was going in a magazine ad, yes, obsess about those details. But for the purpose of this, to post to the web, to post to our blog, it makes no sense whatsoever to obsess about those details. You're slowing yourself down, and no one's going to notice at the end of the day. I've never had a client go, what's that sensor dust on your, tiny little web image? No one knows it. No one sees it. So stop obsessing. You're going to make yourself crazy. So that's our social media. And then, of course, we're going to send a thank you card. So Taylor will have a custom thank you card sitting out on the kitchen counter the minute I walk in the door. Pen is sitting there. It's a branded thank you card. Okay, it's not something we went to Michael's and bought with some flowers on it. That's not my brand. Everything that's going out of our studio is tied to our brand. Our logo's on it, our branding's on it, and it's sitting there out with a pen ready for me to write a handwritten note to our clients. So I actually still write a thank you note to my clients. That's in the mailbox for first thing Monday morning. That's how efficient our workflow is. So as soon as I walk in the door, I don't just crash on the couch and thank God the day's over. I'm now still managing this event, and that's where having this team in place comes into play. Then, either that night or Sunday, Taylor drafts and sends an email to the client. And in that wedding kit that I keep telling you about on our website is all our communications. This is one of those things that's part of our communications. Taylor doesn't retype this email from scratch every day. Taylor, right, has a template. She copy and pastes this email and then tweaks it. That's how we're moving so quickly to get this stuff out the door. So if we can bring up that email that we send to our client, and it's in this email, okay, that Taylor's setting the appointment, getting them excited. All right, let me read this to you. Hey guys, we're so excited for you to come over and view your pictures. I have you scheduled for February 26th at 1 p.m. Please let me know if that doesn't work. So notice, and I'm breaking this down for you, right? I'm sure everybody's home's like either screen capturing or writing all this stuff down, right? But it does you no good if you don't understand what we're doing in this email. Notice, I have you scheduled for February 26th at 1 p.m. We're not asking them, tell us when you can come in. It's very important. We've got to control our studio. Right? I don't want clients going, oh, I can't come in for a month. I can't come in until 10 o'clock at night. We're controlling when we want to be available. And if you want, put multiple dates up there. That's totally cool. Right? I've got February 26th at 1 p.m. and February 27th at 7 p.m. Give them a daytime and an evening time. Our studio address is, please let me know if you need directions. You are more than welcome to bring your family with you to experience your pictures for the first time. Again, we want people in the studio. We want the entire family to see this as an experience. That's why I don't want to post the images online. I want them to come to our studio. We have had upwards of 12 to 15 people come in for their preview. It's a party. It is an absolute party. And I love peer pressure, by the way. Because what ends up happening is when there's 12 to 15 people there, they're looking at the product, they're looking at all this stuff, and they're like, oh my God, you need to get this. They don't even know how much it is, but they're just like, you should get that, you should get that. I'm like, yes, you should get that, right? But they're spending their friends' money. What else happens? When mom and dad are there, they want their baby girl to have whatever she wants. Even though the wedding's over, what's happening now is all the money they've spent, and here's a key principle to understand, we're all guilty of this. Money spent is money forgotten. Do we all agree to that? You go out, you buy something, maybe it hurt the moment you bought it, but then after you spent it, you don't even think about it anymore. Well, guess what? The entire wedding's paid for. Money spent is money forgotten. Now they walk in, and also keep in mind, all that money that they have spent was spent, okay, before they saw a single image. They hadn't seen any images yet. Well, now this becomes an extremely emotional purchase. I want everybody there for that. And dads will upgrade the album. Dads will upgrade and add extra pages. Go to our bigger album. That's because they're seeing the images there and they're envisioning them in these amazing, one-of-a-kind albums. Please let us know approximately how many people expect so we can make proper seating arrangements. The reason Taylor wants to know how many people are going to be there is because they will walk in to champagne. we will have a champagne toast with our client. So if they bring 10 people, we'll have 10 glasses out for the champagne toast. Not paper cups, not plastic cups. That's ghetto. That's not what we want to do with our clients. It's not a high-end experience. So we will have all champagne glasses sitting out on the table, and when they walk in, they're seeing this champagne sitting there. We pop it open. It's a celebration for them, right? We treat this like a red carpet preview, like a movie premiere, except it's starring you. And that's how we treat our clients. This is also key. Attached, you will find the current specials and a la carte menu for your wedding. As you will see, the collection save you a considerable amount off the a la carte menu. The discounts are tied to specials our vendors are running and will expire the night of your preview. Any additional or a la carte orders placed that night are 15% off. So please take a moment to review and discuss what you would like for your family and home decor. This paragraph right there is just like the last nail in the coffin, so to speak, for our business. This email has been built over 5 years in our business. What are some of the key objections you have when clients come in to see their pictures? Oh, I didn't know how much we were going to have to spend tonight. That's a lie, because the packages are attached to this email. Oh, we have to purchase tonight? Yes, you have to purchase tonight. I'm telling you, you have to purchase tonight. Right? So all the objections that could possibly come up have been addressed in this email. Or let's just say, for argument's sake, 99% of the objections. There's always going to be that one off. But the reality is, this email saves us from heartache, right? So we send them, remember, they got the a la carte pricing when they booked us. They already know an 8x10 is $50. They already know a canvas is $6.95, $7.95, however much you're selling it for. They already know the a la carte price. What they don't know are those post-wedding packages. We covered that on day one, but we'll bring that back up when Taylor goes into the sales session. We'll have that pricing and packaging up online again. There has to be a call to action. There has to be a sense of urgency. Is that making sense? And so this is that sense of urgency. We're saying, look, these are tied to specials our vendors are running. I'm not the bad guy. My vendors are the bad guy. The labs are the bad guy. They're running these specials and we're discounting them for you. That is the only sense of urgency we place on them. Because if you don't, what's going to happen? Well, can we just go home and we'll order next week, next month, next year, and you know what's going to happen. No order will come in. Once they leave, it's over. And that's how it works, because life gets in the way, right? I need new brakes on the car, I got a mortgage payment due, we're going on vacation, whatever the case may be. This is an emotional purchase. We have to have them in our studio. We have to get them purchasing. Please allow about 2 hours to review and order. Again, you know we're ordering your pictures, and make final album choices. Cover types, paper type, things like that, leather type. We will start off with a slideshow of your top images from the photographer's select portion of your wedding. Once we have completed that, we will review some of the products and samples that we have in our studio. We will then finalize your album, what cover, paper type, pages. Some of the items listed on the menu might not make sense until you get to see the actual product. We're laying it all out for them in this email. We are telling them, here's what's going to happen. You're going to be here for 2 hours. Be prepared to pick and order pictures. It's all here. This is the blueprint, right? So questions for me? Yes?
What else do you say when they do make that comment about, they've made the effort, they come to the studio, they've been in your home, they love everything, but then they're still don't want to close on the sale, they just want to go home and think about it. Is there anything?
Give me the objection. Let's role play. All of you. What are your top objections you're seeing? Out there, what are the top objections you're seeing? I bet you I have an answer. Give me the objection.
Can I go home and think about it? Can I look at the pictures and then let you know what I would want next week? Do I have to place an order tonight?
Tell me how that objection comes up if I've already sent this to you 2 weeks ago. I'm telling you, you have to pick an order tonight and the specials expire tonight. So what do you need to think about? I'm putting pressure on you because I want to know what you got to think about. Your objection is probably an objection you have felt because you're not, or received because you're not doing this. By doing this, I've already overcome your objection before that even happens. You know.
So these sort of things never come up?
I don't want to say never, right? That wouldn't be a true statement. Once in a while it will come up. But if somebody were to say that to me, Taylor would put pressure, a little bit of pressure on him, and be like, well, guys, unfortunately, tonight, these specials are tied to discounts our vendors are offering. What are you guys thinking? Because I really need to know either tonight. I hate to put pressure on you. I need to know, like the email said, we're here tonight to pick and order your pictures.
Okay.
So you guys talk to me. And that'll usually elicit a second round of discussion with them, right? Don't just let them say that and you go, oh, shit, what do I say, right? I'm giving you the answer. The answer is, talk to me, guys. What are you thinking?
Okay.
Well, you know what, Sal, when we came in here, we didn't really think we wanted to buy any pictures. However, now we're seeing them and I know I want them. Well, great, guys. Do you want me to give you 2 a second to talk? Option number 1. Well, great, guys. I don't know if this helps you or not, but what if I offered you payment options? What if I broke payments into 2? Would that help you guys? And so you've got to have that connection with your client. Remember, at this point, you've been working with them for a year. That's number 1. At this point, this is their 2nd or 3rd trip to your studio. They've been trained. They know that when they come in to look at their engagement pictures, they're buying engagement pictures. So that's why this rarely happens, your scenario. You can't just take one piece of what I'm teaching you. You've got to implement the entire system. That's what I'm giving to you. That's my gift to you. So if you put this system in place, and they've been trained during the engagement session, when they get here, they know what's happening. When they have family pictures, they know what's happening. It's time to come in and buy money, right?
Because I send an email, but it's nothing like that in depth. It's just, this is your ordering appointment. You're going to come in, take a look at the pictures, but it's nothing that specific. So.
Yes, and remember, this email has been built over 4 years, 5 years. And so it should be this in depth. It should, dude, copy it verbatim. That would make me happy. And so it should be that way because it covers every possible objection that's going to come up, or 99% of them. I'm not worried about the one-offs. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're going to cover this later, but I wanted to ask, how do you handle the out-of-town, the destination weddings when you go to view?
That's a brilliant question, and I wasn't going to cover it, so let's go there. Now we have an out-of-town bride. She's, out of Nashville. I've got a bride recently out of Nashville. How do we cover this? This email will go out, but instead of doing it in the studio, we're going to do it over Skype. So now over Skype, we're going to show her all the products. So everything you're going to see happen this afternoon would be as close as possible using Skype. Now with Skype, of course the images are posted online, and it's not going to be the same as having them in. There's just no way around it. But I want to get as close to having them in as I possibly can. And the way we do that is we're going to show them, here are the images we think should be big in your home. And we're going to handhold them through that process. Now they may have a week to make a decision versus that night. And sales will fluctuate. But before we were doing Skype and we just posted online and left them to their own devices, sales were horrible. Horrible. Because there's no sense of urgency. Any other questions here? To the internet. Yes.
Questions.
Yes.
Like 100 of them. Okay, Angel and Photography both asked, what if the client says, I know what I want, but I won't have the money till Friday, or I won't have the money till next week? And then Monica Olson had asked, do you let them do a payment plan?
Yes, right. So absolutely, both great questions. We will break up payments, and if my client says, we want this, but we just can't swipe our card tonight, can we pay you Friday? Can we pay you in 2 weeks? Yes, yes, yes. But here's what I do in those situations, because I don't want to call them and be a bill collector now. Absolutely, guys, we can break payments in 2. Here's what we're going to do. We'll run your first half tonight, and of course, images aren't delivered until you're paid in full. Right? We're not letting images out of our studio. And here's what we'll do. We'll run your first payment tonight, and then I'm going to run your second payment in 30 days. Is that cool? Because I'm not calling you back up. I'm going to use the same credit card. So we're already clarifying that I'm not calling you in 30 days trying to chase you down. I'm just automatically swiping it. And so that's what we do. We'll do whatever we have to do to make the client happy, but do not deliver prints until you're paid in full. That is the biggest mistake you could make.
So if they say we don't have the money now, we won't have it for 2 weeks. Do you say, give me your credit card and I'll swipe it in 2 weeks?
Yeah, we'll take their credit card number. I don't hold their credit card for 2 weeks, right?
That's what I meant.
Yeah, we have their number, and what we're saying to them is, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to order this for you tonight, right, so that we could take advantage of our vendor specials. We're going to order this for you, and we'll collect final payment. So we're going to cover you on this, and we'll collect final payment. And you really don't have to worry about them skipping out on you or anything like that, because you're ultimately holding their digital negatives and the final parts of their wedding package. So if they don't pay, nothing ends up getting delivered. Yeah?
Do you get a backup credit card too?
No backup credit cards. Well, what's your thought there, Sarah?
In case like the first one doesn't
No,
go
if the
through.
first one doesn't work, I got to call them.
Okay.
Right? But no harm, no foul, because nothing's been delivered to them.
Okay.
So if I don't get it, they get nothing. So it's in their best interest. And you'll find that 99% of your clients, if they ordered this product, they want it.
The questions are literally just flying in. It's hard to keep on top of these.
That's good, guys. I'm glad I'm getting everybody thinking.
There's a lot of questions about the vendor specials.
Yes, let's talk about the vendor specials.
London Girl, if you're offering vendor specials in your email, does your a la carte pricing change a little so that it still looks valid, or are you using the vendor specials for your packages?
Brilliant question. So vendor specials it is a living document. I've been trying to drive this point home from day one. So our pricing is constantly being tweaked. It's not being tweaked every day, every week, every month, but it is being tweaked so that these vendor specials look different and are different for that matter. So if I have a client that loves Canvas, I'm going to build packages that are Canvas heavy. If I've got a client that hates Canvas, well, guess what? There's not going to be Canvas in it. So those they are living documents and should be changed all the time. But in order to do that and do it correctly, that's why I've been stressing from the beginning, because when you buy this course, you get all my pricing and packaging. That's not going to do you any good if you just copy it and don't understand the framework behind it. So you've got to understand the framework and the pull-through items that will get them from one package to the next to the next. So pay attention to what your clients like, and I'm always listening to them during the initial consult even. I'll have clients that tell me they love the acrylic or they hate Canvas. Well, guess what? I'm tweaking packages based on their preferences. Good questions, man.
So many.
Whew.
We're doing good. Hit me with one or two more.
Okay, Jen Rice. Sal, do you send the same email for both the engagement viewing and the wedding viewing of images?
No, it's tweaked a little bit, but the framework, yes, is the same of what we're telling them is about to happen. We're not, you're coming in, you're going to pick and order pictures, so yes, the emails are very, very similar.
Okay.
One of the questions I saw was, what if the client genuinely cannot choose when they're in this meeting? Cannot choose prints, cannot choose albums?
That's a good problem to have, to be honest with you. Like, they just can't make a decision. That's what we're there for. And if you watch this sales process later this afternoon with Taylor, you're going to see that we are the trusted advisor. It's our job to help the client make decisions, and we're making recommendations to them. So if they can't make a decision, that's where you have to step up and start guiding the client and telling them what they need to do. So absolutely. And we do have that happen, for the record. They're just like, we love all our pictures, we don't know what to do. And that's when Taylor voices up and says, that's what I'm here for. And think about it, if they can't decide in your studio on a picture, how the hell would they do it online? They would never be able to do it. That's why you need to be there with them as the trusted advisor and have them in your studio. It's not a gimmicky sales tactic. It's about the experience and offering that higher level of service. Trust me, much easier for me to go home, throw all the images up online, and be done with it. So I'm putting that extra effort into meeting with my clients because I want to give them a full end-to-end experience.
Oh, okay. Maybe one or two more?
Yeah, that's fine.
Crystal Keppel, because I think your question is similar, in fact. Do you ever have people argue with you when you say that discounts that expire that night, like they don't believe you, skeptical people, and people are also asking about if it's a lie to say that these vendor deals are expiring?
Yeah, it is 100% BS. The vendors aren't expiring anything. However, you've got to have some sense of urgency. And in the spirit of that, I would make the argument that a sale at any store is 100% BS, right? I mean, let's think about it. It's a sale. So when you go to Best Buy and they say, here's our, this Wednesday only, you get 40% off. Is that a true statement? So we're running the sale. So what I'm doing, the only thing that might be shifty is I'm blaming my vendors and not me. Right? It is a sale. That sale expires that night. That is not a lie. That is a true statement. You come back in tomorrow, that sale's gone. Just like any other store in the world. If Best Buy were running a special on TVs, like the Black Friday sale that's going to be coming up after Thanksgiving, right? You go to Best Buy and they're saying there's only 2 TVs in the whole store that are 40% off. Once they're gone, they're gone. Is that a lie? I mean, I guess they could put more TVs on sale, but they're not. There has to be a sense of urgency. And so with that being said, I will absolutely, if I tell you something's on sale and you don't take advantage of that, you have to stand by your sale. So when they say, and they try and come in a week later, 2 weeks later, and get that same discount, we won't honor that discount because we have to maintain the integrity of our sales process. Very similar, if everybody remembers, to the bridal show. Remember the bridal show? We run a 10% discount off the day of bridal show. You come back to me 2 days later, you are not getting 10% off your package. You have to stand by your sales in order to maintain the integrity of your sales process, or people will talk and they will know that your sale isn't really a sale.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much for that honesty. It's true. There is no such thing as a sale anyway,
right,
as far as pricing. So.
I mean, go to like Michael's. Every day is like
Yeah.
70% off, you know, at Michael's. So I don't know, is that true, or is that their normal price? I mean, there's got to be
Going out of business sales.
yeah, the going out of business sale. Damn, dude, you've been going out of business for 3 years now. Like, come on, go out of business already.
So appreciate the honesty. It's very refreshing and cool.
Awesome. Well, let's keep going here, and I'm glad you guys out there. I'm really glad you're hitting me with all these questions. So get in the chat rooms, hit us up with questions, and I'm trying to answer all your questions. So I hope everybody appreciates that. Let's get going here. Let's talk a little bit about my workflow. So now I'm done with the wedding. Okay. What's next? Yeah, Brandy, you had a question.
I was just going to ask, is that what you actually tell the client? You give the Best Buy example, or what would you actually...
No, I would never say that to the client.
Okay, so what would you actually say to the client then?
If what? Give me the objection.
That same objection, that is this really a sale tonight? Like, why does it end tonight? Why can't I, you know, come in tomorrow and have the same opportunity? Like, what would
Guys,
you tell
these are
them?
tied to specials our vendors are running. So we have discounted all these products based on discounts our vendors are running. You could come in tomorrow and buy anything you want a la carte. But if you want these discounts, which are 40% off, and you want to take advantage of those, we have to do this tonight.
So can I wait for the next vendor discount?
Unfortunately, no. Guys,
Okay.
let's just be honest with each other. I'm trying to get you to buy pictures. Trust me, as a salesperson myself, I've had other salespeople. Like, I'm not talking about like I'm a salesperson for a retail chain. I'm talking about like high-end medical sales, pharmaceutical sales. They will look at our discounts, look at what we're doing, and smile at me. They will look at me and go, I know what you're doing. Be like, yeah, is it working? And they're like, yes, right? So they will laugh. They understand what's going on.
Right.
They understand I'm a business and I'm trying to make money. And so when I see them really trying to push back on me, I'm like, look, dude, what do you want to do? Where are you at? And then, so I don't have to keep backpedaling, keep dancing. If you're putting pressure on me and going, why do I have to take advantage of this tonight? I'm going to say to you, you've had 2 weeks. What are you looking to do? And it's not going to be adversarial, right? It's just going to be, you're calling me out. I'm going to call you right back out. What are you looking to do? Well, you know, I get my bonus check next week. Okay, dude, deal. Pick your package tonight and I'll bill you next week. Deal? And now we're making a deal, right? Have fun with it. Don't turn it into this adversarial thing like, no, we cannot do this. This is tied to the vendor special. We're all going to go bankrupt. They won't honor it. Find a way, understand what they're getting at, right? Pick them apart as they're picking you apart. Have fun with it, all right? Sales doesn't have to be complicated.
Sal, I have a clarification question that
Yes.
I should have asked. So Bernardo, and a lot of people are wondering this, if the couple picked a package when they hired you, why are they picking a package, or they're confused about what you're selling during this meeting when you've already sold a package to people?
I don't know if the control room can do this for us. Can we bring up the initial wedding packages and bring up the post-wedding packages? And we could probably get Taylor back there helping them up, and I'll talk through it as I'm waiting for that stuff to come up. So I want the initial pricing up, and I want or just toggling back and forth. That would be great. So let's talk about this. In the initial packaging, that had no prints, no canvas, no acrylics, nothing. It had my time and a wedding album. So now after the wedding, I'm giving them an opportunity to buy canvas, to add more pages to their album, to buy acrylic, to buy family prints. That's when the additional products or services are coming in. And so if you're giving away the boat in that initial package, meaning, here you go in the initial package, you get your, and we covered all this day one, which was the massive business module, but let's go over it again so that there's no confusion. If you're giving away the house in your in your packaging, that's why you're not having any additional sales. So I'm giving them an opportunity to spend more money in our studio. Every time you get in front of my camera is another opportunity for me to sell to you. Were they able to find this? All right, so as I'm waiting for this to come up, hang tight with me, guys. I'll get you some clarity.
Or we're going to be doing sales, so maybe we could just clarify.
But I won't be bringing them up side by side. Let me think about this. Yeah, I won't get to that question when we do the sales process. I'll leave a little bit of time to kind of explain the
Clarify
difference
that.
between the two.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Sal.
All right, rolling with the punches, baby. All right, workflow. So I get home from that wedding. What do I do next? I don't go to sleep. That's what I don't do. As much as I want to do that. It's kind of like getting home from Creative Live at night. I don't go to bed. I start checking email. So I get home from a wedding, and I'm going to download all those images, right? Immediately, you've got to download them. We're all guilty of leaving those memory cards sitting out there, and I'll get to them tomorrow, I'll get to them Monday. Well, I'm going to download them. I shoot 3,500 to 4,500 images per wedding. That's between me and my second shooter. So those are all our images combined. Everybody else has got their workflow. Again, don't get caught up in the specific number of images I shoot versus my workflow, okay? All of us. I've met photographers around the world, they're like, 4,500 images. I've heard if any photographer shoots over 1,000 images, they must not be very good. Okay, well, I assure you, I'm a good photographer, and yet I still shoot 4,500 images. So find your workflow, do what works for you, and that's all that matters. So this is my workflow. We're going to shoot 3,500 to 4,500. I'm going to return home, download to a hard drive. I'm then going to back up to a secondary hard drive. We do not back up to DVD, okay? There's no reason to do that anymore. First of all, finding those images is an absolute nightmare across DVDs for recovery. So we're backing up so that our images are constantly on 2 separate drives. And here's a little trick for all of you out there. I haven't talked about this yet. There's a program out there, pay attention. It's called CD Finder. And I think the site might actually be cdfinder.com. And what this is an archive cataloging tool. Guys, if you're like me, I've probably got 30 to 50 hard drives, right? I've never deleted a single digital image in my life. So I have all our digital images. Well, as you know, those start spanning hard drives. I don't have all those hard drives plugged into my machine. It would bog my machine down. So now a client calls you a year later, 6 months later, and you're looking for that image. How much time do you spend looking for the image? If you're spending, okay, 20, 30 minutes, or 10 minutes, right? Looking for that image, like I know it's on this drive, it's somewhere, this, and the other thing. It's 10 minutes you're wasting. I don't want to waste any time. You launch this program, and it catalogs all your hard drives. And now you just type in, I'm looking for the Jones 22.cr2 file, or just Jones in general, right? Whatever your naming convention is. It will immediately pop up, immediately, because it's all offline, and show you that these images, oh, they're on hard drive number 5. So now you just plug hard drive number 5 in, and you grab that image. This tool, I think it's like $39 or something like that, probably the single best efficiency tool that you could do for archiving your images. Again, it's CD Finder. Go out there and look at it. I don't have a discount code for it or anything like that. I'm not sponsored by them. It's a tool I use in my business that I find to save me time. Again, efficiency, man. Time is money.
Sal?
Yes?
Sorry to interrupt, but they have these documents up there now. I don't know if you want to
Let's
just
do
save
it, man.
those for later or... Okay.
I'll hit it. All right, so this is the... so we're coming... if everybody's not following, we're coming back to... And I think this is important. That's the only reason I'm pausing on this, because I don't want to lose you. This is the initial wedding contract. This is what they've booked us for. And so what you're seeing here is you see an album, you see an engagement session, not engagement pictures, not engagement negatives, not post-wedding pictures, not post-wedding, well, they get their digital negatives from the wedding, but no pictures, no canvas. None of that's included here. That's what you're looking at. So after the wedding, let's bring up the post-wedding packages. This is what they're coming up and having the opportunity to buy. Notice on the right, all our a la carte prices. They have these. They know how much an 8x10 is before they ever walk in the door, before they ever contract with us. So they can buy everything a la carte. What we're doing on the left here is offering them discounted options. You don't have to buy anything, guys. We have no minimum orders. But if you're considering upgrading your album, if you're considering adding additional pages, an acrylic, a pano, here's your opportunity to get it. As you can see, $5,500 value, $24.99. So we're offering them over 50% off. There has to be a sense of urgency. You want 50% off? You've got to act now. You've got to take advantage of this. You've had 2 weeks to look at this pricing. Now's the time to buy. So hopefully that makes sense for everybody. And Taylor will cover more of this as she walks our Lynn and Chris through their packages today. All right, so back to workflow. Hopefully that answered his question.
It does raise one more.
Yes.
Do you do the additional 15% off the collection, off the packages, or just the a la carte items?
I just lost you. The additional 15%.
In the email, it says that you get 15% off items when you purchase that night, and you already have the discount listed on the packages.
Yeah, bring that back up. Bring our post-wedding packages back up. 15% off would be if they're not in a package.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Only the a la carte items?
Only the a la carte.
Got it.
Do you know why?
Because you've already discounted. You don't do a discount on
What's
top
the
of a
key word?
discount.
You can't discount a discount.
Right.
Right? So I don't have to explain that to my clients to be like, whoa, 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 you told me I get 15% off. No, guys, this is already discounted 50%. The 15% off is off your anything a la carte. Can't discount a discount. That has to become part of your phrases, your Sal phrases. Maybe we can make an app for that. There'd have to be curse words in there.
I hear there will be one.
There will be? I can only imagine. Outtakes from Sal Cincotta. All right. So, right, we back up to that secondary hard drive. This is all happening Saturday night, Sunday morning at the latest. Monday morning. So now I've got the images in two spots. Monday morning, I take that drive. I don't look at these images. I'm too busy. I'm shooting. I'm working on my business. We outsource to evolveedits.com. That goes out Monday morning with weddings or anything else we photographed in that window. So we've got this constant rotation of hard drives going back and forth to them. And of course, you can FTP your images to them. I just tend to use a hard drive. It's easier for me. This is now different than the engagement session. They're going to cull the images, okay, down to two sets. One, 700 to 800. So they're going to take that 4,500 images. This is my workflow again. They will adapt to your workflow. You may not want to show the client 800 images. I do. That's my workflow. But they will adapt to your workflow. So they're going to take those 4,500 down, about 700 or 800, fully process those. But then they're going to give me these 3-star edits. These are not edited. Nothing's done to them. They're just culled. And that's going to be another 500. You might be thinking, why are you even pulling out images, okay, if you're not going to show them fully edited? Because every wedding I've ever worked, I get a bride who says to me, now Sal, I saw you over in the corner doing something with my shoes, but I don't see those in my images. I saw you over in the corner taking a picture of little Susie, little Billy, my Aunt Edna, right? But I don't see any of those pictures. Well, you don't see those pictures because I don't think they're your best 700 or 800, but that doesn't mean she doesn't want to see those pictures, good, bad, or indifferent. Those become part of those unprocessed images. So when we deliver digital negatives to our clients, they're getting the 700 to 800 plus the 500. So they're getting anywhere from 12 to 1,500 digital negatives from us. So hopefully that makes sense. Then Evolve is going to get those images back to me in an XMP format. So they're going to get them back to me, selected, processed, edited, ready to go right in the Lightroom. I don't have to do anything else to them. Now, here, we already talked about this during the engagement session. Look, a typical wedding, and I don't know about you girls or anybody out there, will take me 10 to 12 hours to process. Is that fair on average? Some a little more, some a little less. That's a lot of time. That's a full day, maybe a day and a half away from business productivity tasks, from shooting. Look, there's only two ways you're making money: photographing and shooting. Unless you're running a post-production house, why are you editing your pictures, right? Go back to the days of film, right? Now, you know, there was no concept of pulling these images into Photoshop and doing all this work to them. That's craziness, man. We don't have time for that. And so I'm going to outsource those, but I still want my fingerprint on top images, right? I still want to be able to take images like this, right? And these are what I would call more of my artistic edits, my impact shots. I want to put texture on them. I want to tweak them a little. These are images that I would showcase my clients for big prints in their home. Well, that's where I'm going to select my 5 or 10 and work on them using some of the techniques I showed you on Tuesday, I think, or Wednesday, and some of the techniques I'm going to show you now. But what you'll see quickly is I'm going from spending 12 hours on a job to less than 60 minutes. I spend less than 60 minutes working a wedding. And that's where I want to see you spend your time, because I need you shooting and I need you being a business person focusing on marketing.
Now, if somebody would want the artistic flair a little bit, so that, again, saving us some time, can we do something like that where we can have some of the edited images, but then a handful of them. I'm just getting myself familiar with the website on if there were certain images, would I just resend, like say I get the ones back and I'm like, ooh, I really like how those ones came out with just the first quick edit. Can I send the ones back, or should I be identifying which ones I would want a little bit more work on to pay that extra money? So that, I mean, what would be the best process on seeing them come back and then send them back again, or already have the idea I want that one? Because I know in my mind there's certain ones where I'm like, ooh, I love that shot, I would love to see that on a whole nother level. Should I just send it all in one?
Yeah, no, you're going to send all your images, right? And then what they're going to do is they're going to select what they think are the more, if you want them to do more artistic edits, they can do that. So what you're seeing here, these are some of those artistic edits. So I had them take, all right, about 10 edits, and these are called premium edits. So these edits are $3 edits.
Do you tell them which 10 that you want?
I don't, because they know my workflow, they know what I'm looking for. But you can tell them, I want these 4 artistically edited, and they'll do that for you. So you tell me, 5 images times $3 an image, is it worth paying 15 bucks, right, to get stuff like this, right, whether it's textured or anything else, right? And so for me, it is worth that money to get something like that. So if we just go look at these artistic edits, right, and these are done, I've been working with the same editor for 4 years. So this is Jade. You girls have met Jade, right? She's here, we're handing her images, and she's working these. I've been working with the same editor for 4 years. She knows my style, and that's very important, and these editors will learn your style. So that's the ring shot, right? That's her sitting in the room, and when I took this shot, right, people were up in arms about her foot being too big. Well, in post-production, she shrunk her foot, right? That's okay. I like the dramatic shot of her looking out there. All right, there's Lynn. There's some texture on it. We were in that room. I know that image didn't look like that when it came off my camera, but this is what they're doing for me. They're giving me those dramatic shots. This is a $3 edit. Yeah, can you spend 10, 15 minutes doing it yourself? Absolutely, have fun. Who's running your frickin' business? You're the CEO of your company. That's where I need you to be, not doing $8 or $10 an hour post-production work. That doesn't make any sense. So these are just a few samplings. I'll flip through these. Yeah, we rocked out that wall, man. That's when they let me outside. Some off-camera flash. First dances. Now, to really wow you, we did something what we call signature edits. Those are higher end edits that, yes, we could spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes in Photoshop doing, right? But I've got a commercial guy who edits. His name is Todd Becker. He's there. He's the one doing this stuff. So let me show you these, and then I'll show you the before after. So this is one of those shots we took outside. We wanted to create that long, skinny pano for our clients to sell. So we went outside, we added a sunset there, swapped out the sky. In fact, the before doesn't even have a skyline. This was more of a horizontal image when we took it. So there was no sky whatsoever. And then we took them, okay, just to show you what's possible. We took them and we went out, we shot the Seattle skyline. We took a picture of the Seattle skyline, threw that in there, and then we took a picture from the street and threw them in there. And it looks like they belong there. Now it's up to the client to decide, and commercial photographers do this all the time, right? This is more of a commercial technique. And so they do this stuff all the time. Now you may not like it, but does your client like it, right? And so ultimately, Lynn and Chris will be the judge of this. And if they don't like it, I'm not going to have a nervous breakdown because somebody doesn't like my work, right? You live and you learn. You're going to define your style. And I find that my clients love this kind of stuff. Maybe it was on the wedding day. Think about it. Yesterday was a series of challenges trying to educate you guys, trying to get images, trying to deal with various lighting situations, various temperature issues, all sorts of issues we were dealing with, permit issues. Well, on your wedding day, you're dealing with all this stuff too, and maybe you just couldn't get the shot you were looking for your client, so you put something like this together for them. And ultimately, you're going to figure out if they like it or they don't. And that's what matters to me. Are they spending the greenbacks on these images? So let's look at the before and after. Are you digging that one in the street or no? You're like, yeah, I like that.
People were just asking for before and
I'm
after.
there, I'm in your minds,
You
people.
did so good.
All right, so here's the before. Let's show you this. Well, this one's edited, so let me show you this version of it. So you tell me, do you think Chris, when she comes in, is going to want to look at a picture of her with sneakers hanging back behind her, some, blocked up background, a tractor trailer, and a bunch of cars? Or is she going to want to see something representative of Seattle? And so ultimately you make the call, right? I love talking to photographers because there's always this conversation, how much is too much Photoshop, how much is not enough Photoshop. Let me tell you my philosophy. My philosophy is simple. Photoshop is a tool. It's a tool like anything else, okay? Can you imagine if we limited somebody like Picasso, someone like Dali, to only using one paintbrush, one type of paint, one type of canvas, right? It sounds ridiculous. Art is art. Art is not only what you capture in camera. In fact, we would all agree that art is how you set up the shot even, right? So if we're saying that art is part of how we're setting up the shot, posing the couple, where we choose to place them, then capturing that image, why does the artistic impression stop at the point of capture? It shouldn't. It should be allowed to be enhanced through Photoshop. And so you've got to figure out what matches your brand, your style, but ultimately, this is what's possible, and our clients absolutely do love this.
I'm just curious, do you ever have any, I think it's incredible, but I just wonder for the bride and groom if they're like, well, what happened to the background?
Don't buy it.
What's that?
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
Yeah, conversation's over. Don't buy it. There's a million other images in here that you will like, right? Here's an image of you actually standing in the middle of the street. Okay. So now,
right, so you still at least have that one, yeah.
Now you have that one.
Okay.
So you're going to see the original. Now it's up to you to interpret, right? It's not, we got to stop making everything personal, right? Photographers, we always get our feelings hurt all the time. Like, it's okay for them not to like one of your images. Don't lose any sleep over it. But ultimately, I'm giving my client options. I've had clients walk in and they're like, oh my God, yes, have to have that. And I've had clients come in and go, I'm not really digging that. That's cool. I'm glad I only did it to one image,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter. Give your clients options. That's what it's all about. Here, I feel like we're showcasing, because Lynn's going to come in later and he's going to be like, dude, how did you guys do that? Oh, guess what? We went and took a picture out on the street. We then went and took a picture of the Seattle skyline. We brought in a sky, and this is a composite image. The commercial world does it all the time. Why can't we do it in the wedding industry? Okay? And so we've got to get that through our heads. And I don't proclaim to be a photojournalist. So there you go. If I were a photojournalist, then we've got some conflict of interest here because I'm trying to act like this is what it really looked like when clearly it didn't.
So you went out and took a picture of the Seattle skyline because we're here, but for instance, since you like, urban backgrounds, would you have your own stock library that you might have a street shot like that, or buildings that you might pop into other
Absolutely,
photos?
there's nothing wrong with that because I love shooting all the time. Part of the engagement session, if you remember, I was like, ooh, look at that metal wall. When we went right on the other side here, I took a picture of just the wall. Look at the brick wall. I'll take a picture of just the brick wall. So I'm constantly thinking when I'm on photo shoots about compositing images or needing stuff. It's no different than bracketing, right? If you go out there, and I don't know if anybody does this, but there's been times where, right, the couple's getting blown out or the sky's getting blown out. Dial down, go -1, -2, get a shot with the sky. And now in post-production, you can composite those images, bring back your sky, have your client properly exposed. What's the difference? I'm just taking it to a new level, right? I'm building a nighttime shot, bringing in the Seattle skyline, all the things they had hoped this image could be. All right, so let's keep going. I'll show you the other, where's that other before and after? Yeah, so here's the other before and after. Right? You be the judge. I think the one on the left is a little bit more artistic. I've got a blown out sky. Right? Yesterday was overcast all day. There really was no cloud cover. So does that limit me as an artist? I don't think so. I'm not going to let that limit me. I'm going to get the shot I want out of my client, the expression I want, and then maybe do some stuff. Now, of course, we can go borderline to the ridiculous, and we can take this image and we can be like, you're on the top of Mount Everest, right? Let's put earmuffs on you. Of course, it gets absurd at a certain point. So we're trying to work somewhere in between a little bit of fantasy and a little bit of reality, judging our clients and what they're looking for. And so again, this is the kind of stuff that we're using to differentiate our products or services. So let's come back to a little bit of post-production here. And let's focus on some images. So you already know, right, we already talked about, I said, hey, I'm going to pick 5 or 10 images and try and edit those on my own. And what I'm looking to do is I'm going to go, just pick a couple from each part of the day. All right, I love stuff like that. And I've seen a lot of you, okay, have picked up my presets. Thank you very much. I wasn't even selling those, but you guys are digging them because I'm seeing your comments online. So let's go use those presets and edit an image like this. So this image, right, if we reset this image, right, we see this is how it came out of camera. Right, so the first thing we want to do, we want to straighten this out a little bit. As much as I'd like to think I take perfectly straight images, I don't quite do that. So we're just going to switch that, and then we're going to bring this in. We want to get rid of that dead area on the right there. And so that's, right, that's where we want that image. Now I want to go into my presets, and they're here on the left. So let's just go with the, right, let's get the white balance. I like flash. It tends to warm things up a little bit at 5,500 Kelvin, even though this was shot with natural daylight. I like the way that looks, right? Exposure, from an exposure perspective, I'm not having any issues. These are all corrective edits here. So I don't need any fill light, no noise reduction, but I want to add a little bit of vignette on this. Okay? I like the way that's looking, and now that I see that, I want to give it a little exposure bump, so I just gave it plus 20, a quarter stop. Right? Now I'm getting into more of what I call the creative zone on the left, and here's where I can start doing some stuff. Maybe a creative HDR, that's a little too much. I can do a creative HDR desaturated. Even that's a little bit too much HDR for me. But I will go with maybe an old color. I do like that, right? I'm judging each image. Notice how quickly and efficiently I'm editing this image. Now maybe, right, I can get rid of that and I can go, maybe I want to do the HDR black and white. This happens to, just for me, be a look I thoroughly enjoy. I can then bring back some color here. Right? And I'm like, you girls liking the way that's looking? I like the way that looks, right? So for me, that's where I'd want to take this. You know, then from there, right, I can take this, and then I'm going to just save this as a JPEG because we don't have Lightroom wired up with Photoshop 5, which is what I'm working in right now. My apologies to everybody. I haven't quite made the move to 6. Okay, so now I can take that image, and I'm going to open up that image. Okay, I want to open that up in Photoshop. So I want to apply a texture on this image to just give it a little bit more of that grungy look. Again, these are those 5 images that I'm going to spend a little bit of time on. Maybe they're for the album. Maybe they're for you know, various parts of the day. If you think about it, each part of the day is bridal prep, groom prep, ceremony, reception, creatives. So there's 5 parts of the day. If you're going to pick 10 images, okay, you can pick 10 or so images, and you can end up picking 2 from each part of the day to do a little something with. So these are my textures, right? And I want to give this a little bit of a grungy look. I like the desaturated look. I don't know about you girls if you like that. I don't like everything to have full color pop, right? Now I can just add this texture to it. Okay, it's telling me to resize it, so it really just easily gets resized here. And again, guys, you're going to pick your top favorite, your top 5, and edit them. So now, of course, right, we want to remove texture from his face. Okay, so really easy to do. And the one thing you should notice about these textures, which I don't know if you're realizing or not, is realize as I'm removing the texture, there's no color shift. If you've applied textures that you've taken, the minute you start, all textures are going to have a color cast on them, right? There's going to be some toning, if you will, on those textures. That's natural. If you put a warm texture in there, it's going to leave a warm tone on the image. Well, for me, this was a cooler tone. I don't want to remove, okay, the color toning to that image. And the way we've created our textures is as you remove the texture, you're not adjusting the toning of the image. It's very important for it to be believable. And so this is the way that I would edit this image, gave it a little texture, a little more grit, right? It's been gritified, and this is my way of editing images. Find your own style. You don't have to like my style of post-production. I don't care. My feelings aren't going to be hurt because you don't like it. Focus on the techniques that I'm trying to teach you. Focus on the bigger picture that I'm trying to show you, which is find your style, focus on 5 images, edit there. That's where I want to see you spending your time. What I want to do is show you one more image. So within, what I did was I already exported an image. Okay, so I took this image, and now I want to take this image and showcase On1 Perfect Photo Suite 7. So I don't know if anybody's using it yet. It's brand new. It just came out, and I'm in love with Photo Suite 7. First and foremost, you don't need to be in Photoshop. You don't need to know anything about Photoshop to work within it. So it's a comfortable environment. Yes, you can work within Photoshop and use it, but it can also work as a standalone tool. So if you don't have Photoshop yet and you just want On1, this is a great way to go. And so now I've got all these presets built in. Well, I'm going to go to Perfect Black and White, so that's new in the tool, and it comes with all these presets built in. But here's my free giveaway for you. So if you go to Shutter Magazine, I created free black and white presets for you. So 100% free, no catch. You can download these presets. They're inside Shutter Magazine. That's on behindtheshutter.com. You can download these, and there's some free presets. So now, single click, and I'm getting some edits on these images. This is one's called Black and White Vintage, Black and White Warm Dream, and I'm single clicking these images just to find what looks right. This is a pop sepia and just a straight black and white pop. So let's just go with the black and white pop for this case, right? I'm just working quickly in this tool. Then you come over here on the right, and I can continually adjust this. I can add film grain. I can add a tone to the image. So let's take a look at that. Let's add toning to the image. Right, so they've got some presets here, iron blue. Let's go with iron blue for now. Okay, so now I can add that cool blue tone to the image. Notice how quickly this is happening. I'm not spending my entire life inside a post-production environment. Time is money. Pick your top images, go from there. So now that I've applied this, okay, I want to go to their tool called Perfect Focus. And this is how I would use the tool, by the way. So now I can go into Perfect Focus. And this is their bokeh tool, right? So this is built in. I can control focus points. And as soon as we get over to that tool, I can now blur out that background. I don't want to see those cards. This shot was taken at f/16. Okay? So this is no, thank you for the tutorial. Okay? Now this is going to load up. And what you're seeing here is this, it's called a bug tool. And this allows us to control, okay, what this is going to look like on them. Okay? Then there's a feathering tool. So let's control the feather first. Okay, so we want a strong feather here. And then let's make the blur amount believable, right? The biggest thing we can do is if we look here on the right, this has the ability, okay, to allow you to emulate certain lenses. So we can look here, and let's say you can't afford that Canon 50-1.2 lens. Here you go. Now you can emulate that lens here on the right. Or in the case of I do have a 50-1.2 lens, I shot this at f/16. And so clearly, even if I was using my 50mm 1.2, I want to get this to look like 1.2. So now I come here, 50-1.2, okay, I'm controlling that, but of course the blur is just out of control. So what I'm going to do is take the amount down to probably be about 7 or 8 to make that a little bit more believable. Okay, and then narrow this. I want it to be more on the couple than anything else. And then again, I can control the feathering here to make it more or less believable, right? We want that fall off to look somewhat believable. And so you can sit here and play with that tool. Sorry, I'm making it more blurry instead of less. But you get the gist here and make that start happening to your images. And so, real quick, all built into one tool. I do have a discount code for you if you're digging this, but go try the free. It's a free trial, and my presets will work in the free trial. So it's, again, it's in Shutter Magazine on behindtheshutter.com. You download the presets for free, and then the code, you'll get 15% off of On1, and that's even if you're upgrading. So if you want to upgrade and you have Perfect Photo Suite 6, they don't have the black and white tools in Perfect Photo Suite 6. And so you'll get the upgrade. Use my code. It's SAL, O-N-1. So Salon 1, I guess. Sal, O-N, the number 1. And that'll give you a discount. I know they're going to post it online for you, but I'm showing you the real tools that we're using in our business and what we're doing for some of the post-production stuff. So, questions along those lines? Yes?
Questions. Okay, can we please get a recap? There's so many questions about the presets, your presets.
My presets, yes.
Can we talk about the presets you're using, where to find them?
These presets, all the stuff, you know, I didn't want to come on and turn this into a giant infomercial. So, but I'm
people
also...
are asking.
People want to know.
People
They're
are
asking. Okay, thank you, everybody. Our presets are available on behindtheshutter.com in the store. So if you go in the store, behindtheshutter.com, my presets, they're either $69 or $79. And people have been downloading them for the last 3 days. And I'm getting emails from people like, these presets are the most amazing things I've ever seen. So time is money. They are not expensive presets. And so go get them. And even my textures are on there as well. So you can download those as well, along with everything else we use in our business. So I'm glad everybody's asking. I try to keep the infomercial dialed down. So if you're looking at the way we use it, go out there, buy them. I promise you, you're absolutely going to love them. They work on Mac, PC, and Lightroom 4.
Okay, another question that's been coming up is this keeping a style consistent in your editing. Is that just another rule that you break? People are saying, you know, that the style, one image is cool, one image is warm, one image is...
Right.
What, can you talk about that?
Yeah, so, you know, if we go back into Lightroom and we look, you're going to see a plethora of images that are, for the most part, edited identical, but we don't really know our clients' tastes. We think we know them, so I'm trying to give them as much diversity as possible. What I'm trying to be consistent with is my own brand. And so if I go in here and I'm looking at black and whites, right, from the day, I'm trying to just be consistent within my brand. Now, when it comes to album design, I would agree with that. But if we're putting a single image on the wall, I don't think every image has to look the same. To me, that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to edit I'm really editing. You know, when I'm showing a picture like those signature edits, my vision is that this is a standalone image on the wall. So I don't have to match this to anything else. Now, when we get into the album, I would agree. The biggest mistake we can make in an album is put one black and white, one color, one black and white, one cool tone, one warm tone. So when we get into true album design for our clients, we definitely want to try and match toning in the album design. But as far as a wall piece and art piece, why does every image have to match unless they're all going to be on the wall next to each other? So to me, I'm okay with that, with them not being identical. And I'd rather them be consistent with my brand, which is that gritty, urban, grungy kind of look, which is what our clients are coming to us for.
Okay. So we can go to break at any time. How are you feeling?
I want to show everybody one thing. This is going to be down and dirty. So again, focus on the technique because we are going to fly through this. We get questions all the time about how to do some beauty edits. And I just want to show you some down and dirty techniques on how to do it. This is what our editors tend to do, how they do it. And it is always this aha moment, right? If you want to make your bride's arm skinnier, hip skinnier, face skinnier, you don't use the liquefy tool. That is not what commercial editors are using to do that. Yes, there's certain things where the liquefy tool may be the right screwdriver or hammer for the job. Here's a really simple way to do it. So pay attention, this is down and dirty. I'm not implying that Chris needs to be skinnier, right? I'm not implying that about my bride, but we do need to know how to do it because we do have clients who ask us, and guess what? In the commercial world, they're stretching necks, they're fixing feet, they're fixing hands, they're pushing in love handles. We need to know how to do this so that we understand what's possible. So you don't have to be a Photoshop guru. I'm showing you how to do it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit M, which is the shortcut key for the marquee tool. I'm going to select half, okay, of Chris's face here. So I'm going to come right in here. Okay? I don't know why I can't figure this out. Come right in here. Okay? And I'm going to control click and say select layer via copy. Okay? Then I'm going to hit V for my selection tool. And then I'm going to come up in this corner. And I know I'm moving quick, everybody. Okay? I'm going to select this. And then I'm going to say use the warp tool. And what this is going to allow me to do is select here and bring in her face a little. So I've actually just made half her face skinnier just with a simple click. I mean, you're talking about if I wasn't teaching you, this would take me about 5 seconds. So let's do it again. We want to do it to the other side of her face. So then we're going to select the marquee tool again. Okay? Layer via copy. Hit your V tool. Okay? Then control click here, warp. And we're going to select this point. And we're just going to make her face a little bit skinnier. Hit enter. If you want to see the before and after, here's the before. Here's the after. Okay? Her face is skinnier. I didn't have to go into the liquefy tool. Okay? I'm not saying she has to be skinnier, right? I don't want hate mail from people out there. You have to know how to do this. This can work on a face, an arm, back fat, right? Whatever happens to our brides on their day, we need to know how to fix this. Come on, man. 10 seconds or less. And I just did this. This could have been her arm, her hips, her legs, anything. No liquefy tool, no obsessing. You don't have to be a Photoshop guru. Did light bulbs go off for you seeing this, okay? Super easy to do. Let's take this a step further. How do we do eye and teeth enhancement? So the first thing I want to do is show you teeth. We all have yellowing in our teeth from coffee, from wine, from whatever the case may be. Yes, we all have those superstar brides that walk in, and when they smile, they could be a reflector for us. That's great, but we need to deal with real life here. So here's how we do it. Lasso tool, okay? You can have feathering if you want, but I tend to have, let's go with 10 pixels for the feathering. Okay, and what I'm going to do, no magnetic lasso. I'm just going loosely around her teeth. Pay attention out there because this is a simple way to do it. I'm then going to hit, okay, and come over here and add a hue saturation layer on the right. That saturation layer, because I use the lasso tool, is masked to just her teeth. Now what I'm going to do is come here to the master channel, convert to yellow because I'm only looking to remove yellow. And I'm going to remove the saturation to -100, and I've just removed all the yellow from her teeth. I'm then going to come back to the master channel and increase the lightness just a little, probably by 2 or 3 pixels. And if we look at the before and after, we can see I did something wrong with my lassoing tool there because I only grabbed a certain amount. Oh, I know what I did. Sorry. We're going to do this again. Bear with me. What we need to do is select all these layers, Command-Shift-E, merge those layers down. Sorry, rookie mistake. Bear with me. Now we're going to lasso her teeth. We made one tooth whiter. That's not good. She's not going to like that. She's going to be like, why is my one tooth white? All right. So then we're going to come in, and we're going to come back in, grab that saturation layer, go to yellow, bring the saturation down to -100, come back to the master, and increase the lightness just a little. And you can now see the before and after, how much whiter her teeth are. Real simple beauty edits. So for those of you who are spending hours upon hours obsessing about moving her arm in, getting into, I see all of you with like a sigh of relief on how easy I made this. Same concept on the eyes. What if they have bloodshot eyes? The same technique I just showed you on her teeth would apply to her eyes. Simple techniques. You know my philosophy, efficiency and speed to get to this. So I just saved you from reading hundreds of pages and gobbledygook and simplifying it. Yes, there's a million other ways to do it, right? There's Photoshop gurus out there that will show you, click here, gobbledygook, click there, right? I don't want to learn that stuff. I want to be quick, easy, to the point. So that being said, questions, or we can head to break.
Go ahead, please.
I have a question. Back to the beginning of your workflow when you download your CF cards, how are you downloading them? I know, like right now I'm going one by one. Are you like tethering them somehow?
That's a really good question. Yes, that is a nightmare, isn't it? We get all these memory cards and we got to sit there one by one. So there was a company that used to make a 4-card reader, and it would read 4 compact flash cards at the same time. And they stopped making them. It was by Delkin, Delkin Devices. They don't make it anymore. And I used to have 3 or 4 of them. 3 of them have, so I would come home from a job and they daisy chain, meaning they all connect to each other. So I could come in, plug all my memory cards in from the event and go to bed and download them. Well, 3 of those have died on me. And so they don't make them anymore. So I've got 1 left. So I can only download 4 at a time. So it is a challenge for us. You've got to do a couple of things. Buy multiple CF card readers and just plug them into your USB ports. it's going to be slow because they're all going in over that single channel, so to speak. But yes, I don't want to sit there one card at a time. That would be a nightmare. So I may have the only last like 4 reader. Dude, go out on like eBay or something and try and find them. But they stopped making them. And I called them and they said they stopped making them because no one was buying them. But Delkin, pay attention, man. We just gave you a free plug here. So start making those bad boys again. Send me 10. All right. What else? Questions?
Ooh.
Tons?
Yeah.
All right. Let's take 5, and then we'll get to break. Fair
We were
enough?
going to take you right to break now.
We're going right to break now?
Let's take a few. Let's take a few.
Yeah.
So just a reminder, everyone, again, your questions are incredible. We are working to jam-pack everything that Sal has planned for us in today. And also, as Sal just said, there are lots and lots of other courses on post-processing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. I mean, I don't proclaim to be the Photoshop guru or expert. I'm not even trying to be. I try to take everything I learned from, like, I was watching Lindsay the other day. She was doing compositional stuff there and composite images. And I was like, I want to go try that right now, So I'm constantly learning. I feel like I'm a student as well all the time. But then I will always take those complex processes and simplify them for my own business. So I'm just showing you simple ways to do this stuff.
So there have been a few people, including Orange Fields, who would like to know if you ever edit the same image in different ways and show the client two different ways of one photo.
That's a really good question. I try not to do that. I feel like we're confusing the client when we do that, but I will also be the first to admit I can't say I never do that. Every once in a while there's just an image and I can't make up my mind. Does it look better in black and white? Does it look better in color or sepia tone? And I will edit it multiple ways and show the client, but I try to not do that so we don't confuse our clients.
Okay, and I have one more question. I just want you to clarify for everyone at home. People are asking, what if you have clients that don't like this processed look, like they want it to be more simple? Can you just tell everyone again, this is your branding, this is your style?
This is my branding, this is my style, right? So if you're out there and you're looking at this and you're like, I hate textures, I hate grunge, I hate this HDR look, that's fine. Don't do it. Stop obsessing about what I'm doing. You've got to understand, though, when you go to my website, this is what you're going to see. So this goes back again to day 1, defining your brand and the way you edit, your imagery, your style, the way you shoot. Do you shoot wide open? Do you shoot everything at f/16? Is going to define your brand. This is one of those things that have defined our brand. So there's going to be a certain set of the population that doesn't like our imagery, and that's okay. You're more than likely not my bride. Here's what I encourage you not to do. Don't suffer from schizophrenia. So don't go on your website and show spot color. Don't go on your website and show skin smoothing. Don't go on your website and show images that are confusing to your client. Be very clear. If you're a light, airy brand, I don't like that. And that's okay. I don't need to like it. But hopefully you're consistent and you will find the right clients that do like it. That is actually the most important takeaway from this, that whatever your style is, whatever your brand is, go with it. But I will tell you, I tend to see more and more clients wanting a little bit more of that processed look because mostly this is what they're seeing in the magazines. And so I'm going to argue with anybody out there, if you pick up a copy of W Magazine or any of the high-end fashion magazines, they don't have light, airy images in them. And I'm not suggesting that everybody convert to that. But again, 2 or 3 days ago, I got asked the question, where do you find inspiration? I find inspiration in Hollywood and some of these high-end fashion magazines, and that's what we're trying to put out there as our brand.
All right, one more question because we're out of time.
Yes.
This is a higher level from Kaylina. If you have a limited budget, would you recommend prioritizing equipment or post-production software?
Oh man, that's easy. I would prioritize on equipment. That's where it needs to be spent. The post-production stuff, almost all the stuff you're seeing with presets can be done without them. There's a way in Photoshop. It might take you longer to do without the presets, right? It's all about efficiency, but I'd really rather see you have the right equipment so that you're making a great image at its source, and then enhancement can come later on.
Great. Okay, we are going to take a 15-minute break, everyone. And Sal, will you please let us know what we're going to do when we come back?
Yeah, the next segment is one of my favorite segments. So we are going to get into Facebook and search engine optimization. So you don't have to be a programmer. Come on back after the break. This is very important. I'm going to show you some of the admin features on your Facebook page, how we use Facebook to enhance and create a social buzz with our client base. And then, of course, how do I get ranked in the top pages on, Google. And so we're going to actually log into my admin dashboard, and I'm going to show you some of the things that we post and how we get ranked really high. So come on back after the break.
Awesome. All right, I just want to let everyone know this is such a cool contest that is going on right now, and everyone is running out of time. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left. The deadline for Sal Cincotta's 3-day personal workshop one-on-one with he and Taylor is actually ending at noon Pacific time. So that is an hour and 15 minutes. Spend 3 days with Sal and Taylor Cincotta.
I will cook for you. Taylor has made me promise that I will make you my homemade pasta and my homemade sauce, which to me, that's worth the price of admission right there, baby.
That's gold right there.
Yeah, I got a nice little apron on, little Emerald Lagasse. It says BAM on it. That's it.
Now I'm getting a visual over here.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you a little cheese. BAM! All right.
So all the details about that contest are on the Creative Live blog, and that is creativelive.com/blog. And we are actually announcing the winner of that contest today. So you need to enter the contest, don't you?
Get on it, Sarah.
All right, and I'm going to just go over what all is included with this course. Just so if anyone hasn't been paying attention, I just want to give you an overview once again of everything that Sal and Taylor are giving you with this course. So, included in the bonus materials are the album selection worksheets, pricing guides, engagement order forms, engagement pricing sheets, post-wedding order forms, post-wedding pricing, the business blueprint, the timeline worksheets, the wedding prep checklist, and Sal's keynotes for each day. So, I don't know what else to say.
It is a business. It's your blueprint.
I don't know what else to say to that.
So Sal, earlier I loved when you were talking about your pro-con it,
Yeah.
pros and cons. So I would like everyone to take a moment right now and make a list of your pros and your cons for investing in this class. That list right there of all the bonus materials, that all goes on that pro list. If your pros are overtaking your cons, go ahead and spend that $149 today. Invest in that. Tomorrow it's $249. Not even tomorrow. Tonight in less than 12 hours, less than 11 hours. So if your pros outweigh your cons, go ahead and purchase the class now, and we will see you back in 15 minutes. Pro con.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last half of the last day here with Sal Cincotta. We don't want you to leave.
I don't want to leave.
Not quite the last half.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Still have 3
Okay,
seats.
thanks.
Yeah.
Whew. Let's get nervous there. All right, folks, we're going to give away a prize before we hand you back over to Sal. We are giving away the Signature Collection album, a $400 credit.
Yes.
Sal, tell us about it.
Yeah, Signature Collection albums. All those albums we've been showing you all week and talking to you about all week is a way of...
Oh.
Hold, please.
Sal cannot be speechless. Come on
Yes,
now.
listen, you can.
We need Sal's voice.
You cannot mute me.
Yeah.
Yes, I will not be stopped. So, Signature Collection albums. This is the album company that we've been showing you those albums all week. It's the one way. It is the single most important way that we differentiate ourselves from our clients is our albums. That's core to our packaging system. So you're getting a $400 credit. So now there's absolutely no reason for whoever wins not to have that differentiator, that X factor in their studio. So who's our lucky winner?
Oh, right. We have one of those. The lucky winner is Photo Madly, and that is also on Twitter, Photo Madly. And the quote was, "The equipment should never get in the way of the shot."
Amen. All right.
Amen. All right. Congratulations to Photo Madly, and thank you to Signature Collection Albums.
Yes. All right. We
All
ready
right,
to get rolling?
so Sal, over break, we were talking with you about some of the things that people have been requesting in the chat room.
Yes.
And being the crazy, incredible giver that you are, tell us about the decision that you just made.
Yes, this happened over break. I have heard you guys loud and clear telling me that, man, Sal, the one thing I need, the linchpin and everything we've been talking about is a wedding contract. So you guys, anyone who purchases this course, even if you purchase it already, part of the final deliverable that I'm going to give to you is our actual wedding contract. So all those lessons learned that we've had over the years, where to put certain things, non-refundable deposits or retainers, who gets a meal, who doesn't get a meal, all that kind of good stuff is all in this wedding contract. What happens upon cancellations, everything is outlined. There's absolutely no reason for you to fail at this. This is something, if you put a wedding contract together, you'd have to spend easily $500 to $1,000 to get a custom contract put together. So this is a custom contract. I will give this to you, okay, with the purchase, because I do want to give you a complete solution. That has always been my promise. And you guys were hitting us up all week long about it. But here's the only caveat I'm going to give you is take this contract, and you can take it in its entirety, but I want you to just promise you'll run this by somebody who's going to look at it and make sure it's applicable in your area. 95% of it should be applicable, but there are going to be slight variances depending on what city, state, country you're in. So I hope they appreciate that, because that is, to me, truly now everything you need to get going here.
Sal, the chat rooms are blowing up. The loungers are just, you got me. Thank you, Sal, I'm buying this course. Woohoo. You are amazing. That's made my decision.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you say, $5,000 for a custom contract?
No, $500 to $1,000 easily for a custom contract. Easily. I know, because I paid close to $1,000 to have my contract flushed out. So to me,
wow.
Forget everything else I'm giving you. But if the free contract doesn't put you over the top, I don't know what will.
I have a new word here from Photographics Element, Amaze-a-crazy.
Amaze-a-crazy, yeah.
That's amazing.
Stupid Amaze-a-crazy.
I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, I've never heard it either, but I like it. Yeah, I'm stealing
it. All right, Sal. Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, back to you.
All right, let's do this, man. So this is the part where I know it's near and dear to my heart, because we've had great experience with it, and it seems to be near and dear to a lot of you out there. So first, let's start with Facebook, and then we'll get to the SEO. And I will tell you, you're going to have to bear with me here and open up side by side your business Facebook page, not your personal page. And what you're going to do is you're going to have to try and follow along with me so that you get the gist of it. Now, I am limited here, right? Because it's a live broadcast, I can't take you to my live page, because there's other people's images there showing up in my news feed. And I guarantee you, if I was doing this live on my Facebook page, you guys would be shooting me messages while we're doing the live broadcast. So I'm going to show you where to go. I'm going to talk you through where to go. But what I want you to do is do it side by side with me, and you'll really get the gist. But let's understand the basics. Should I use my personal page as my business page? No, 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 no. Did I say no enough times? No, right? So you don't want to use your personal page as your business page. Set up a separate business page. And I understand, your clients are going to want to friend you. That's a personal decision. I friend my clients, right? But it also forces me to be very conscious about what I'm pushing on my personal page. And so many of you as photographers, you guys have been friending me nonstop, and I love you for it. Friend me, and I'll accept your friendship, and we can stay in touch that way. But from a bride and groom perspective, I don't want you using your personal page for that. And again, true story. There's somebody in my local market. She's a sweetheart. She's a photographer, but she uses her personal page as her business page. And she'll show up in my newsfeed, and I will see pictures of her at the lake in a bikini, drinking, partying. Like, guys, common sense, man. Your clients don't need to see that part of your life. And so if you are going to use your personal page, you're going to have to really dial down what goes on there. First and foremost, no politics, man. I mean, what's wrong with you? Politics and religion, two things you should not be talking about in your business. This is 101, right? So I don't want the fanatical emails from people telling me like, well, I'm going to talk about my religion. You talk about whatever you want. I'm just telling you, business 101, you don't put politics out there, and you don't put religion out there. That is going to alienate some of your client base. And I don't care how passionate you are about your political views or religious views. I don't want to have a debate on my personal site about Republicans or Democrats. It's just ignorant. And I don't want to have a debate about religion, okay? So that's the one thing. You've just got to use common sense, and I've been taught that, ingrained in me, business school all along. I don't want my business and personal politics to interfere, or my personal views to interfere with my business. So hopefully that makes sense to a bunch of you. With that being said, set up a business page. It's easy to do. It's free. The next logical question I'm going to get from you is, well, Sal, what do I do when a bride or a groom does friend me? That is personal preference. I will friend them, but I am also very cautious about what I'm posting on my personal page. Flip to Taylor. Taylor will not friend you. Her rule of thumb is unless she's had a drink with you. So that's it. You girls, did she friend you yet? No. And didn't she have a drink with you last night? Yes. She is going back on her word. She is such a hypocrite. We got to get on Taylor. We'll put pressure on her over lunch. But that, my wife handles it completely differently. So for me, I'm going to friend you. I enjoy connecting with people. That's me. So you've got to figure out what works for you. That being said, back to the business page. The business page is going to allow you to do things that I'm going to show you that you can't do on a personal page. First and foremost, metrics. Did you know that you can actually have access to data like how old is the average person who's looking at your Facebook fan page? I don't know if you know you can do that, but it's there. That data is there. It's in that little admin panel in the top right-hand corner, the one you're afraid to use. So hit that little drop down and we'll go talk about it. Did you know you can run targeted ads on Facebook? You can run a wedding ad targeting people who have their status as engaged. This is huge for you to be able to do that if you want to run Facebook advertisements. And so we've got to start understanding how to use Facebook, whether you're old or young. Don't be afraid of Facebook. It's here. We've got to embrace it, mostly because that's where our brides are. So we have to understand this. Creating an ad and reading metrics. So let's go and start looking at this stuff. So we're going to talk about first, let's go to the site. All right. And I do apologize because, let's go here instead. I've got it in a slide. So on your Facebook page, okay, if you go up there to the top, you've got show, and you're going to have this admin panel pop down. Okay, and if you look, there's going to be something called build an audience. Did you know that you could actually invite people to like your Facebook page through email lists? So you could take your current customer email list, put it into an Excel spreadsheet or a CSV file, and import it into Facebook and send an email blast from Facebook to like your page. Okay, I see all my girls here writing this down. That means you probably didn't know you could do this. So, yes?
No, I did know, but here's another question is, I invited friends when I first set it up, and then Facebook will not allow me to re-invite them. And I know there are some that it just comes in as a notification, so if you don't like the page at that moment and you ignore that notification, I can never send you another invite.
Right, and that's fine, right? Why drive your friends crazy? So we don't, you don't want to drive them nuts, nagging them to like your page. You've got to understand, if you rewind maybe like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I think personally it was much easier, right? You see all these businesses that have, and I'm not talking about big businesses, it's easier for them. I'm talking about mid-sized businesses or even photographers in general. You rewind a couple of years ago, it was very easy to get 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 people to like your page. Because when Facebook was relatively new, it was all about liking. Everybody was willing to like everything. And now, people have become a little more discerning before they click like. And so it's very interesting to watch how consumer behavior has changed over the years. You've got to give them a reason to like your page, or they're not going to like it. And so businesses are still struggling with ideas and concepts on how to get people to like their page. So you've got to start doing maybe contests, photo contests. What's wrong with running a contest, photo of the month? And the winner of photo of the month on Facebook wins a free 16 by 24 canvas. And set up the contest in such a way, there's plugins there that force them to like the page before they can vote. So now think about it. All your clients are going to become your cheerleaders. So there are plugins. I don't have a list of plugins right now, but there are plugins. Google, Facebook plugins, Google, Facebook, Facebook, contests, not apps, but contests, right? You got to use the right keyword. And you're looking to be able to run a contest on your Facebook site. And the key there, no matter what you come back with in the app that is ultimately going to be that plugin, so it is an app, I'm sorry, Kenna, that's going to run inside of Facebook. The key is there, it's got to be a contest one. And with that, you want them to have to like your page before they can vote. That's key, because that's the whole point of this contest, is to generate buzz and get more likes. So that's one way. Another way is to go into this Build Audience tab, right? So if you're following along at home, top right-hand corner, click on the Build Audience, and you're going to see a multitude of options on how to invite people. Take your current customer email list and import that into Facebook, and Facebook will send out a branded email for you to them to get them to like that. So there's 2 easy ways that you can start building your audience. Because if you don't start adding metrics, if you don't start adding a certain amount of people to your Facebook page, and I think it kicks in at like 150 or 250, I forget the number, you don't get access to metrics like insights and things like that, which we're going to show you how many people are on my site, what's their age group, demographic, that kind of stuff. You want that. So what you're looking at here is Salvatore Cincotta Photography. This is our business page, okay? And you can see we've customized the top of it here. We're using an image there. Our icon here on the left, that's also been customized. Let's talk about that little icon for a second. I don't want the icon to be my face. Okay? I don't want my icon to be a picture of my bride. Right? That's another school of thought that's out there, but let me tell you my mindset on why I don't want that. If I put that little icon, okay, and I think it's 200 pixels by 200 pixels, I'm not exactly sure. Facebook has all the metrics on what the banner size is, what the icon is, but if I put someone's image there, and then I change it, that becomes the brand. See, that little icon shows up every time I make a post. And so I need branding around that icon. And so if I use Susie this week, right, Valerie next week, it doesn't resonate with people that's SCP. So I want branding around SCP. So just create a little icon with your logos, your color, whatever you want to do. The next thing is, let's talk about this banner up here. According to Facebook, okay, this is new, so the timeline, relatively new. Facebook made the change back in March or April. They changed to this timeline for all the businesses. And what that is now is you're going to have this big area up here, okay? And what you want to do is put an image up there. Maybe put your logo up there. But here's what you cannot do according to Facebook. No phone numbers, no call to action, right? So you can't say like this page, okay? But you can put your logo. So you can put your logo, but no call to action, no specials, no 20% off sale. None of that stuff can be in this banner. According to Facebook, they'll take down your page. Now, how diligent are they in taking down pages? I don't know, but I don't want to try, and I don't want to figure that out the hard way. All right, so that's kind of what's going on here. Notice these icons, though. I'm sorry. These icons. Twitter and WordPress, these are custom icons that we have created, okay, so that we can have a branded experience. I want Facebook to be as branded as it possibly can. Of course, we got to operate within the Facebook parameters, but I want that to be as branded as possible. You know, did you know that you can sell these timeline templates to your client? Right? So we sell templates to our clients so that when they come in to see their engagement pictures, when they come in to see their wedding pictures, we have a branded experience. Now, not only should this be branded for you, but it should be branded for your client. So if I show you one, this is one of those timeline templates that I would sell to my client. So I can now go and take an image from my client, from their shoot, and just grab one somewhere. Oh boy. May let somebody else drive it. Day 5, I'm getting close. Can somebody queue up an image there for me while I'm talking through this? What I can do now is take a horizontal image and I can drop that in, drag and drop seconds, because this is template driven. Okay, and I can drag it in here and it can be completely branded for me. So this is just a template that we can drop an image into, showcase it for our clients, and now I can show this to them when they walk into my studio. So can you imagine if I show this to them? Now the studio name is for you, right? I could easily take that studio name off and put the client's last name, right? The Joneses. And now I can customize this for them so that we can just drag and drop an image in here and show it to them. So that becomes a really, really powerful stuff. So let me show you this. Where'd Lightroom go? So let's say I wanted to do it for these guys. And I just wanted to take one of their images that maybe we took outside. Okay, I'll just grab this one, export it. And you're going to see, because I don't want to spend a whole lot of time here doing this, so I just literally drag whatever image they want bring it over here into Photoshop. Okay, and you can see I'm just going to drag and drop this. It tells me where to put it. I give up. There we go. World of live demos. All right, I can drag and drop this image, okay, and put it where I want. So you get the gist with this. I apologize, this demo's blowing up on me, but it's template driven, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time. I can just drag and drop an image into this form, and now I create a custom timeline for my client. And that's ultimately what they want. They love seeing this, and you should do the same thing on your site. Swap that image out. How about the image of the month contest ends up on your banner? That's another way to get clients excited. My clients are excited to know that a bunch of people are going to see their favorite image. They get excited about that. It becomes part of their overall experience with our studio. So that being said, what I want you to understand now is if you're clicking the show, so if you go to the top right, click show, you're going to see your admin panel. And there's going to be something called Insights. And so I want you to click on that if you're following along. Click on Insights. Here is what you're looking at. This is powerful, powerful stuff. So let me break this down for you. Total likes. Our business page has roughly 7,000 likes. Okay, that's probably some of you guys and my clients and a host of other people. Here's the powerful stuff here though. Friends of fans. So if you look at this number here, you might be wondering what that means. This is the exponential reach that I have if I make a post. Let's say I post something and you make a comment on it. If you make a comment on it, that post now shows up on your site. Now all your friends see that post. So think about it from a bride perspective. I post an image of my bride. She tags herself in it. When she tags herself in it, that image now shows up on her site. Now all her friends see it. That, by the way, is something not possible on a blog. See, I make the argument that Facebook is replacing our blog. Facebook has now become my blog, so to speak. The only challenge is, of course, it's not branded like my website, like my blog. And that's okay, I just have to live with that. So what's happening now is, though, when I post to my blog, there's a fundamental difference and shift, if you will, in the way social media is being pushed. If you post something to your blog, the client has to go to your blog to see it. Her friends have to go to your blog to see it. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely pros to that. But guess what? The average client doesn't want to do that. If I post it to Facebook, the information is now being pushed out to people. So they see it whether they want to or not because my bride tags herself in it, right? My bride posts that to her own site. That's what that friends of fans means. So that friends of fans stand for my potential reach. So I have the potential reach, it'll probably never happen, of reaching 3.2 million people with any given post. That is monstrous. That is what we have to go after. Now, currently, there's 1,200 people talking about this. All right, so last night I made a post. So we had an interesting conversation on my Facebook page last night. We made a post, and that got people very, very active on my page. And that's cool. I love that kind of stuff, right? Create a little drama. Everybody's talking about things, and people are weighing in, and that was perfect. It entertained me last night, if nothing else. If you were part of that, thanks for being part of the discussion. But so that caused 1,200 people to start talking about things. And the more people are talking about things, okay, of course I'd rather that be around my wedding imagery, but the more people are talking about things, the more active, right, and the more reach you're going to have. Because what Facebook is doing is they have their own algorithm where if you're not very active on Facebook, there's a good chance not everyone is going to see your post when you make it. So you could have 500 friends, but when you post something, not all 500 are seeing it in your newsfeed. And that's because Facebook is making a lot of decisions that we don't know about or how they come to those conclusions. So it's better you stay as active as possible because then Facebook says, oh, it's relevant, therefore I'm going to keep pushing it out.
What about the new thing where you have to pay to promote your posts? Because I've been noticing my reach really falling off.
Right. And your reach is falling off probably because you're not overly active on Facebook. Is that a true statement?
On my company page, yes. But still, when I look at what even... I don't post very... I don't post as differently as I used to. Does that make sense?
As much?
Yeah, well, no, I post about the same, maybe a little bit less, but the numbers that I used to reach with those people have significantly fallen in the last few months.
Right. Your complaint, by the way, is not an uncommon one. We're all suffering from that. And Facebook, you know, tends to just go out there, change their algorithm, change their formula, if you will, and they don't really tell anybody who, what, when, where, or why. It just happens. And that's one of those things now where Facebook, what they're trying to do is they realize me, right? Let's say I'm your friend, and I am your friend because I accepted your friendship. Taylor didn't. So me as your friend, when you post something, okay, Facebook is saying, you know what? Sal's not paying attention to what Lisa's posting. We're going to make a decision for Sal, and we're not going to push that into his newsfeed. And that's what's happening to you. And so Facebook is making decisions, and trust me, I'm not the Facebook expert. I don't work for them. This is what I'm noticing and reading, that they're trying to make decisions based on my preferences, my behavior, if you will, on what I'm clicking on, what I'm engaging in. And an engage is when I'm actually liking one of your posts, commenting on one of your posts. And so Facebook's making those decisions, and that's why that's happening. So the next question is logically, should I pay to promote my post? I say no. Do not pay to promote your post. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the answer. So just try to stay active and see if that increases your reach, and I think you'll find it will. Because if you post images and things people are willing to engage in, right? If you're just posting, this goes back to what we were talking about like on day 1 and day 2, right? I ate Melba toast for breakfast. You know what? Nobody cares. Facebook's going to start pulling that out of your feed. But if you're posting pictures, which is what we should be posting, by the way, of image of the day, image of the month, that is going to start making your friends engage. We understand what engagement means, right? I mean, they're liking it or commenting about it. And the more your friends engage in your post, the more reach it will start to subsequently have. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So stay away from paying for it. I think that's a dangerous recipe for the business. Ladies, we good? I'm going to keep rolling. I'm sure the internet has questions. Bear with me. So I just broke this down. This is what our reach is. And I'm watching my phone. It's sitting in front of me blow up on friend requests right now. Thank you, everybody. I will accept you later. And so what we're doing is that's what all of this means. If you look up here, you'll see across the top, overview, likes, reach, talking about this, check-ins. This is a breakdown of each one of those levels. If you look down here below, you can see each post you have made and what reach that has had. That's also important because that's going to give you metrics on what people are responding to. So this number down here, this is what this means. On 10/21, we made a post. It reached almost 4,000 people. That's a big number. That was a wedding. So that was one of our weddings that we came home and we posted those images to Facebook. Okay? 513 engaged users. Again, powerful. That means people are getting engaged, liking it, commenting on it. And that, I know, are my clients. Because my bride is tagging herself in it. She's sharing that link. People are commenting, oh my God, Susie, you look beautiful. Those are the kind of metrics you want to have. And that's how we're doing it. So then, I go to look at that tag. You can see here, overview. I want to take a better look at the reach. And this might be an aha moment for a lot of you. I can actually tell the metrics of my engaged users. Well, check this out, man. I can look and see across the board, females represent 59.7% of my reach. Well, that should not be surprising. Brides are female most of the time, and that's who I want to have a reach to. In that metric, notice that 27% are 25 to 34 years old. Bingo, that's my average bride. So I'm right in that demographic. Those are the people I'm trying to reach. Same for the males. 16% of the males that are falling into that are, in fact, okay, in that 25 to 34 demographic. That's who I'm going after. Not only that, though, look at this. I can scroll down. Oops, wrong way. I can look down here, and you will see, well, almost 10,000. This is just from October. This is a 30-day window, by the way. So I can narrow this down here by date range. I can look at a week, day, month, whatever I'm looking for in that date range. And then I can also export this data. So if you're into data and metrics, I can now take this data and put it into an Excel spreadsheet. Now, do I do that? No, I don't do that. I like looking at it just right here. So I can see what language they're speaking, what cities they're coming from. Check this out, man. 209, okay, are coming from London, right? What's up, UK? 196, Chicago, LA, Seattle. So I know that this is a medley of people, either friends, family, or of course other photographers. Okay, so you're going to have to look at these metrics for yourself. So questions about the metrics. How are we doing? Metrics only. Just hit me with metrics. Are we blowing up out there? Everybody's like tons of questions or no questions? Everybody's got this figured out.
This is Creative Live, Sal. You know how us Creative Livers roll. Questions? Wow, okay. Just about the metrics specifically?
Yeah, hit me with whatever you want from Facebook. I'm totally cool with it.
Okay.
So a question from Alexa is, are you paying for these metrics or are they free?
No, these are free. That's
Right.
the beautiful part about this. This is actually included in your business page, but on your personal page, you don't have access to these metrics. It has to be a business page. That being said, not only are they free, I believe you have to hit a certain number of fans before the metrics kick in, and I apologize, I don't know the number off the top of my head. I think it's 150 or 250. Anybody know off the top of their head? There is a number you have to hit. It's usually 150 to 250, and the metrics will kick in. It's called Insights, and when you hit that admin panel and it drops down, you should see Insights. If it's not there, it's because you don't have enough fans on your page yet. So now you've got to practice what I'm showing you, which is using, invite your fan base, if you will, or your customer base using the email option. That's a great way to invite them.
Sal, I just looked at my business page, and my last post was December of 2011.
Oh my God, that is horrible. What is going on? I know you're working, you're active. Start posting some stuff, girl.
It's all been personal. It's all
Drop that ball in a big way.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're honest about that, Susan.
I just looked, December 11th, 2011.
That is horrible. You are sending the wrong message, right? And I know you're working on doing some cool new stuff, and you're sending the wrong message to clients because you, just by doing that, and I know you're not alone, a lot of people out there are in the same boat, you're sending the message not only to your clients, but to Facebook in general. There's no reason to like your page because there's nothing there of relevance, right? So we've got to find a way to get you posting relevant stuff, and the key word there is relevant, right? Not I love Melba toast, and get you active again.
I actually have posts on my photography page that people are like, where are you? What happened to you?
On your photography, on your fan page?
On my photography page. People are like, what are you doing?
Yeah, we don't want potential clients seeing where are you, you're AWOL. Yes, that would be bad, Susan.
Okay, I have a question from Dana Lynn 78. Do you think that the demographic is somewhat wrong since the demographics are simply the people that are actually on Facebook?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Do I think the demographics are wrong because they're just people who are on Facebook? I don't think the demographics are wrong if I'm understanding the question correctly, and I apologize if I'm not. They're not wrong because I see where they're going. Naturally, by the very demographic of Facebook, it's a younger trend. I get you. I'm with you. Do I think they're wrong? No. They're indicative of what's going on Facebook. So I get that. I know that this is not indicative of my business on a whole. So they are definitely skewed towards the overall Facebook metric, right? If Facebook has a higher female population on it and it's 30 and under, then of course my demographics are naturally going to be skewed there. But it's still a good way to look at who's engaged with your page, because if you're not on Facebook, then you're definitely not engaged with my page. So clearly these metrics are geared towards the people who are on Facebook and hitting my page. I'm with you.
Okay. So many questions. Florbella asks, do you market yourself to other pages or other business pages or other groups?
I don't particularly market myself towards other groups or other business pages. I tend to try and advertise my page in and of itself. So I want you to make sure that if everything you do, you've got a Facebook link, you've got a Twitter link, all on your website, so people can just click on the Facebook button and go to your page. Don't make it complicated for them to get there. Also know that in the admin section, look right now, all of you who are online, look up at the top URL. Does it say facebook.com/1160259/XYZ hashtag, whatever the hell it says? No, fix that. You can actually get a user-friendly name on Facebook. And I think ours, off the top of my head, is www.facebook.com/salcincotta5 or something like that, or SCP photo. Get a user-friendly name and make it easy for people to find that for you. So, and that, again, that's free. That's in the admin panel. You can do that.
Okay, taking it back to the basics, Busy LB says, is Facebook that essential a tool? I was thinking of reducing my usage of it to concentrate on other social tools, such as my website and Twitter.
Don't get me wrong. Your website, I think, is mission critical for obvious reasons. But man, if you want maximum reach, right? Meaning, if you post an image, think about this, pro con it. If you post an image to your blog, how are people going to know about the image on your blog? They have to just be frequenting your blog. Well, that's not going to happen. Not as often. I know I don't. There's a lot of blogs I used to check out once a week. I don't have time anymore. Now, I'm on my phone all the time, and I'm checking my phone as it's, you know, things are going on in my friends' lives, as they're getting posted. So information on Facebook is being pushed to me. So there's a difference. One way, I've got to come to you to get the information. The other way, it's being pushed to me naturally, organically. And that's what you want. I think Facebook is absolutely imperative for your business. It's where our clients are. And if we want to connect and resonate with that 20-something-year-old bride, this is where they are. It's like bridal shows. Why would I not want to be where there are brides? Why would I not want to be where my clients are? So I think it's imperative that you're here. Guys, I'm just going to give you perspective. My mom, I love you. She's 62 years old. She is on Facebook. And so if my mom is on Facebook at 62, posting and updating and checking into places, I guarantee my clients and their parents are up there as well.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you said this, but people are asking again, what percentage of your business comes from Facebook? And have you gotten new clients just solely based off of Facebook?
I say it's impossible to answer the question in a way where I can say, I'm getting 20% of my referrals from Facebook. I think it comes back to understanding the overall brand. And I don't know if you guys remember back to day one, I was talking a little bit about how companies do Super Bowl commercials. There's no way to truly measure the effectiveness of a Super Bowl campaign. Like, we sold this many more bags of Doritos because we were on the Super Bowl. Same thing with Facebook. I don't know that I can truly attribute 10 new weddings a year because I was on Facebook. There's no way to measure that. But I do know it's part of my overall marketing strategy, right? Because my brides are online. So when I post my bride's wedding on Facebook, all her guests, all her cousins, all her family, friends are seeing the images that I've posted to Facebook. So that has to have an impact that's almost immeasurable.
Okay, I have a question here. This is from MBE from Colorado Springs, Colorado. When using both Facebook and the blog, would you use the same content, i.e. create the blog post and either put a link on your Facebook page or just post the same thing? Or would you try to keep them as separate as possible?
No, actually, I've got a strategy where I post to my blog because I still want to drive people back to my site. There's a strategy there. I need them to come back to my site so that they can see other weddings or high school senior pictures or video that we produce. So I'm definitely trying to drive them back to my site. And so ultimately, I'm trying to get them back there. So what I do is I take my blog URL. Try this at home. Take your blog URL and put that in your status update in Facebook. And what that will do will actually go right out to your blog and pull pictures from your blog into your post. And you have a choice of what picture to showcase. So try it. Take the blog URL, drop it into your status, copy and paste it, and you will see it will automatically go out to your blog, pull in the description of your post. Hi, this is Billy and Sue's wedding. They were a great couple. It'll pull that copy over and pull over the image so you can have that. So I post in one swoop. I'm ending up posting to both, and it makes life easy, and it drives people back to my site.
Thank you.
Awesome. Let's keep going.
Okay.
So the next thing we want to do is create an ad. So if we go back to this slide, you can see in order to build my audience, there's an option there to create an ad. Now, I will tell you that I think Facebook advertising can be both hit and miss. And so you've got, the only answer here is to try it on your own and see how it works for you. I have not had a whole lot of success, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on it, because it is relatively inexpensive to advertise on Facebook. And so you've just got to find the magic formula to do it. So as we come here and I hit create ad, I'm going to get to a screen like this. And I don't know how many of you knew how to do this. It is so stinking easy to create an ad and see some interesting metrics. So I can control the city, the state, the country. It's going to give you an option to choose your audience. Then I'm going to have the ability to choose the age, 22 to no max, right? This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a gender, a female. But this is monstrous. I can now come into the category family status of engaged. So everybody on our Facebook page, we have a status. I'm married, I'm divorced, I'm engaged, I'm single. Well, I'm looking for people who've been engaged, and not necessarily people who've been engaged for a year. I'm looking for people who've been engaged for 6 months or less, right? That's what I'm ultimately looking for. You can see here, expecting parents, newlyweds, baby boomers. There's a whole bunch of statuses that we can opt for. So just in the state of Illinois, and you can see the audience here, it gives you all this amazing demographic data right on the right-hand side. I'm looking for people in the United States who live in Illinois, 22 or older, female, who are engaged 6 months in that category. There's 27,000 brides. 27,000 brides. Why would I not be here? Why would I not want to try and find a way to target them? And you can see, it was almost disastrous, you can see that the suggested bid here is 82 cents to $2. This becomes, again, back to day one, your cost of acquisition. And so is it worth paying $1 to get a new lead for a bride? I think so. I think I'd pay $1 for a lead all day long. And you have control over your bid size. Now, if you're on Facebook, the ads are in the top, in the right corner there, and you'll see these ads pop up. The bid size is important because if you bid 50 cents, your ad's not going to show. Facebook is not going to show an ad that isn't going to generate money for them. So I would bid in a scenario like this, $1 per click. Now, I don't want to bid per impression. That means every time it shows up, you're getting billed, and that's not what I'm looking to do. I only want to pay if they click on it. So your ad may be shown to somebody, your picture may be shown to somebody 1,000 times, 2,000 times, but they may only generate 10 clicks. So you would only pay for the 10 clicks, and in that click, you're driving them to your site or to your Facebook page. And so that, to me, is well worth it. And you have control over that campaign. You can actually set a daily limit so you don't go broke. You can say, I'm only willing to spend $5 a day, $10 a day. So try this, man. What is it? Pay $5 a day, get 5 clicks a day, bid $1, and every market will be different, by the way, and drive that traffic back to your site and see what that conversion rate is. If that starts generating leads for you, dude, $5 a day to start getting 5 leads a day could be monstrous for your business. So definitely give this a try. Questions on ads? Questions on ads? I can only imagine. I'm okay if there's not. We don't have to spend a whole lot of time on this. I just want to encourage you guys to try it.
Of course there are.
Just Love Me Photo Design from Chicago. Is it better to link a Facebook ad to your website or your Facebook page?
I personally would like to link them to my website. I want to drive them back there where I've got more control over the brand. If I drive them to Facebook, there's just always that risk of not necessarily showing them exactly what I want to show them because I'm looking at a Facebook brand and there could be posts on my site. I could be talking about Melba Toast, all those kinds of things. I want to drive them back to the actual brand, the actual site.
All right, Cherished Photo says, from Honolulu, says, wait, I'm confused. I thought you said not to pay for Facebook ads.
I don't know when I said that. So there's...
Promote, not to promote.
Not to promote.
Yes.
I was like, wait, I heard something about that too.
Yeah. There's confusion there. When you make a post on your Facebook page, okay, there's going to be, try updating your status. Be like, I love butterflies. So just create that status on your page. When you create that status, underneath you're going to see an option and it's going to say promote. That's what I'm saying don't do. I don't want you to promote a status. Instead, this has got to do with an ad campaign, just like you would do direct mail or anything else. This is completely different. So just hopefully that makes more sense now. One is just promoting a status update. One is creating a very targeted ad that's not necessarily going towards your friends or fan base, Whereas the promotion is only going to promote to your friends. This will actually go to a whole new customer base, ones that are engaged. So good. Glad that came up.
Want to take a couple more?
Yeah, let's take one more.
Okay, let's see here. Photographics Miami said, I've heard that your competition can get people to click in effort to exhaust your ad. What are your thoughts on that?
That is true, right? That is the risk we run in the pro-con, and that's why you want to limit how many times it's showing up. You know, there are reports of that, things happening, and you just gotta pay attention to that, see what's happening. That's where if you're posting these ads up and you're not getting any leads, that's where I would stop doing it, because people are clearly clicking on it to exhaust your ad and create an expense for you. But, you know, pro-con it, give it a try. Worst case, run a $5, $10 limit every day and invest $50. $50 investment to give a new marketing medium a try. Guys, if you book one wedding off that, $50 investment for the week, if that's not success, I don't know what is. And so your cost of acquisition, if I could get a bride for $50, and think about it, I shoot 50 weddings a year, I will make that, you know, investment all day long. All right, so let's get going here. I'm sure you're going to have Facebook questions. Keep them coming in. I'll try and take them on the break. But get out there, start experimenting with Facebook, and it'll make more sense to you. Don't be afraid of Facebook. I think it's a big part of our business in getting content out there to our brides and staying connected with our client base. That being said, let's talk about SEO. So, search engine optimization. This makes people cringe at the thought of search engine optimization. I read a 500-page book that was somewhat technical to figure out how to get the search engines to rank my site properly. So I'm going to save you from the pain of having to read a 500-page book, and we're going to break it down into some key components that are going to work for you because they've worked for me. So don't tell me they won't work, because they are working. We are on page 1 of Google search results for St. Louis wedding photography. So that being said, it is absolutely huge to be found organically, meaning how are your brides searching for you on Google? We know, right, going back to that first slide on day 1, not the first slide, I'm sorry, that infograph on day 1, we know that 79% of our brides are finding us on the internet, okay? There's nothing to argue about here. Don't argue with me. That's what our brides are telling us they're doing. This came from the Knot, and this came from the Wedding Report. That being said, I've got to be where my brides are. And so I want to be found via St. Louis wedding photographer, St. Louis wedding photography. Those are your keywords. So, Sarah, how do you want to be found? How are your brides? I'm assuming Chicago wedding photography, right? How are you being found?
Seattle wedding photographer.
Is that okay? How are you being found?
St. Petersburg wedding photography.
Is that how it is? Let's talk about St. Petersburg, right? Because that could be ST Petersburg, that could be SAINT Petersburg.
I have every single variation. St. Pete wedding photographer, St. Petersburg, SAINT, abbreviated.
Good.
Yeah.
But you can only rank highly on 1 or 2 of those, right? Because and you'll see why in a second. Are you trending high on any of those right now?
Yeah, I have someone handling my SEO right now.
And is it working?
Yes.
Okay. So hopefully we don't have to have anybody handling it. You can handle it after this. All right? You don't want to handle it.
No, Symphony Marketing is amazing. They do it. I'm done.
You're done. You don't want to be bothered. All right. Lisa, Atlanta. You're new in Atlanta. You're a perfect example, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Atlanta wedding photography, ATL wedding photography?
Atlanta. I tried ATL, and I didn't like it.
You didn't like it. You didn't like what? But
Well,
how are your
the
brides
other-
searching? That's the question.
I believe Atlanta, because I looked at the other ones that were coming up ATL, and it was like really not. It wasn't even where I wanted to be, because it was all like cheapy stuff.
Yeah. But I don't like the fact that you just said you believe. That's a problem. I need you to know, okay? And how do you know? How would we know, any of us, how do we know how they're searching?
Metrics?
Just ask our brides. I asked my brides, just hypothetically, can I ask you guys a question? Every consult I went to when I was trying to figure this out, I said, how are you searching on Google for photography, if you don't mind me asking? And my brides were giving me that feedback. So once again, you don't have to take my word for it. I'm asking my brides firsthand, how would you search? And now in St. Louis, we're with the same challenge. Is it ST or SAINT? Well, I didn't have to guess I'm positive because I asked my brides and they told me it's ST Lewis that they would search. The other option in St. Louis was STL wedding photography. Okay, so, but when I was polling people, St. Louis wedding photography was what was coming up more than not. So keep that in mind. These are your key words. This is how you want to be found. Well, 6 months ago, probably 7 or 8 months ago at this point, we were on page 10. So if you went and Googled St. Louis wedding photography, we were on page 10. Basically, non-existent. No one was finding us. Well, today, we're page 1. We get 5 to 10 requests per week, okay, just based on our SEO ranking. That's not 5 to 10 bookings a week, it's 5 to 10 requests per week. I'm okay with that. Maybe one of those every week, one of those every 2 weeks turns into an actual meeting. Remember the metrics I told you. When I get to that meeting, 90–95% of the time, I'm closing the deal right then and there. So I'm okay with that fall off. I want to get you in my studio because those people who book me or who contact me, not my bride. I'm okay if they don't book me once that email goes out to them. All right, so today we're on page 1. It's all about keywords. Keywords are those words, St. Louis wedding photography, that I want to be found by. So at home, all right, if you're taking notes, what are your keywords? If you know what your keywords are, you're ahead of the game. If you don't panic. Just ask brides in your consultation. Just say to somebody, hey, just hypothetically, if you were looking for a photographer, right? Don't cue it up. Don't say if you were looking for a wedding photographer. Let them, I guess we have to have some context. They're looking for a wedding photographer. But just ask them how they would search. I want you to be as kind of coy as possible because I don't want you to pollute their mind and then they start feeding you the keywords that they think you want to hear. But it's very important you figure out what those keywords are. I want you to be very specific in your keywords. You've got to be careful. If you oversaturate your keywords, meaning St. Louis wedding photography, St. Louis wedding photographer, STL wedding photography, STL wedding photographer, you're going to run into some trouble because you can only rank high on a handful of those keywords. So don't confuse the matter. We use blog posts and WordPress. Google loves WordPress. If you're running a Flash-based site, you're going to struggle. There's no doubt about it because even if the Flash-based site has metadata, meta description, meta tags, it will never rank as well as a WordPress blog-based site. So I want to jump out and show you, okay, my site. And this is my site. So we're going to our site. And what you're seeing here, let's make this full. What you're seeing here is an actual, this is the front end to a WordPress site. So this isn't a Flash-based site. It's a dynamic site that updates automatically. So every time I make a new blog post, stuff is showing up here. Okay, you can go to my site, cincotta5.com. I don't need to showcase that. Here's the important part, guys. As you scroll down below the fold, so this is what you would see if you go to my site. This is where my clients are going to engage. But if you scroll down below the fold, and I'm going to zoom in here for you, you will see keywords galore. St. Louis wedding photography by St. Louis wedding photographer Salvatore Cincotta. Salvatore Cincotta photography is anything but your average St. Louis wedding photographer. Each wedding is treated with care and creativity not found with other St. Louis wedding photography studios. Your wedding day is carefully crafted to offer one-of-a-kind, unique photography in the St. Louis area. This is St. Louis wedding photography at its best. And it goes on and on and on. St. Louis wedding photography, St. Louis wedding photographer. I am slamming my keywords down Google's throat. However, some key things to keep in mind. I can't just write a million times St. Louis wedding photography, Seattle wedding photography. Google will blacklist you because they know you're trying to work the system. This is an intelligent paragraph, sentences that are being put together here. Did you know that Google is ranking, okay, your sentence structure? It does. So it's paying attention to your paragraph, your sentence. So if you just try and throw a bunch of keywords out there, Google is going to ignore them. So this becomes very, very important. This is on our main page. Does this make sense? No programming whatsoever. So this becomes very, very important. Step number 2, okay, is looking at every blog post. My keywords are also in the blog post. So if we zoom in here, notice under engagements and weddings, okay, I could have easily just had the Fraley wedding. But I don't. I want my keywords as part of the link because Google will rank higher if your keywords are in a link. They love that stuff. Okay, so here, right, we have Fraley St. Louis Wedding Photography. So if we click on this, now we're going into my blog. Let me zoom out here a little bit. And you can see this is what's known as a header tag. And so your header tag, just like when you were in school or college, right, whatever you were doing, you submit a paper. You would make bold what's important, right? You're basically telling the reader, hey, this bold part, that's what's coming next. This is important. Same concept for SEO. It's called a header tag, H1. So just write that down. You don't have to be a programmer. When you're making a blog post, you're going to have the ability to highlight something and say, this is a header tag, and it will automatically make it bold. So now my keyword is in the header tag. Also notice I've got my vendors listed. Name, date. I don't want to just post images here. Right? As much as we're visual, I don't want to just post imagery. I'm now posting some copy here. And notice where I highlight my vendors, instead of just listing, okay, who the photographers were, I'm highlighting who the St. Louis wedding photographers were. Sal Cincotta and Gage Williams. And so these are how I'm highlighting all of this stuff. Also, I've got, once again, another tag listing St. Louis Wedding Photography. And as we scroll down, okay, I'm also taking this a step further. If I go to save this image, notice the image name has got my keyword in it. Google doesn't know what an image is. So why name my image the obligatory image number coming off my camera, right? DX1259.jpg. Useless to Google. Means nothing to them. So right out of Lightroom, okay, you can export. So go to your export screen in Lightroom. Again, everybody, no programming happening here whatsoever. Right out of Lightroom, when I export my images, I can say add custom text to the image when I export it. Well, the custom text I'm adding are my keywords. St. Louis _ wedding _ photographer. So now every image on that page has my keyword there yet again. This is powerful, powerful stuff. No programming whatsoever. Let's take it a step further. But wait, there's more, right? Here's the other thing I watch everybody do. Look up here at my URL. If on your blog, on your URL, it is www.salcincottasuziejones.com/May/2012/6/gobbledygook. Okay? You know what that problem is? It's called permalinks. This is a setting inside your blog. It is a checkbox. Checkbox permalinks. You do not want all those digits. That is useless to you. Google doesn't pay attention to that. They want to see your keywords in the link. So when you turn on permalinks, you are telling Google, use my header tag, the part I made bold, in the link. So now you're seeing Fraley St. Louis Wedding Photography. So now my keywords are in the link, they're in the post, they're in the image, they are everywhere. This is how we went from page 10, okay, to page 1. That simple, no programming required. This is powerful, powerful stuff, guys. Ladies, questions?
First of all, adding the keywords to the metadata for the pictures just completely blew my mind. I wouldn't even think about it, and right there.
Renaming the image, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that can be part of your Lightroom workflow when you export those images for your blog. And it's just a simple, create a preset called blog post, and you don't have to retype it every time. You just say, add this custom text.
I do have a question as far as the paragraph that's on the home page. Do you keep that on the home page, or could you put that like in the About Us, or like where do you suggest having that on the website?
I put that has to be on your home page because we want to drive traffic there. But you could also add that to the bottom of each post. So I would create a separate paragraph for the bottom of each post. So let's see, I think I may have done this with this post. I did. So at the bottom of this post, okay, we'll let this load. But as this is loading, I created a paragraph here. You can see this is how I ended the post. Enjoy this St. Louis wedding photography provided by Salvatore Cincotta Photography, offering St. Louis wedding photography in the St. Louis metro area. And I have this. This is a template. I copy and paste when I make my blog post. So I'm, again, injecting real paragraphs into this. And then look, it has service information. Salvatore Cincotta Photography offers St. Louis wedding photography coverage in the St. Louis metro area, including but not limited to Belleville, Illinois, St. Louis, Missouri. So just adding a whole bunch of more keywords to ensure this post is getting picked up. So very, very powerful. Yeah.
So I do this, but not in detail as much as you, but I have been working on that. Do you recommend going back with old posts and updating that, or just going forward?
Great question. I would say at this point, depends on how busy you are. I'm super busy, so I have a lot of activity going on. I don't go back. I don't need to. But if you're not that busy, then yes, I do want you to go back and revisit those posts and tweak them so that you can immediately start ranking well. One more trick for you, okay? First of all, check this out. At the very bottom here, and I'll zoom in for you. Again, I'm going to highlight, no programming required. At the very bottom here, notice, learn more about St. Louis wedding photography. My keywords are in a link here. That is very important. Google loves to see keywords in the link. When I click on that, it will actually take me to this page on my site, hidden, about St. Louis wedding photography. So I wrote a legit article about St. Louis wedding photography. And what this is, when you get to this page, okay, this page right here that I'm showing you, and notice the URL, Sal Cincotta Information St. Louis Wedding Photographer. This page I'm showing you is ranking higher on Google than my actual salcincotta.com. That is how it should have been, because this page is slammed with keywords. Here's why. St. Louis Wedding Photographer. St. Louis Wedding Photographer, Salvatore Cincotta offers St. Louis brides the very best in St. Louis wedding photography. Are you getting married in St. Louis? Who will be your St. Louis wedding photographer? I mean, it's almost comical, right? Anybody who actually reads this would be like, what is wrong with this guy? Does he not know where he lives? But Google is not a human being. So Google, I have to slam this with keywords. And this is, here's a list of some of the things you should consider when looking for a St. Louis wedding photographer. Personality, price, wedding albums, coverage. That is where we are creating a legit article, and we own stlouisweddingphotography.com. So how many of you out there in your respective markets, I guarantee you, Lisa, because I did this when I was on tour, you could probably buy atlantaweddingphotography.com or some variant thereof. It doesn't matter what it is, atl-wedding-photography.com. Buy your keywords in a URL. For those of you out there, if you do not do this over the lunch break, you are not paying attention. Buy your keywords in the URL. Why are you laughing?
Do it like right now, because everybody watching in Atlanta is
Everyone
like
in Atlanta is going to buy. I will help you on the break find the right balance. You've got to buy this now. Build this site here. If I flip back to this, bring the screen back up, guys. If you look at this screen, build an Atlanta wedding photography resource site. Tell brides what they need to know. This page will rank higher. Why does that matter? Because once this page ranks highly, Google is going to trust this page. Google's going to go, I trust this page, therefore anything linked to it, I will trust as well. So at the bottom of this page, you can say, to hire an Atlanta-based wedding photographer, click here. And it drives them right to your main site. Your site will immediately rank higher just because of that. So I know that I slammed you guys with information on SEO. Watch it again and again and again, and you will be able to do this because I'm telling you, this is all I did to go from page 10 to page 1. But get off your butts and buy that URL so that you own it. And don't tell me it's not available, because I've been in multiple cities across the U.S. and tested this. There is some variant thereof that will be available. So it can be with a dash in it, whatever the case may be. So over to you ladies.
Questions. This is from Belinda Olson, who would like to know, and I'm sure a lot of you out there are wondering, Sal, do you suggest people rework their blogs after getting this information from you and image names to work on SEO, or do you recommend that they just do this going forward?
Yeah, that was some of the questions we were getting. Yes, if you're not as busy, like again, we have 400 photo shoots a year, which we don't post every photo shoot to. We do mostly our weddings, but we're very active. I can kind of do things moving forward. If you're not as busy as we are, yes, go back, make it retroactive, start working on those older posts, and you will watch, slowly but surely, you will rise in the rankings. And there's a tool to help you. If you're on a WordPress site, there's a tool called Yoast, Y-O-A-S-T. It is a free plugin for WordPress. It will cost you $0. WordPress plugin called Yoast, Y-O-A-S-T. And what I love about this tool, I'm not going to get into this tool, is you can red light, green light it, okay, and have it, it will tell you, based on what you've entered, no programming, based on what you've entered, it'll stay red light, meaning Google's not going to rank this page. If it turns green light on you, that means you've done everything you need to do, and it will tell you, you don't have enough words on this post, your pictures are named incorrectly, your keywords aren't correct, and so it makes it super, super simple to do that. So, Yoast, get it.
All right, Sal, we have got to go to the lunch
Action-packed,
break.
man. Always to the wire.
You are taking us to the very limit.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Folks, we're going to take an hour lunch break. What are we going to do when we come back?
When we come back, we are coming back to Taylor in the post-wedding sales process. And I know you guys had tons of questions out there about, I don't get it, why am I doing, they hired us for the wedding, why are they spending money after the wedding? Because we need them to spend more money after the wedding. That should never be a bad thing. And you will see how we run that sales process beginning to end. And you know, you're going to see a legit sales process. So we're having Lynn and Chris come in and go through this with us. And then in the afternoon, we are going to cover some album design in the segment and how we capture images for the albums, all that other good stuff. And of course, the winner will be announced for the 3 days with me. So be ready.
All right, so speaking of the 3 days with me, I just heard from our producer Amanda that people are still trying to enter the contest. And so just so you know, that the entries are done.
Oh,
you cannot enter the contest.
Done.
However, there's the other contest that you can still enter. So go back to the blog and look at the studio makeover.
That's right. So if you missed this, because 12 was the deadline and we had a hard stop, right? Just like our sales and discounts, we're going to stick with them. So we cut you off at noon. But there is the second contest, which the deadline is November 18th, and that is for a $15,000 studio makeover. And part of that contest, you get 10 hours of consulting with me anyway. So we'll still work one-on-one with you and everything else we're doing. So if you didn't get to this contest, enter the next one, the $15,000 studio makeover. Don't wait. And I'm excited to pick our winner for sure.
So exciting. Speaking of excitement, like this day is off the hook. This week has been off the hook. Thank you to those of us who have been with us all week. There are still so many people in the chat room asking so many questions, and we just love to see that interaction.
Yeah, stay in the chat room, guys. We're trying to get to all your questions, and thank you for all your love and support through all this, and I'm so happy to hear. I love when I'm getting those emails and Facebook messages where I hear about how we're changing people's lives.
It pumps you up. It pumps us all up.
That's why I'm doing this, man.
All right, so there's still more. Over break, we are playing another one of the audience choice rewatch sections from earlier in the week. It just doesn't stop. We're going to be playing the packages segment from day one.
It's a good segment.
So after the commercials, then that segment will start during our 1 hour lunch break. I also wanted to let people know about what is happening next week here at Creative Live. Next Wednesday and Thursday, best-selling author, New York Times best-selling author Tim Ferriss is coming to Creative Live with a very special workshop. It is called The 4-Hour Life, Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise. Tim has written several books, The 4-Hour Workweek, The 4-Hour Body, and now is releasing The 4-Hour Chef, and he's going to be incorporating a number of those things into this workshop. Wednesday and Thursday, he has a ton of guests. On the homepage at Creative Live, you'll see the posting for it. Go and sign up for this class. Tim has never put anything out there like this in terms of a live event online for everyone, so we're incredibly honored that he is coming to Creative Live.
I need a 4-hour work week. I'm like on the 90-hour work week. Yeah.
Have you read that book?
I have not read that book.
Okay, get on that.
I'm going to get on
it. Is
I've got 1,900 emails now.
I know.
So I'm trying to figure out how I read 1,900 emails in 4 hours. So
I'm reading it right now, and it is just off the hook. It's incredible. Incredible.
So, Sal.
Yes.
Just got news. We are making some Creative Live history.
Are we?
Today, yes. This course right now, everyone, we just got word, it is the #2 most sold workshop that has been purchased during the live event. So more people have purchased this workshop.
That's awesome.
Than ever in the history of Creative Live, other than one other workshop.
That just goes to show you, man, if you put quality, I think, material out there, people are going to use it, they're going to run their business, and they're going to see the value for it. You know, I mean, the truth is, and I'm not trying to sell it to anybody who's not there yet, but at $149 to get all this information, I think personally it's priceless, and that was my goal coming in, is to create something for people where they saw value in it. So thank you to everyone for making this the second most successful course. But I'm not going to lie, I want #1. So get out there, man. Let's make this happen. I want to make history.
Yeah, are you guys going to join the club? Or honestly, I just feel like if you at all at home are feeling overwhelmed by the amount of information that you have been getting in the last 4 days, that there's a reason why you're feeling overwhelmed. I think it's because there's so much quality information that Sal and Taylor have packed into this workshop that you don't have to feel overwhelmed, because you can purchase the course for $149 and have comfort and feel relaxed in knowing that you have this course indefinitely for whenever you need it. So $149, that deal is running out, everyone. You have just a few more hours to save money, so purchase it right now. Right, Kenna?
That's right.
All right, we'll see you guys back here in 1 hour.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are heading into, gosh, the last half of the last day with Mr. Sal and Taylor Cincotta here at our wedding photography boot camp. Before we do that, we are going to give away a prize. What have we got?
Oh, a prize. We are giving away the Signature Collection albums, a $400 credit.
It's for these bad boys right here.
Show them, Sal.
You want to differentiate yourself from the competition? You've got to get albums like this that really do stand out from the crowd. This is something cool. We're making custom leather sleeves that match the actual album. So they are custom made, hand stitched by our seamstress in St. Louis. So very cool accent, I think, for your business. So go get them. Who's the winner?
So many people notice those cases and just love that extra added.
Yeah, and I don't know if a lot of people realize these aren't pre-made and they're not lined. There's other leather cases out there, and I wish you guys could see, touch, feel this, but this isn't lined with silk. This is actually lined with leather all the way through, and the leather matches your album. So you are custom designing this for your clients. It truly becomes a one-of-a-kind piece for them. So these aren't pre-made. They're made to actually fit your album.
So very cool. Okay, and the winner is Kristen Hornberger. Yay, Kristen. Her quote was, "Be your CEO. You could spend hours and hours doing the editing and lots on one image, but I don't want to do that. You need to be focusing on building your business and your brand."
Yes.
True.
Preaching to the choir, man.
Yeah, preaching to the choir. Congratulations to Kristen. Thank you to Signature Collection Albums.
Yes.
And I think you guys can take it away.
Yeah, we can. Well, before we get started here, I wanted to thank all 4 of you, and of course Darlene. She had to leave early. But I want to thank all of you for being here and being part of this, and kind of like being a little experiment for me, because I want you guys to walk off and be successful. So what I have for you is our wedding kit on zip drive. So these are for you. These are all our templates, our email templates, our communication packages, our presets. This is pretty much everything we do and everything we have to offer. I want to give one of these to each one of you. All right, so you're welcome. I love you guys. Thank you for being part of this. All right. Oh, you can cry. It's all right. That's from Taylor and I, and we love you guys, and we want you guys to walk out of here and be successful. So thank you for being part of this journey with us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, you ready?
Ready.
All right, so guys, we are running out of time. I'm going to miss all you guys. I feel like this is like my my home away from home. Yeah, this is our life now. It's on set all the time. Right, we have photographed the wedding. Let's kind of take you through this. We have photographed the wedding. We have sent them pricing and that email to the client, and now this is their appointment that they're getting ready to come into our studio.
About 2 weeks or more after the wedding.
That is correct. So 2 weeks later, they're coming into the studio to see their pictures, and you know, what's the goal here, right? And that's the part you've got to understand. This is an opportunity to have a sale. You've got to have a goal when you step into the sales room. You cannot step into your sales room and just hope they buy something. You need to create that environment for the sale. So in the spirit of that, what's the mood like when they come into our studio?
Well, first of all, this is the hardest sale to get. So do your homework on this. I would recommend reading over their notes from their wedding, look at what they bought from their engagement, try and think of any objections they had during their engagement, sales session if they wanted, certain sizes. Did they buy canvas? Because if they did buy canvas, you might be able to push canvas to try and balance their engagement pictures. So definitely do your homework and encourage them to bring family members. So the more people that are there, the better the sale gets, because they get sucked into the pictures as well, and they start encouraging each other to buy things because they're all so happy. So it's kind of infectious. The mood is the same as if they would come for the engagement session, just there's more people, more family ends up coming. So we'll have the lights dimmed at the studio, scented candles going, John Mayer playing softly in the background, that type of setting. So as soon as they walk in, I want them to feel relaxed and at home.
All right, and let's talk about that for a second. You lose everything you're talking about if we just post those images online.
Yeah.
Right, so we can't do that. And I want to rewind in our own business for everyone out there who's watching. Back in 2008, we did not have a studio.
Right.
We were posting online, and our sales averages post-wedding were almost non-existent.
Yeah.
And the switch went off for us. We brought them in our home at the time, and I'm not, look, I know we all have different home situations that we live in, but where there's a will, there's a way. Look for a business incubator. Look for shared commercial space.
Don't go to their home, because there's going to be all sorts of distractions that you have no control over, whether it's the dog, the kids, the phone, anything with noise or interruptions like that are going to detract from the sale, because you aren't able to create an environment.
And we're going to bring them into our studio, and we're going to have, champagne, wine?
Yeah, normally I would have champagne already poured. So in the email that Sal showed you, it asked them to let me know how many people are going to be with them. That way, if there are going to be like 14 people, I can set up bar stools behind the couches so that there's like theater seating, and I'll have champagne for everyone, and it'll already be poured when they walk in the door, because I don't want them to even say, no, I don't want champagne. You get champagne. You have no choice.
It's a celebration.
Alcohol helps sales. I'm just going to say it. It helps sales.
There you go. Forget everything I've taught you for 5 days. Taylor's Sales Strategy 101.
Get them drunk.
Get them drunk. Yes.
No, I'm not condoning that. Let's just be clear.
So, at the end of the day, right, we want to create this environment, candles, everything. We want to control the mood, and we can't do that online. And what's on the screen when they walk in typically?
Yeah, so anytime a client comes in to view their images at the studio, sitting on the screen will be one of our favorite images that we know we're going to try and sell big. And those are going to be like the signature edits that we get back from Evolve, where they do a ton of work to it, turn on lights where there were no lights on, stuff like that, that really blows them away. It has to be an impactful image. And so we'll just bring that full screen in Lightroom and do lights out so that it's all black around it, and just have that sitting there. Don't even point it out, so that when they start walking into the studio to get comfortable, they finally notice the image and they're, oh my God, that's us. That looks amazing. And they get so excited to see the rest of the picture, so that immediately sets the tone for the rest of the night.
And for Lynn and Chris, that image, in my opinion, would be the Space Needle shot that we showed earlier. That would be one of those, impact shots that we would have on the screen, because we know for a fact they didn't see that the night, even on the slideshow, because I didn't have time to do that. So this would be a new image to them that they haven't seen, and it would get them excited. What else, right? So we're talking about we're gonna come in, we're gonna talk to them about their honeymoon. So when they get to your studio, don't immediately start going into a sales session. Remember, you have been with these people in many cases for a year or longer. There should have been a rapport, a relationship developed over that time. When they come into your studio, have a normal conversation with them. We talk to our clients. How's the honeymoon? Where'd you guys go? What'd you do? Oh, well, and remember, they should have gotten your thank you card in the mail that we talked about. And now when they come in, they're like, oh, we went to Mexico. We went to wherever they went on their honeymoon. You got any pictures? We'll look at their pictures from their honeymoon.
Yeah, we might talk for 15 or 20 minutes, just drinking champagne and hanging out, talking with the parents, with everyone, and just enjoying ourselves. And they love that. They love that we're really investing time and we care about them. We're not just there to get them to try and buy stuff.
Right, and it's not fake, by the way.
No.
I think that's key. If it's one thing you guys have been, I think, especially you four, have been kind of behind the scenes with us for the last 5 days here, is we're pretty genuine people. I mean, we are genuinely interested in people. We love getting to know people, hearing their stories. So it's not really a stretch for us to sit there and have a conversation with our bride and groom after we just shared one of the most memorable parts of their life, so far. So we have those conversations with them, and again, it just builds towards that trusted advisor.
Well, and people see this experience as a treat at that point because they've come through for the engagement sale, and once they've been through that experience and, you know, we have beer together, we laugh, we pick out pictures, they have fun, they love the imagery, they look forward to it. So it's not something they you know, don't want to do or they're trying to put it off.
They're excited.
They're really excited because they know they're going to love the pictures, they're excited to see the pictures, they know we're going to have fun just relaxing with them, so they look forward to it. They can't wait for it, and they thank us for that experience. So I can't stress enough the experience, the experience. So find whatever brand you love, whether it's Louis Vuitton or Mercedes-Benz, and pay attention to the things that they do for their customers. And go and try and get that experience. Even if you're just walking into the store, don't buy anything. Pay attention to how it makes you feel to be in there and the way people treat you.
But it's always more fun when you buy stuff.
It's definitely more fun.
So, spec prints. This, you know, the internet may be asking questions like this, but we do this from time to time. I get asked all the time, what are your thoughts on a spec print? For the right client, if we know from the engagement session that we've had the right experience with them, I will pre-print on a fine art piece of paper, matted in a 16 by 24 mat, sitting out on an easel. I will pick my favorite image from them and have that out there on display as an upsell opportunity. And that is extremely important because your investment there, the 16 by 24 matting is about $10 at any frame matting store, Michael's, anything like that. The spec print on art paper, maybe another $10. And the truth is, even if they don't buy it, your worst case, you're out $10. But it does offer you a great opportunity to pull them through. And we do this with our clients from time to time. Look, I know you're looking at this package. Just to let you know, if I get you into this top-level package, I'll let you take this home for free.
That's a case-by-case basis. So don't try and do that on every client, I think, because some can see that as too much of a push. So make sure it's the right client when you do it.
And it's how you pitch it.
Yeah,
right?
It's definitely how you pitch it.
Because we're pretty clear. We're like, guys, we love this print. We want it to be a sample in our studio, so we just printed this up today, and we're excited about it. And then we just kind of leave it there, and we get a feel for them. If it's something they're interested in, we'll send them home with that night as a bonus for buying into a certain level package. So that can be a great, great upsell for your business. Strategy. What are the main goals? What are we trying to sell post-wedding, right? Post-engagement, well, let's go back even before then. The initial consult, what are we trying to do? Book them, right? I want them to book a wedding package. That's the goal. Engagement session, I'm trying to sell them save the dates, an engagement guest book, an engagement album, and then, of course, a large print. Well, post-wedding, I've got to have a different sales strategy here. I want to sell large prints, of course. I want to upgrade the album. So maybe they were in our middle wedding package, meaning they got one of our smaller albums. Now I want to pull them up into the bigger album. I'm not going to give up on them.
Yeah, don't give up. That's exactly what I was going to say, because everyone loves those big books, but they may not have been able to afford it at the time of the wedding. They might have gotten a ton of cash as gift from the wedding, and they still want the book. That doesn't change, but circumstances change. So if you couldn't sell it before, you can really sell it now.
Right, because when you were showing them the initial book, they hadn't seen their images yet.
Right.
Now, like you said, circumstances change, but most importantly, the circumstances that have changed are, one, their entire wedding has been paid for. Yeah. Money spent is money forgotten. Yes. And now dad and mom are sitting here in the room with them.
Yeah, especially if mom and dad are there, they feel compelled, like, oh, if you want it, just get it, just get it. It's our gift.
Or like, we'll go in half with you, or something like that. So it's good to don't give up on trying to upsell that. Of course, thank you cards, and then we want to add extra pages to the album. That is always the goal. 75, 85% of our clients add extra pages to the album, and they do this without any real hardcore selling from us because of the way we run our album process, which I'm going to cover later in the next segment. So with that being said, what I'd like to do is bring up our pricing now so that we can revisit this.
And there's two different sets of pricing put together. One based on if they initially booked the middle package, which is our platinum package, and then another set if they booked our black label, our top package. So, of course, we don't want to offer an upgrade to a Sicilian Series album if they already have that album, obviously. So we created two sets of pricing for each scenario.
Right, so just to reiterate, one from the platinum package, right, they bought pre-wedding platinum, okay, so we have to have one set of options for them, or they purchased pre-wedding the black label, we have to have another set of options for them. And it just goes back to what I've been saying all along. These are living documents. they should in fact change. So it does you no good, and for those of you who've purchased the course, you're getting all our pricing, but it does you no good to just copy my pricing if you don't understand the framework. I think that's the key there. So are we able to get that up? There we go. So walk us through this, Taylor.
Yeah, so the Black Label, this set of pricing is based on if they initially booked the middle, the Platinum package. So in our Black Label package here, our Black Label post-wedding packages, it upgrades them to the larger book. So if they booked us initially in the Platinum, they would have this album here, which is a 10 by 10. And so now these sets of packages offer to upgrade them to the bigger books here.
To the big guys, right? Which is where they want to be.
Right.
Pre-wedding, they wanted to be here, right? But it's budgetary concerns that kept them from getting here. Well, now I'm giving them yet another opportunity to get there, and more than likely they're going to take advantage of that.
And now we're bundling it with other stuff, making it even more compelling. So it not only upgrades them to that album, it gives them 10 additional pages. So normally they would have 30. If they went with that package now, they would have 40 instead of 30. And we're pointing out the advantages to that. Obviously, you get to put more images in the book, but it also gives us room to go bigger across 2 pages where there's a statement image.
Right.
So,
Walk us through the mindset. You know, no one really asked about this even online, and I was surprised. The additional discounts. What's the mindset there? What does that even mean, additional discounts?
So the additional discounts with each package is if they want to add something on top of what they get in the package, we're offering discounts to them. And the reason we do that is because we don't want them to stop spending at the package. We want to encourage them to keep spending because the discounts are so good. So especially if family's there, they might add on another wall portrait, another canvas. They might add on a parent album. Or if any family orders gift sizes, which are 8 by 10s and smaller, they get them for $10 or $15 each. So that really encourages additional sales later on too.
And I do want to jump in on this. You know, notice it says, if you guys at home are seeing that, the Add Parent album, and I covered this on day one for $9.99. It is an identical copy of the parent album. Now, I'm not going to lie, this particular album could end up costing you $500, $600. So you might be thinking, wait a minute, you're going to sell that for $1,000 now? Yes, I am, because I'm making an additional $400 or $500 just by hitting the number 2, right? So quantity, 2. I just made 400 extra bucks. So I'm okay with that. I'm making it very, very compelling for mom to add on this album. And notice that Add Parent album for $9.99 does not exist in the Platinum. So if mom wanted a parent album in the Platinum package, she'd be paying a couple of $1,000s to get this. Well, that's ridiculous, right? Instead, she can take that same couple of $1,000s and get all that additional stuff that's in the Black Label. That's where having your a la carte pricing together really, really matters. If your a la carte pricing is wrong, money's like water, it will follow the path of least resistance. And so that's what's going on there with the parent albums. It is an identical copy, same size, shape, everything. Now, I will have parents who go, I want the same album, same aspect ratio, but I don't want the same size. This is too big for me. Not a problem, Mom. It'll be the same $9.99, but then it's going to just be the smaller size because it's so discounted, we can't make it any cheaper for you. Also, the parent albums are no longer in the initial package. Why?
Right. Well, we used to include parent albums when they initially booked us in those packages because we thought that's what everyone wanted. But every time we met with a couple to potentially book them, they would always pull out the parent albums and just try and swap them for other stuff.
Because the kids are paying for their wedding.
Right,
now.
the kids are paying for it, and so they would always want to take it out. So that's why we don't include it in the initial packaging, which when we don't do that, now we have the opportunity to get that sale afterwards, which is a hard sale to get.
That's right. This is a tough sale, but it doesn't have to be that tough. It's by offering compelling products and compelling pricing that you're going to get that sale. And, of course, the key is bringing them in to the studio. Now let's switch and bring up the next pricing sheet. This particular pricing sheet, tell us a little bit about this one.
So this is based on if they initially booked us for our top package, our Black Label package.
Pre-wedding.
Pre-wedding. So they already have the big book, so we can't upgrade to a larger book. What we can do is add more pages. So here it includes 20 additional pages. So now they would have 50 pages instead of 30. And clients that spent Black Label with their wedding initially, they're going to have a lot of great images. Those are most of the time higher-end weddings, or they obviously cared about photography a lot, so we more than likely got a lot of great images on that day, which lends itself to more pages in the album, so that kind of goes hand in hand. And then obviously acrylics, canvases, gift sizes, and that sort of thing as well. Now, with both of these sets of packages, the top package always includes album upgrades, and then The bottom package, the platinum one here, is just prints. So that's how we're differentiating the two packages really. One includes canvases, acrylics, album upgrades. The lower package just comes with prints. So if they don't want an album upgrade, we have a package that fits that option if you just want prints. So
but the pull through to get them from that base package to the top one is one is just prints, and then one is more of those higher end products. And those acrylics right now are hot, man. Our clients are loving them, especially the framed acrylic option. When we're putting those in front of clients, they're absolutely loving it.
It makes it so easy to sell when you have good products like that, because they sell themselves. They see it on the wall and they want it because they've never seen anything like it, and it looks so amazing. So it's not just a framed print. When they see those acrylics up there, they're just blown away, which for me makes the selling so easy. I don't even have to sell.
This, and this, mind you, everybody out there, this is happening, and they have their CD of digital negatives.
Right, so we're giving them that CD that night whenever they come in the door, and we're still able to get sales here.
Right, because they have never seen anything like this.
Right, they know they don't have access to these types of products and these, you know, the special edits that we've put on the images, that they can only get that through us.
And that's the key. If you don't offer those one-of-a-kind products, and I know I'm beating people over the head having this conversation about one-of-a-kind products, because we are living in this world right now of sameness, of everyone's a photographer. So the question is, you know, if you're not buying what I'm saying about products, then you're going to have to tell me out there, what are you doing to differentiate yourself? What is your X factor? What, you got a better camera than I have? Like, what is the differentiation between you and every other studio? And for us, we have built our business on a couple of core principles. One is service, of course, but the second part to that is quality products. If you don't have quality products, how much can you charge?
Right, because the client's going to see it as, well, I can
CD.
get this at Shutterfly or wherever.
I can get this anywhere.
This, they can't say that. They've never seen it before, and so the cost is justified.
That makes sense. And next year, we got to come up with something new. And the year after, something new. Innovate or die. That's the only way to do it. So, with that being said, let's take a few questions, and then I'm going to step out of here and let you run your sales process, because this is my no-fly zone. I got to stay out of here.
Stay out.
Ladies, we have questions. We good here? Internet?
Excuse me. Can we start with an easy one? Easy question. This is from Chel's Photo. Do you tell clients you're using their work for your portfolio, or is that in the contract? And you don't
It's in our contract.
That's
the good news is, if you got the course, you're getting the contract. In the contract, it says clearly, Salvatore Cincotta Photography retains all rights, copyright use of the images. You know what, guys? I am going to do one other thing. Somebody's going to have to make a mental note. Alyssa, please make a mental note. If you're listening, for everybody who purchased the course, not only am I going to give you our contract, but hell, I'm going to give you our copyright release forms for the clients, because that is another missing link. You cannot just give your clients a CD of images and think that's okay. You can also not give them just a complete copyright release of the images. They get a limited copyright release. You control the images and where they're going. Why? Because I don't want my images showing up
on the vendor websites, unedited, without our logo, without photo credit.
Exactly. We want to control when, where, how these images are being used. So that copyright release is very, very important to your business.
And we have them sign one for engagement and for weddings. So anytime they get negatives, they have to sign a copyright release.
Right. Do not just give them the CD of images. That is the worst thing you can do for your business. And in addition, don't just go download some generic copyright release form. That also won't work, and I know you're guilty of doing it. This is one that is put together specifically for us and our business. So we'll do that as well. So let's take some questions.
Okay, another question about your album itself from Nelson from Texas, Nelson from Fort Hood. Are the albums predominantly one image per page, or do clients have the option to customize and add 2 images per page, for example?
So the designs that we use, some will be one page, just like this. So with their statement images, we like to go with one page, and that's another way we're able to get additional pages, for them to purchase additional pages, because we like to do spreads like this, where it's a statement image. And then other pages, it will be a collage of images. That's our call. So whenever they book with us, they see this in our designs, and so that's exactly how we design the book. Now ultimately the client does get to review the design and make changes to it before we go to print, but they're not putting 20 images on a page. We don't allow that. The worksheets that help them pick out pictures for the album doesn't allow that. So we do lots of things to prevent that sort of thing happening.
But just to reiterate, where you're going with this. First and foremost, when we're showing our clients sample albums, they will never see a sample album with like 50 images in a collage. That's why they're asking for that. We don't do 200 images in a book. During the initial consult, they're seeing albums that have an image and a half to 2 images per page. That's how we tell the clients we design them. So a 30-page album is going to have the opportunity
45
60,
pictures?
45 to
No,
60
60.
images. Not 60.
No.
Okay. So, well, 2 images per page, using my math, is 60 times 2 times
All right, well,
30.
all right.
So when you design them, Taylor sounds like Taylor's being cheap on our clients. Not letting them put, I don't know if
They
math's
look
off.
good. What matters is they look
Well,
good.
that is true, right? So bottom line is it's an image and a half to 2 images per page, and that's what we tell our clients. So that can be anywhere from 45 to 60 images in there. Now, that being said, they're going to pick their images, and we may have to add to them, right? Our clients don't always pick the best images.
Sorry, that's where I was going with it. They only pick 45, so we don't want them picking all of the pictures because that leaves us no wiggle room with design. So there might end up being 60, but they only pick 45.
Right, they might not pick background images.
Right.
We've had brides that just pick pictures of her in the church, like the groom didn't exist. So things like that, we need some wiggle room to enhance the album.
All right, question from Valerie Do 22. What is the percentage of your hard cost items in those post-wedding packages? What is the markup?
Yes, so don't use the markup formula. That won't really work for you. Instead, use cost of goods. Markup is going to get a little tricky. Like, think about it. If I were to tell you your markup's 300% or 100%, an 8x10 costs you $2. So if you were to mark that up by 300%, that means you'd start charging like $6, $8. That's not where you want to be. So don't use that formula. Instead, what I use in the packages, all the packages you've been looking at this entire course, your cost of goods in the packages, hard cost of items, has to be around 15, max 18% cost of goods. If you're above that, you're either not charging enough or your products are too expensive for your packages. So great question.
Question, a couple of people have asked about the logo, and are you putting that on certain parts of the album, at the back, on every page?
No logo, no branding in the album. If you're going to do it, the only place I'd encourage you to do it is the last page, closing page. That I'm okay with, but not every page by any stretch, not on the images. No, not at all. And some album manufacturers allow you to do like debossing, things like that. Do that in the back of the album. That's totally cool. There should be branding there.
Okay, I'm not sure if we answered this one already. Underland Sounds and Images would like to know how many of your clients buy parent albums and other albums?
We didn't answer that. I would say to the question of, and correct me if I'm wrong here, how many parent albums are we selling? I would say probably 10% of our clients buy parent albums.
I would say 30%.
30%?
Yeah.
Okay. She's in the sales room, so I'm not...
Well, we do offer different options for parent albums, so the identical copy isn't the only one. Sometimes it's out of their price range, or they don't want an exact design.
I was thinking this guy.
Yeah,
okay.
So this does end up being a popular option. It's a 5x7 album where they actually pick their 20 favorite 5x7 images. And
oh my God, dude, this is...
And then we mount it inside the album.
1980s.
Yeah, it's very traditional, but unfortunately a lot of the parents want that because they are a little more traditional. So this actually ends up being another option for them.
That is your product, you know, Sal.
Yeah, I know.
Sitting there.
Horrified right now.
No, this is not our product.
Oh, it's not?
That we
No,
sell,
this
that
is
we
not
make?
Signature Collection albums. This is, I think it's like a tap book, something that you can buy on your own. Yeah.
Well, it's 1980. They want their album back.
Wow.
You didn't see that coming, did you?
I didn't. Can I ask you this question?
Yeah.
Well, everyone says, you know, overpromise, underpromise, and overdeliver.
Sure.
I always mix those two up. Do you give away something unexpected, something free, an additional something that they were not expecting?
Sometimes we've discussed, we haven't had time to implement it, but something that we want to do for anyone that buys a black label package after their session is maybe give away a free landscape print, like an image Sal took in San Francisco or something.
Right, I love travel photography. This is actually something we do, just not for every client. Every year around Christmas, for our top 10, top 20 clients, we take one of our travel photographs, whether it's Europe, one of the big cities, and we will print it on art paper, mount it for them, sign it, wrap it, and hand deliver that for Christmas. So Alyssa will go to everyone's house and deliver that with a nice handwritten note.
Actually, I go to everyone's house wearing a Santa hat.
Wearing a Santa hat. Wow. I am not wearing a Santa hat. Maybe this year you and Alyssa can go wearing Santa hats. I'm sure the chat rooms are blowing up about you in a Santa hat. Okay.
Don't encourage them, Sal. Don't encourage them.
That's a good Santa.
It's a good Santa, right? All I got to do is gain like 200 pounds and get a super gray beard, and I'm in, man.
Wow. This is getting fun, people.
Taylor needs to sing Christmas carols, because if you guys could hear Taylor Cincotta's voice.
You're gonna
Anyway,
make me
that's a
blush.
special treat for us only.
Yeah. So, where were we before we got sidetracked on Santa? Okay. So the question is
We do have questions.
around doing some, over delivering to your client.
Right.
Let's rewind. We promise our clients they will see an initial album design 4 to 6 weeks after.
After they pick their images.
After they pick their images. And we do target way ahead of 4 to 6 weeks, right?
Right.
Because the truth is, manual labor, it's not that difficult for us, but real time, it is difficult for us because we're backed up on hosts of other things. So we ask for 4 to 6 weeks. From the time they say yes and approve their album, they are doing 4 to 6 weeks before the album's delivered to them. So we're definitely under promising there. And we try. 90% of the time we're hitting our promises to clients. But man, just like every other business in the world, sometimes we're slipping to 5 weeks, to 6 weeks. And our clients, they are very patient with us through all that. But as far as like just delivering something that was not expected, that happens during the initial booking.
Right, when they book a Black Label initially, they get a bottle of wine and a thank you card in the mail from us. So that is something totally unexpected, and I think that people really appreciate. Actually, one of the clients that Sal booked this year was Alyssa's best friend, and she booked Sal in the Black Label, and it was really a stretch for them. They came in thinking they were going to book our Studio C option, and they booked our top package with Sal, and then she got a bottle of wine in the mail like the next week, and she said to Alyssa, she's like, that really made me feel good about my decision to go with Black Label. I mean, they really know how to treat their customers, so it was reinforcing that you're going to get that luxury experience with us.
Yeah. It's huge.
Nice.
True story.
True story, of course.
A question from Petty Pablo. Taylor, with doing 400 sales sessions a year, this person is assuming that you are meeting some of the clients for the first time. If so, how do you become that trusted advisor so fast without building that relationship?
Most of the time I have met them, because if they're a high school senior, I stylized them for their shoots. So I'll be there to pick out their outfits while they're getting makeup done. So I'm building a rapport then. With wedding clients, most of the time I've met them.
Or you're on the phone with them. You're the one scheduling all these meetings.
I've
I'm
had
not on
some
the call
point
with
of
them.
contact with them, because anytime a customer is in contact with us, they're talking to me. So usually there is some kind of rapport there. So I don't have to work at that a lot. But if it is, say, the first time I have met them face to face, I think I'm a pretty friendly person. I'll give them a hug and say, it's so great to finally meet you. I can't wait for you to see their pictures. They're so beautiful. Just, be personable.
Yeah. But again, I think it's important if you're trying to implement our model and there's 2 of you, I'm shooting them because sometimes I think the question's not necessarily being asked the right way. The truth is, I'm the one who's at a disadvantage.
Oh, yeah,
90% of the time, you have talked to them, met with them, scheduled their engagement session. I'm meeting them for the first time sometimes on the engagement session.
Right, because Sal gets so busy sometimes he doesn't have time to do consults. So even if they are going to be his bride, I might meet with him and book Sal for him. So the engagement session is really the first time he's ever talked to or met that client.
Yeah,
so you answer that.
Yeah, I'm the one who's got to figure out really quickly how to connect with them. And I think, like you said, you just got to be personable, get to know people, and take a genuine interest in them and what they're all about. So, I know personal skills are not something that we're all strong at, but if you know that's your weakness, if you know that's maybe a place you struggle, work on it. Just be friendly, outgoing, and more than likely, just be yourself. We're all good people at heart, so just be yourself, and people will probably connect with you.
There's so many questions, and I just want to read this. Actually, in our questions tab, we just asked that people do questions only, so I probably shouldn't be reading this, but I'm going to anyway. Wavy23 said, this is not a question, but I just wanted to say, Sal, what a great week. As a photographer for over 7 years shooting weddings, Sal has made me fall in love with weddings again.
That's awesome. They're fun. I love them. So, yeah, and they become more fun if you can make money at them. I think that's the key.
I think that actually is the key.
Yeah, I don't want to work for free.
Okay, back to real questions. Cost-C says, what if a client, or has this ever happened, come back a year later and wants to order the Black Label album in a situation they already got a mid-level package and all the sales were done a year ago? Does that happen ever?
No.
It's never happened.
No one ever comes back later?
They usually move on with life. So once they come in and view the pictures, if they don't buy anything then, they typically don't buy anything at all. So
You have to understand how important this part of the process is.
Very important.
Because once they disappear and they're like, oh, we'll come back, and no, you won't. You're not going to come back.
Now they're buying a house, now they're having kids, whatever it is, they just never come back.
But to your question specifically, if they purchase the mid-level album, that's already been delivered at this point, a year later.
If they pick their pictures.
If they pick their pictures. And so if they were to come back now and try and, they already have the album, we can't upgrade it, they'd have to buy a brand new one, and that's why that's never happened before. It's just too expensive a proposition. So, to the person asking that question, just make sure, is that a one-off scenario, or is that 80–90% of the time? So anything can happen one time, but for the majority, we never have that happen.
Great.
All right, so let's do this. You are going to start your sales session. I'm going to step out of here. We're going to bring in Lynn and Chris, and you're going to show everybody, talk them through it, what, the entire sales process and what it's like. And for all of you out there, pay attention, because this is exactly how we would run our sales process. The only difference is the TV wouldn't be behind us. The TV would be where you are looking at me. So just keep that in mind, because these guys are going to be looking back this way to look at the pictures. And with that, I'm going to step out of here.
Can you put that?
Yeah, I'll put it back for you.
Can we get Lightroom up on the screen? Thank you.
Bring your key image up.
Yeah.
You ready?
And can I get control on
You're
this
gonna love 'em.
keyboard?
All right.
Mike, did you hear Taylor?
He's coming. Want me to bring it up? Okay.
Thank you.
Shout out to Mike right now.
Yeah.
Mike, you're the man.
What's up, Mike?
Let's see. Maybe we can read off
Any
what
questions?
more people are saying. Online. Maybe you could sing a little song, Taylor.
Oh, God.
I shouldn't have commented about that, actually, because now everyone is going to be harassing you.
Oh, my God.
They already are in the lounge saying,
That they are.
we're ready to hear it, Taylor.
Oh, my God.
And Alyssa's in there saying that you won't do it, that you don't want to sing in front of people.
Yeah, I have a fear of being the center of attention. So, like I said, this already has nails on a chalkboard. You are not getting me to sing.
We can do karaoke.
No, definitely not.
That would be
I'll do
awesome.
Elvis.
You're,
Now
you're
we
a
are-
very good Elvis.
Now
Yeah.
we are definitely egging them on.
You
as
do Elvis
Todd,
and I'll sing.
Todd Aaron is saying, if Taylor will sing a Christmas Carol, I will buy this course and the senior course right now.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Pulling out the big guns.
Do a little jingle bell.
Oh, my God.
Come on, Taylor, do it.
Come on, Taylor, let's do
the
it.
world. You got the
Sing,
voice.
Taylor, sing,
You
Taylor.
got the pipes.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. And that's it. I can't do more.
The pressure.
Okay, now Elvis.
Elvis.
Do it.
Oh, shit. No.
Dude, did it.
Not fair. Not
Taylor
fair.
did it, Sal.
Not fair,
Come
Sal.
on. Come on now.
Does the mouse work now?
Awkward pause.
Come on,
You almost had a little Elvis,
Not
right?
fair.
Elvis has left the building. Okay.
We'll get you later, Sal.
We will get you later, Sal.
Taylor, you're getting claps and woots and wows in the chat room.
That's
So
right.
thanks for putting
Thank
yourself
you
out
for
there.
being gracious.
Yeah, no. I want to hear you actually
All
sing.
right.
All right, everyone, thanks for being patient. We are live. We have a lot of moving pieces, and
Yeah.
we're
So
going to get this going.
here we go. So we're going to start with one of our favorite images on the screen, just like we said, blacked out in Lightroom. And so as soon as they walk in, I want them to notice this. So remember, we've got the lights dimmed, we've got music going, relaxing music, scented candles. So create that experience. We're not going to have champagne here because we can't, but I would, all right? So let's go ahead and get Chris and Lynn out here. Hey guys, how's it going? How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. You excited to see your pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah? How's the honeymoon?
Pretty good.
Good, yeah? All right, go ahead and get comfy. So this is just one of our favorites, just to give you a little tease up there. So, all right, so the whole purpose of today is really just for you to see your images for the first time, to relax and enjoy them, okay? And then I'll walk you through your album and all the cover options and everything, and then I'll walk you through those specials that I sent you so that it makes sense too. Now, everything you see tonight will go online, so you'll get a link and password in email as soon as you leave here, and you can send that to your friends and family, and they can look through all of them if you want. And here's your disc of images. There you go. And I'll have you sign a copyright release before you go so that you can use that if you ever do go try and use them. They'll let you print them. And I think that's about it. So you guys just relax and enjoy. And my slideshow settings are going to be the same as last time. I've got 2.8 seconds with a 0.9 second fade. And whenever they come into view these, we normally have like 700 to 800 images. And so the slideshow might take anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes. Just relaxing with them and enjoying that time, enjoying them seeing that for the first time. Talk about the experience that day. If you were there with them, all the things that happened, just kind of relive it with them. And for this part of the slideshow, whenever the slideshow does start, I usually kick up the music so that it's really amplified in the room and it feels like a movie experience. You got the sassy face.
If you were falling, then I would catch you. You need a light. I'd find a man.
Love that one.
'Cause I love the way you say good morning.
Oh, wow.
And you take me the way I am. If you are chilly, here, take my sweater.
That's cool.
Your head is aching. I'll make it better. 'Cause I love the way you call me, baby. And you
Bridesmaids all the way right there.
I'd buy you Rogaine when you start losing all your hair, so I'm patching
Those turned out really cool.
I love that.
to
Yeah.
all you take.
Oh,
I
that's
like
so
this one.
sweet.
And I could never promise. And you take me the way I am.
Love the architecture in there.
You take me the way I am.
You like them?
Take me
It turned out gorgeous. So obviously that's an abbreviated slideshow. I don't want you to sit here for 700 images, but just so you got a feel for what we got that day. So you guys love them?
Yeah.
You looked amazing. They're so beautiful.
They are.
All right, well then let me walk you through everything.
Okay.
And I can answer any questions you have. This will just be what I emailed you. There you go. Now currently, you guys have your negatives and this album, which is a 10 by 10. For cover options, you've got this acrylic like you see here, or you can have black leather all the way around with your names debossed. It's no price difference, just whatever you guys like most. Now let me walk you through the different specials that I sent you, because in that black label, it upgrades you to a Sicilian series album, which is any of the big books here. And so there's no price difference between them. You get to pick whichever one you like most. And so it's usually easier if you start off by picking the size that you like, because we have a 12 by 18. This is an 8 by 20. And then this one's a 10 by 10, or you can do a 12 by 12, which is just a larger square. And then you can pick the different cover options. So with the Sicilian series, there's a ton of different options, and it's still no price difference. So you've got two-tone leather here. We've got like 40 different types of leather. or you can have a metal inlay like this guy, or you can have this acrylic option here just on one of the larger books. And so you can pick that as well. But then that also gives you 10 additional pages. So you'd have 40 instead of 30. Obviously, that lets you put more pictures in the album, because with 30 pages, you're going to pick about 45 images. So with 40 pages, you'd pick about 60. And so with that gives you room to go across 2 pages with your statement images. So whenever you've got more pages, you've got more room to do stuff like this, because we don't want everything to be small in the album. You want to have some big images where they're the impact ones. You also get a 20 by 30 acrylic, which is this guy. So heavy. So yeah, this is one of our specialty items. So it comes ready to hang. You don't have to frame it.
Wow.
We like to put on the wall just like you see up here. And so they come ready to go. And I love the finish on this with that metallic, that kind of sheen. It really makes it pop off the wall like a center art piece in your house.
That looks great.
Just make sure you get a nice anchor whenever you hang it.
Like a sturdy one, right?
Exactly. All right, you also get a 15 by 30 pano canvas, which this is a canvas, but then the size would be that long, skinny size that you see on the easel. And so that makes a really cool, dramatic way to hang it on the wall. And then if you feel the texture of that canvas, we like to do artsier types of edits on the canvas. Because of this texture, it really brings out that edit and makes it look more like artwork rather than just a photo. So you get both of those, and then you get 10 gift sizes. And again, the gift sizes are anything 8 by 10 and smaller. So you can do 4 by 6s, 5 by 7s, 8 by 10s. It's your choice. You can mix up those sizes and pick 10 different images as well. So you don't have to repeat any image if you don't want to. Then you also get a DVD slideshow. That's a copy of the slideshow we played at your reception. We burn it so that you can burn copies for family and give it out as gifts. And you can put it on your iPhone and on Facebook too. And then any images you pick for your different print sizes, those same images would get posted to Facebook. That way you can have them on your profile. And then once you're in any package, there's additional discounts below. So if you or any family wants to add anything on, they can all take advantage of those discounts. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the platinum package there focuses just on prints, versus the black label includes an album upgrade and canvases. So in the platinum, you've got a 16 by 24 print, the 15 by 30, 2 11 by 16s, and 7 gift sizes. And I would show them all these sizes, I just don't have them all here. You guys know what sizes they are. Again, we're going to hand it to them and show them what everything is, but by the time they've seen the acrylic, the canvas, and the album, once we go to just prints, they're really blown away by this stuff. Does all that make sense still?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys just let me know whatever you like most. Usually the easiest way is to figure out which album you like the most, because that'll help direct you towards one package or another if you really like the bigger books.
Yeah. I kind of really like this one.
Yeah.
Those are pretty awesome. And so that's how you ask for the sale, is really just ask them what they like most. And by directing them towards the book, that's really going to help push those bigger books in that bigger package. Because it's going to be hard for them to say, well, no, I like the smaller book. Who's going to say they like this book compared to this book? No one's going to say that. So if they do go with the lower package, it's only because it's out of their price range. So this is really your time to tug on those strings that, you know, this is the time to get that book if you want that book. Does this make sense to everyone? Okay, let's take some questions.
Everyone's still writing down fiercely, writing down notes.
It's similar to the engagement sale, so there's a lot of similarity. The thing is, you have to do your homework here to really be prepared for it. And having the different products like the acrylic and the books, just the way you position it is really going to make all the difference. What did you guys think of that? Was that salesy or pushy? What's your initial feedback?
You know, it really helps when you guys show the images, and then when you say that you're only going to be able to pick like 45 if you have the small, 30 page, as opposed to like when you see a bunch of pictures that you really like, then you would know that you would have over 45 images and you would have to upgrade the album pages. And when she said that, what would you really like, it wasn't like, oh, you should really go for this one. You wouldn't feel that.
That's
you're actually being sold to this one.
Right.
You're actually asking us, and like we're the one who really wants it, and we're the one who really, you know.
That's a great point, and that's great to hear that from their perspective, as I didn't say, so do you like the bigger book? I asked, which one do you like? And so by using certain words, I'm making myself the trusted advisor. I think they really get the sense that I care about what they want, and that I'm here to get their feedback, so they feel like, you know, they have a voice in what they say matters. So thank you for bringing that up. Great.
Question from Lauren Nicole Photo from Michigan, who asks, as they watch the initial slideshow, the sales session, do you make a note somehow of images they react strongly to, such as, oh wow, OMG, so you can push those sales on those images? Wondering what the best way to do that is.
I am paying attention to their feedback during the slideshow. So if during some of those creative images they were like, oh my gosh, and they freaked out, and we were going through the packages, I might bring them up. So let's say we're walking through the Black Label package, and I'm talking about the acrylic. You know, this is the acrylic, it comes in this size and ready to hang. And just so you have perspective on a type of image that I think would look great on that type of product would be this one. The colors with that on the acrylic would really pop with that metallic sheen. And so tying the image to a specific product that's included with the package, again, is really completing the vision for them, because now they're seeing the product, they see how to hang it, how to decorate it, and now they know the image to put on the product. So you're really providing an end-to-end solution there. Great question.
A question from Cook Esquire, do you always show the pictures in chronological order, or do you sometimes shuffle some of them?
Always in chronological order, because we are telling a story of the day, and I think that's the way that makes sense to most people whenever they're thinking about things. Being able to watch the images progress just as they did that day, it makes them relive the day. So they get sucked back into it, like, I never saw that, or I don't remember that even happening, and oh my gosh, wasn't there for you getting ready, you look amazing, and that sort of thing. It really helps them get into that day again.
Question from Carrie Nichols. Hi, Carrie. If you can tell that they are really hesitating because of price and they really want the big package, at what point do you throw in the payment plan option, or do you wait for them to ask first?
Well, that comes back to reading your client. And so remember, they've had 2 weeks to review this pricing, so it's not a shock to them. And so if they are looking at each other and be like, man, we really want the Black Label, I'll listen to them talk to each other and be like, yeah, it's just, you know, we had that bill come up this month. Be like, hey guys, I'm just overhearing you, and it sounds like you love the Black Label, which is great. But if payment options help, we can break payments into two. So just let me know if that helps. I just want you to get whatever you guys want. And so I'll listen to their conversation and I'll interject if it helps. I'm not being nosy, they're here talking in front of me. So if I hear them going back and forth, like, well, I really like the smaller book, the other one seems so big, then I would actually guide them away from the Black Label package. You know, I am honest in my session. I want them to have what makes sense for them. So if they're telling me they really prefer a smaller book, then I would say, well, then I would take Black Label off the table. If you don't like the bigger size, then it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be there. Mm-hmm. You might want to consider the Platinum, but then adding pages. We always suggest adding pages just because it's the one thing you can't come back and redo. Once the album's designed, it's really done, and that's your first family heirloom, so we want it to be perfect. You guys see how I did that? So guide them, be honest, and don't stop being that trusted advisor. It goes a long way.
I know we've talked about the pricing as far as breaking it up into two. Can we just take it a little step further? Do people ever say, you know, can I pay you monthly payments for the next 6 months? Is it always 2 payments and then you won't do anything more?
It's not set in stone.
Okay.
Yeah, so we start with 2. That's what we just like to offer because we aren't accountants and I don't want to be processing credit cards every month. I've got a lot of other stuff to do. But again, it depends on the client. If they're a great client and that's what's going to work for them, then we'll make it happen. We have someone that bought a Black Label post-wedding package 2 years ago and just paid it off. But they're still happy about it because that's what they wanted. So it's fine by us. You know, it stinks having to wait that long for that cash to come in. But if they're the right client, they had an amazing experience. They loved every minute of it. And, you know, I don't want to take that away from someone. So it's a case-by-case basis.
So they didn't get their album for 2 years?
That's right. They didn't get anything for 2 years. No negatives, no prints, anything, because they purchased that afterwards. So they were willing to wait for it. It's fine.
All right, a question from Rachel Ann's Photo in Pennsylvania. At the first sales meeting, say a year out from their wedding, do you tell the clients that they will be picking out more products and spending more money 2 weeks after the wedding?
That's a great question. So It sounds like the question is, when they're initially booking us, do we talk about the fact that they might spend more money later on purchasing products and stuff? No. You don't want them thinking about additional money they're going to have to spend, because whenever they're initially booking you, that's going to affect what package they pick. So if they're like, oh, well, I might spend another $2,500, I better not book the black label, I better book this one. You don't want that to happen, because again, money spent is money forgotten. You want them to book the top package initially if possible, and then again, it's forgotten at that point. Have them, they're going to keep spending. And if people ask you that, like, well, am I going to have to buy engagement pictures? You can be honest with them, like, well, yeah, you can. You don't have to buy anything. There's no minimum order. And we don't really include product in the package because honestly, we have no idea what we're going to get or what you're going to like. And so that's why we just give you the option, if you do want to buy anything, you can. But again, there's no minimum order. And so just kind of reassure them that there's no pressure. They really don't have to buy anything. But we all know that if we do our job and take good pictures, they are going to. Does that make sense?
Have you ever had people get upset or feel like you weren't fully open with them? Full disclosure at the end when you're like, wait a minute, now you're asking me to buy more.
Only a few times have people really been a little more abrasive about it, like, well, I didn't know I was going to spend more money, but you can push back on them, like, well, you notice the packages you said, it includes wedding digital negatives. We call it out that it's just wedding day digital negatives. And so with our packages, we're very clear about what comes in and what doesn't. And so that's how you're able to push back on them, like, did you see something that made you think there was something else included? Because everything's listed that comes in the package, and that's where they have to put it back on themselves, like, oh no, I guess I just really didn't read it. And so it's important to take that off of you. You can't be seen as the bad guy. And again, that's an objection. And if you don't overcome that objection, you won't have a sale. So true story, I had a bride that bought Black Label with me. And then I did her engagement session, and I sent her the email to schedule her to come back in and view her pictures. And she sent me this nasty email, like, I can't believe I have to buy more pictures. I've already spent 12 grand with you, and I just need a few pictures to use for my centerpieces. That's all I want. So I said, I'm so sorry you feel that way. I'd be more than happy to send any image you want directly to your wedding planner so she can use them for the centerpieces if that's all you need. But I'd still love for you to come in and view them because we really did get a lot of good stuff. So I just kind of diffused the situation. She's obviously steamed about something, and I don't think it was because of me. I think there's other stresses going on with the wedding. So I diffused the situation, let her know that I could work with her. I provided a solution. She came in and spent $2,500 on her engagement session. So she did the same thing after her wedding. I think she's just stressed, a stressed girl. And she's like, I don't want to spend any more money. We've already picked our album and everything. So I said, you don't have to buy anything. Just come on in and enjoy your pictures for the first time. We'll pop some bubbly, have a good time. So she did, and she spent another $2,500. And so she ended up spending, upwards of 15 grand with us. And but it wasn't on us. And she realized that after she came in each time, that everything was really clear about what's included. And if you are clear, then there's nothing they can really get mad about you about.
Right. And it's just that attitude of that trusted advisor, and that you're not holding anything back from them for a reason.
Right. So. And I think it's important how you react to that situation. There's a reason Sal's not dealing with customer service and clients. As you can see, he's very animated, very lively, and he is an Italian New Yorker, so if someone steps on his toes or makes him mad, he's going to respond a little differently than, say, a Southern girl from Texas will.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And so that's why I'm in that role, because I can really diffuse the situation well, whereas he can't. And so that's comes back to knowing your roles, knowing your no-fly zone. Sal is not in customer service.
Right.
He sticks to his part, and I stick to my part.
Play to your strengths, right?
Exactly.
So I would love to, and we've talked about this before during the week, but for those people who weren't with us, we're getting a lot of questions again about if you could specify what is on the digital negatives, what is on that disc that you give people in terms of the volume, are they edited or unedited, and are you including those signature files, and if you know the resolution that you give them to people at, all that
file size.
Good stuff.
Sure. So what they're getting that day, it might end up being about 1,500 images. So they're going to come in and see 700. Those are what we think are the best of the best, and we've done our special edits to them, basic edits to them, all sorts of stuff. But on the negatives, they're going to get everything they see here tonight, but the unedited versions, plus all the ones we didn't pick for the edits. So Sal knows the workflow a little bit better. We take about 4,000-ish images, cull that down to 1,500. It's those 1,500-ish images that they get on the disc, all unedited, but in JPEG format. So we don't want to give them raw images. They're 1,200 by 1,800 pixels. So the biggest they can go really is a 12 by 18 or an 8 by 12. And so that's called out in our paperwork. So they know the format that they're getting the pictures in. Again, we are completely open with it. It says JPEG images 1,200 by 1,800 pixels. And it says wedding day digital negatives. Negatives, by definition, are unedited. They're how they came out of the camera. And so a lot of people ask us, well, aren't you worried those images are going to be online and they're going to end up everywhere? No, because when they buy from us, we give them a Facebook posting. And that's really what people are posting online. That's what they care about, is Facebook. So we're posting on Facebook the images that they selected for their prints, which are their favorites. And so why do they need to post any others? And sure, they might post, a few here and there from the reception or from the wedding day, but at that point, we don't really care because everyone's seen our other work. They see all the great edits and images that we've taken, so it doesn't affect us that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
You thoroughly answered that question.
Good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Destin Designs SEO says, how do you handle a couple who disagrees on what to get? For example, a bride who wants everything and a groom who may want nothing.
Well, usually the bride wins, because that's just the way it works. But I do try and manage the situation. So I'll let them go back and forth and wait for the bride to win. But I'll help them both out. So again, make yourself that trusted advisor. Okay, it sounds like, Chris, you really want that album, but you really like this book. What is it about these albums that maybe you aren't seeing, or you aren't liking? Do you not like the size of the leather options? And they're going to say, well, no, the size is awesome and the leathers are cool. So he's going to say it's the price. It's really what it comes down to. The bride wants Black Label, the groom wants, to spend nothing extra. Sorry, no offense. So it's just about playing it the right way. You have to listen to the conversation going and assess the situation, and it's a case-by-case basis. You could tell them, well, you don't have to upgrade the album. It just depends on how important it is to you. So this is still a great book. Obviously, there's a big jump from this to this. So you guys just have to figure out what's most important to you. So I'm putting it back on him. And so I just said, you have to figure out how important it is to you guys. He can't say, well, it's not that important to me, I want this book, so you're going to get in trouble. And so it's things like that where it's soft, it's kind of diffusing the situation, but again, putting it back on him and playing it to the way that you want it to be played. This is a family heirloom, and this is a final decision, so this is a heavy decision, and I would love for them to end up in this book, because no one regrets ending up in this book. They only regret if they don't go with that book, if they stay with this, because everyone wants this.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I think we have only less than 15 minutes before we go to our next break.
All right.
Do we want to keep going?
Let's talk about what happens after they leave. So,
what about, did you talk about, let's see, there was a question about, so once they've decided on purchasing images, do you review the slideshow again to choose which images?
Great question. So it's very similar to our engagement workflow. Let's say they select one of the packages. At that point, I'll try and help them pick out exactly what images they want to fill all those different sizes. And I start with the bigger sizes. So let's say we're picking the 20 by 30 acrylic. I would say, all right, guys, I'm going to show you my suggestions for this size. Now, you obviously pick whatever you want. These are just some ones that I think would look great in that 20 by 30 acrylic, and you tell me what you think. And at that point, I would select a few options for them to choose from and try and get them to pick the images that night. So those are just some of my favorites, but you tell me which ones you like, or is this a good selection? We can always pick others. So they don't have to pick the images that night to fill their package, because sometimes there are 700 images, and some people do want to look through them multiple times. But no one wants to do it that night because they've already been there for an hour and a half. So what we tell people is, once you pick a package, you don't have to pick the images tonight, because our vendors let us buy the product and lock in that special, but then fill it whenever we want. So if you still need a week or two to figure out exactly what images to pick, you can, or I can help you tonight if that's easier for you. I'll help you pick everything out. And so offer a solution for both sides. People sometimes get overwhelmed with 700 pictures to pick and having to look through and pick for the product, so offer a solution that lets them pick later on. And then once they pick an image, let's say you guys like the middle one, I'll flag it as green. And that's just how I mark images that they pick for prints. So we'll mark it as green, and then I can filter by green. And then the workflow after that is once it's marked green and I filtered it, I can export those flagged images to my picture order folder. So afterwards, I'm not going through and finding all these images through 700 images that they've already picked. I already have them in a folder, only the ones that they picked for their prints. Those same images are what get posted to Facebook. So that's the reason that we do Facebook posting is only your ordered prints, because it makes the workflow so much easier. If you're doing a Facebook posting and they get to pick their top 30 pictures, they're going to be here for a while. And that's just a workflow nightmare. So now the pictures are already exported and organized, and we can just do one upload. Great question. All right, and then from there, if you guys didn't hear from the engagement session how we collect payment information, I know that can be an awkward point for us as photographers a lot because we're asking for money. So the way that I ask for payment is, now did you want me to use the same credit card from the wedding deposit, or did you want to use a different one? You tell me whatever's easier. And that's how I ask for payment. Again, I never say numbers. You never heard me say a package price. You never heard me say a total. And I'll never give a total unless they ask for it. If they don't care to know it, I don't care to say it, because it's always sticker shock. No one likes to hear those numbers. But that's a great way to ask for payment and make it less awkward. So you want the billing part of it to be as short as possible, because it's always an icky point when you're giving away money. So just make it as easy for them to just give you money as possible. And using, I don't know what you guys use for your customer database systems, but we use Studio Cloud. And having a customer database system that lets you store credit cards that's, I think it's PC compliant, that's important. So they store the credit cards in our clients' accounts, but in a way that we can't see the credit card numbers, so it protects the client. But I'm able to re-bill directly from their account, so it makes it really easy for me to keep credit cards on file and just charge it whenever they say they want to use that same card. More questions around that?
Do you want to take, oh.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if I have anything specifically about that. Do you want to go ahead and take more questions, or do you?
Yeah, let's take a few more.
Okay.
I was going to, yeah,
let's
love
ask
to hear
you
from the
two.
two of you.
How are you guys feeling?
Good. We're astonished by the pictures and stuff.
Now, you guys are already married, right? So
Right.
how is this different from the process you went through after your wedding? Don't say any names. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus.
Well, when we got married a year ago, we were at school and we were really, really tight on our budget. And so I'm going to school for photography, so I know some photographers and everything, and they're really good, But like after the wedding, then I realized, being a photographer is different from being a wedding photographer, because the scenario is different, and that, like my classmates at school, they're really good, and but then if you're given a homework to photograph, you have all the time in the world to perfect it. But for wedding, it's not like that, And so I basically, because of our budget issues, I just basically hired my friend. And then I told her that, you don't even have, because she didn't want to do it in the beginning. And I'm like, you don't even have to do anything, just, shoot. And then, And so when she gave me the images and everything, it's different. And I told myself before I booked her that I would just, make my own album and stuff. And a year from now, I still
haven't done it.
No,
So we're so bad as photographers. It took Sal 2 years to do our wedding album, and I was on him every single day. But yeah, that's so true. So you didn't really have that experience that a client normally has, right?
Yeah.
And so that, unfortunately, that happens so much in our industry right now. Brides think all they need is a CD and that they're set to go. But then you never have this. You don't have anything to show from the wedding. And so that's part of what you're doing to educate brides when you're including stuff like this in your packages, is you're educating them. This is what you need. This is what you should want. And so now when they go and meet with other photographers that all they're offering is a disc, they're going to be like, wait a minute, I don't get a book. What am I supposed to do with a disc? How am I supposed to show pictures? I don't know how to edit pictures. So you just want to educate brides on what they should be looking for, especially if you're doing bridal shows. The books are really going to help you stand out from the other photographers there, because unfortunately so many of them are just doing disc. It's an incomplete service. That's a great point. Any other questions that you ladies have? What are you guys currently doing? Are you bringing people in studio after the wedding? All of you? Most of you. What about do you think that this sale is the hardest sale to get?
Yes.
Yes, it is hard.
Yeah.
'Cause-
And
go
I have
ahead.
a question about the Lightroom. So Sal's editing the pictures in Lightroom, and does he export them and you import them into Lightroom on a different computer then for the sales process?
That's
Okay.
a good question. So at home we've got two big Macs that Sal edits on, and I use my laptop for previews, and we hook it up to a TV just kind of like here. And so Sal will export from Lightroom and run a little bit of skin softening on the images, and then he'll export that to a preview folder. And so at home we've got, just stacks of hard drives. We have one drive dedicated to previews so that I know I can easily find what previews I need. So as the jobs come back from Evolve, after he has time to go through them, he'll just export them to that preview drive and label it for the client's name. And so I can easily grab it from there and import it directly into my computer into Lightroom. Good question.
So, Taylor, I know that we've said many times that if your clients are not in the same town as you, that you guys use Skype.
Right.
But there are so many questions about this.
Okay.
So can we talk about the logistics
Yes.
of how you use Skype to do this?
Yeah, so the process will be a little bit different. So for Skype, you want to make sure that they have the specials at least a week or two in advance before you do the Skype call. And you're going to send them the link to view their images the day before your Skype call. So if you send it to them the day of your Skype call, a link to view their images, they're not going to have time to review them. And I think it's important for them to view their images before you get on that call. Otherwise, they're not blown away by the images that you captured, and they're not going to want these products. So make sure that they have at least a day or two to look through their wedding images before you do the Skype call. But make sure you schedule the Skype call before you send them the link. So if you send them just the link to the pictures and then ask them, okay, you want to schedule a Skype call for this day, you'll never hear back from them because they've already seen all the pictures. So make sure you schedule the Skype meeting first, then send them the link to view the images, then the next day do the Skype call to review this whole process. So you're going to try and recreate this experience as much as possible. Obviously, you have no control over lighting, music, distractions, that sort of thing. It does make the sale much harder to get if you're doing it over Skype. But you want to try and recreate this as much as possible. So we'll hold up the albums and be like, okay, can you see this? No? Okay, there's kind of a glare. Can you see that acrylic cover? And so it's definitely a little more awkward, but you want to show them the products as best as you can. And so I'll take my laptop and take them on a little tour of the studio so they can see the acrylics on the wall, and this is how we hang them, just like this. And this is this product, and this is the albums, and this is how we display this. And so it's just trying to replicate this as much as you can, but it's definitely more difficult.
It's the world we're living in.
Yes,
isn't
it is.
Okay, well, I think we're going to take a break.
Okay.
So everyone, we're going to take a 15-minute break. And Taylor, can you talk a little bit about what we'll be doing when we come back?
I think Sal is going to do album design. So you're going to see how we build our albums and create what our clients see here and that help us sell these books.
Great. Okay, I want to read a couple comments.
All right.
So Monica Olson said, thank you, thank you, thank you. And that doesn't even seem enough. I finally feel like I know what I'm doing, know what exact steps to take, and more than anything, given me the confidence to go forth and do, which I love.
Awesome.
And then Vinish says, OMG, Sal, you are awesome. You just gave away more than $25,000 worth of stuff and more. You cannot put a price tag on this. I'm definitely buying the course.
Awesome.
So very cool. And then also I just want to let everyone know that if you could just go to the Creative Life Facebook page and give thanks to Taylor and Sal, that would be incredible because they really have been moving and shaking. They don't have the time to go in the chat rooms and read all the amazing things that you guys are saying. So that way they will be there when they get home. They can read all of the incredible things that you guys say because you really are, you make this whole thing happen.
Another thank you to Chris and Lynn. Thanks you
Yes,
guys for being
thank
a
you.
part of this. I don't know if we let you all know, but Chris and Lynn are also photographers down in Vegas and are just also starting in their career. And so they hopped on the opportunity when we were looking for a bride and groom to be here, to come up here. So
You guys did great.
thanks for coming up again.
Thank you.
So there are there's a tad bit more than 6 hours left to purchase this workshop for $149. In about 7 hours, it'll be $249, which is still an incredible investment. If you think about the last lens that you bought, it was likely less or more than $149, likely more than $249.
I hope.
I hope if you're getting the, yeah. So I just can't express enough again how important this is. What we're trying to do here at Creative Live is we love how many of you we've been able to reach during this live event, but we would love to see so many of you, in fact, almost more than any other time here in Creative Live history, of you see the value in this and purchase it for yourself. So one more time, I want to reiterate, in addition to the videos, the high resolution and the mobile versions of all the videos for all 5 days of this workshop, you are also going to receive the following bonus materials. Sal and Taylor's album selection worksheets. So that's what...
Sal, I think Sal's going to touch base on that a little bit next.
We're going to do that next.
Yeah.
Okay. Your pricing guides that we've been seeing throughout the week, your engagement order forms that you use, your engagement pricing sheets that you use, your post-wedding pricing sheets that we've just seen in action, the business blueprint, so that whole business plan, the whole thing, your timeline worksheets, which has been...
We know how important those are.
Yes, yes, reiterated over and over. When you are in control of your wedding with this timeline, you make it work, you make it happen. The wedding prep checklist, Sal's keynotes for the course of the 5 days, and due to popular demand, Sal and Taylor have added the wedding contract that they are going to include for you, and the copyright release form as well. Plus the bonus creative section, that shooting that we didn't get to see live. So it's just, this really is unbelievable. And I just want to also say, I got the chills from watching this slideshow with the two of you, and it's not even your real wedding, but it was just, this has been an amazing week. So we're going to take that 15-minute break, last break of the workshop, and we will see you back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final segment here with Sal and Taylor Cincotta and their wedding photography boot camp. This has been absolutely a phenomenal week. We are going to give away one more prize for the week, so Kenna, take it away.
All right, the winner, the last prize of the day, the grand prize, other than the contest winner that we will be announcing, so stay tuned, is Behind the Shutter Wedding Kit. This is a $500 kit. Do you want to briefly talk about that again?
Yeah, this is the same kit I gave to the girls here. This has all our forms, all our presets, all our templates, all our textures, contracts, everything we use to run our business. You're going to get on a thumb drive. Congratulations to whoever the winner is.
And that congratulations goes to Raquel Goodson, and her quote is, "Without a marketing plan, you're walking around in the dark," and I have the visual of
That's right.
Sal walking around in the dark.
Light switch, where is it? I got to find my way. So awesome.
So congratulations, Raquel, and thank you to everyone who's been entering these contests. So we are going to, without further ado, hand you over to our lovely producer extraordinaire, Amanda Keynes, and Mr. George Marinakis.
Thank you very much. I don't normally come on camera, but I wanted to personally thank both of you, Sal and Taylor, for an amazing 5 days. Big round of applause for Sal and Taylor. They were great. Thank you so much. It's been one of the best courses we've ever had here at Creative Live.
Thank you.
I just wanted to personally thank you. And thank you guys, the students. Round of applause.
And then good getting your learn on.
And then most of all, thank you to Amanda.
Oh.
You were great.
Oh, thank you.
So, and with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Well,
Oh, no, you get to stay with me.
I want to give you a hug.
Oh,
Thank you. You, Amanda, even though she's wearing teal.
That was planned.
Yeah, she was, you know, I drove these people nuts. I kind of tweeted about it and Facebooked about it because I wanted this to be one of the best courses ever, and it looks like mission accomplished, and I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you for working with me in my neurotic request. So, but, you know, mission accomplished, and we did it, so thank you.
Okay, so we kind of got to the end of the thank yous before the beginning of the thank yous.
Yes.
So I'm going to bring it back around. First of all, thank you to our usual sponsors, Borrow Lenses, who's always happy to provide gear for us, Braun for our lights, Glazer's Rental is right down the street whenever we need. They're always there for us in an emergency. Tether Tools, which we were using all week on location and in studio, and Kessler for our crane. And actually, these are some of our sponsors that provided prizes all week long. Do you want to talk a little bit about them, Sal?
Yeah, Bay Photo, you know, those are the ones that are producing all our prints for our booth. We love Bay Photo. We've been with those guys. Great product, great service, and an innovative company. On-One Software, you know, Perfect Photo Suite 7. I gave everybody a discount code for that. That's how we're doing some of our post-production. Song Freedom, of course. No more, you know, crazy 1980 keyboard music. We've got mainstream music for our clients. So they absolutely love all three of these people.
And the song we were playing during the slideshow this afternoon was provided by Song Freedom. So thank you, Song Freedom.
Yeah, Ingrid Michaelson, and that's, you know, very popular music you're going to hear on the radio. Most importantly, our brides love it, so that's what matters.
And Sal, here's some more of your sponsors.
Yes, my sponsors. I like to thank myself for sponsoring myself. Guys, we created these companies for you, so I hope you don't feel like it's a giant sales pitch, because it's not. We created these companies out of necessity because we wanted our personal business to stand out from the crowd, and these are products and services that we use every day in our business, and I hope you benefit from them as well. And thank you for all your well wishes with these companies. So to all our customers, thank you for your love and support.
And there are some very, very, very special thank yous from me. First of all, Soto Park, the venue we were at yesterday. Sal, what did you think of that as a venue?
That place was amazing.
Wasn't it?
A real wedding there.
Yes, I want a Seattle wedding at Soto Park, and I want to shoot there. And you have a wedding there, Rochelle? Yeah, next month, so you get to shoot there.
You second shoot for
You want me to second shoot for you? I would hijack your day, girl. I'd be like, Rochelle, you sure you're going to take that picture?
You know how
really?
Sal likes to be a second shooter. So
Yeah. But no, that was an amazing venue. Great job pulling that together. To the brides who get married there, it's just gorgeous.
It is absolutely beautiful. They also have a restaurant in West Seattle, Fresh Bistro. They have a catering service. Guys, they really did right by us. Do right by them.
Can I just interject to actually put on camera what their social media is, so
yes,
people can
absolutely.
go thank them?
Yes.
Their Twitter handle is @UrbanFeast, so like you see up there, one word, @UrbanFeast. And then their Facebook page is also, you can search for them for Urban Feast on Facebook, and it says Urban Feast and Soto Park. Please go and thank them there.
Thank you, Kenna.
You are welcome.
And those beautiful string lights that you love so much that were at Soto Park, those aren't part of the venue. Those were provided by Blue Danube Productions out of Bellevue. They do amazing, amazing things. And of course, the Creative Live audience. First of all, that's the 5 and now 4 of you here. You guys have been amazing this week. You have been wonderful students. You've been very patient with us. I know you have been working so hard this week. Sal has been teaching not only here, but there was one night he was here for what, until 6:30?
6:30, 7
teaching
o'clock.
after
It
we
seems like
wrapped.
every night we're teaching these girls.
You guys have been working really hard. I'm really proud of all of you. You're all awesome. And of course, all of you out there, none of this happens without your support. The response to this workshop has been absolutely overwhelmingly amazing. I mean, on Facebook, on Twitter, in the chat rooms. Thank you so much for making this possible.
Amen.
And of course, this never, ever would happen without the Creative Live crew.
Yeah. They're in your ear right now?
Yes. We asked a lot out of this crew this week.
We did. We took them out of their comfort zone. These guys have been, from my perspective, absolutely professional dealing with whatever we threw at them, whether it was in studio, on location, or me, out in the street, whatever we were trying to do.
We couldn't do what we
Not in the street.
Not in the street.
Not in the street. We were not in the street. Not in the middle of the street.
They make what we do here possible.
Exactly.
It's amazing because they do so much of all the legwork so that we can focus on teaching. So definitely a big thanks to them.
Yep. Thanks, guys. And our lovely couples, Carmen and Devin, who are our engaged couple that were so sweet, and Chris and Lynn, thank you so much for participating. You guys were so great. And Sal's team.
Yeah, this is my team. Melissa Zimmerman, she is my studio manager. Lauren Thenis, he runs Evolve with me. And again, couldn't do it without those guys here helping us and handling things on the back end to keep things running smoothly. So thank you to both of you for making this possible.
And Taylor. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, baby. Thank you to Taylor. She's my... She is definitely the second half to this. You know, somebody asked me, you know, how come I got this email and how come my name is out there and how come it's not Taylor. Salvatore Taylor Cincotta doesn't really sound good. So we made a decision in the beginning, together actually. When we started, I was the photographer. Taylor wasn't even part of the studio. And, but now it's crystal clear. There's absolutely no way this could exist without you being part of that with me. So I love you for that. Give me a kiss, baby. But yeah, she's I go off and I'm the dancing monkey, so to speak, and she makes sure everything is happening behind the scenes because I would be a mess if you weren't here and part of it with me. So thank you.
This absolutely would not have happened without you.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
And not only that, you've been so much fun just to be around.
Well,
Thank you so much.
I mean, I love everyone here. This feels like a big family, and I'm so sad to see it end because we have so much fun. So thank you for thanking me.
And with that, Sal Cincotta.
I'd like to thank myself.
This isn't your part of the show, Sal.
This isn't my part of the show.
This isn't your part of the show.
I wasn't sure. No.
Well, first of all, I'm actually going to give our students each a very, very quick opportunity to thank you and to let you know what they've gotten out of this week. Who wants to go first?
I can't. I'm going to just start crying. And I'm not a crier. So when I say that, I'm crying. So there's just so much you've given us here and in the late hours that I can't wait to show you in the months to come what I am going to evolve into. So thank you.
There are so many golden nuggets that you have given us, and honestly, for $149, it's truly priceless, and $149 is a no-brainer for everybody out there. I can't even express like how much you've done for us, and off hours, and this girl has one more hour to figure out how to bottle up all that energy of yours, Sal. I got to do it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Taylor.
And I have to say this week has been amazing. I mean, from you guys just, like everyone said, staying after and just showing how much you really do care about what you do and teaching people and making sure that we do succeed. That is worth so much more than anything that we've done. So thank you very much.
I had to write it down so I could say it quickly and not cry. So Sal and Taylor, you've given me the tools to be successful and the confidence to silence my inner demons. Thank you. Thank you for making me more business savvy, and I can't wait to get back and put this into practice and make you proud, and thank you, Creative Live.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, guys. Sal, I don't even know what to say. Like I told you yesterday, this is when I get to say whatever I want to about you.
This is true.
This is my time. You know, we've been through a lot together these past few weeks, and this has been an amazing week. And what I've learned about you myself is that your true passion is to give back to all of those students out there, to these students here. I can't stop you from teaching. Even on breaks, if I need you to do something, I've got to, I'm sorry guys, pull you away. And it's been an honor to get to know the two of you.
Thank you very much.
You guys were awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
And that's what I got.
Wow.
Try and recover
Am I supposed to teach now?
I'm going to start crying now.
Yes. Still more. Well, once again, Amanda.
You're really one of a kind, my friend. Absolutely adore you.
Don't, no, you're not going to make me cry.
You know we love
they
you.
cry.
You know
I don't cry.
No, when Sal did this with his eyes, I was a goner. I was like, oh, how many workshops have I cried during? Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. We got more teaching to do.
We do.
We got more teaching.
Let's keep
All
going.
right.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's keep going here. Whew, all right. It's a tough one, man. You know, you get so caught up in everything you're doing, everything that's going on, you don't really think about, you know, all that's happening around you. So thank you for everything. All right. So let's talk a little bit about albums. this is kind of, from day one, we've been hitting you guys over the heads, talking about albums, how they're such a key and strategic part to our upselling, how they're so strategic to our packaging and branding, and really a way of differentiation. So hopefully out there you guys are getting the gist. We've got to offer these products to be successful. So, we design one of two ways. We use templates, and templates don't have to be a dirty 4-letter word, right? Because, I run into photographers all the time, like, I design my albums in Illustrator. Each one is completely custom, completely unique. And I always ask this question, and it might sound almost rhetorical in a sense, but I have never had 2 clients compare their wedding albums to each other. And I don't know if out there you've had 2 clients actually compare their wedding albums. I doubt you have. But in the spirit of that, who would care if you literally designed every wedding album the same? Who would know? I don't think anybody would know. Not that I'm advocating that, by the way. I'm just trying to give you some perspective. We obsess over the pixels and all these different sizes. And yes, I get it. We're artists and we want to produce the best piece of art possible. But we have to balance that with a return on investment. We have to think and use our time wisely. That being said, we like to start from a template base when we're designing our albums. Proofing. We use a site called Album Exposure. I don't know if any of you are using Album Exposure. We've been using them for probably 3.5 years now to proof and host our albums. And I'll show you their interface. Really, really powerful. It allows us to share the album with the family, track views, document client feedback, and of course it's a branded experience. So let's just really, I want to give you a sense of how easy it is to design albums. First and foremost, the forms will come in, or not. The forms will come in. Bear with me, guys. We are having directory problems. All right. So here is a blank album selection. So our clients will select, and I believe you're getting this with the course. Our clients will come in, and there's going to be a worksheet for them to fill out. And so if you guys can see this here, okay, this is what they're going to fill out. Their last name, wedding date. We're giving them instruction here on the right. Bridal prep, groom prep, ceremony, creatives, reception. We're telling them what images to select. Okay? Then this is what we would work off of. So this is one that's been filled out. They're telling us what their cover image is, what the date is, what their last name is, what images from each part of the day. This is very, very important for us to figure out, because this is how we're going to start building our albums. I'm not going back and forth through a million emails. I can print this out. I can sit there and look at this and queue up all the images. That's the most important piece. When you're building albums, are you just scrolling up and down a directory looking for different images in the directory? How much time are you losing there? This allows us to get everything queued up and just sit there and design the album. And so with that being said, let's go to an actual album template. So we've got all sorts of templates that we use. Okay, but let's start here. Here's all the queued up images from the wedding yesterday, right? So we just grabbed a bunch of images for their album. Obviously, they didn't pick images for their album. I'm just trying to give you a sense of what we have here. Okay, and then I've got now my template. So I've got a host of templates: square, calendar style, vertical. Okay, so let's say they're going with a square album, 10 by 10, and we've got a host of designs, right? We can have some that are a little bit more ornate, and they're all custom, colors can be changed. Actually, let's open up this one. And here's what I like about this, by the way. If I know I'm going to use this design, I can actually look at these thumbnails and quickly see how many images, right? So if I know I want, you know what? For the first opening spread, I want to just use a single image, or I want to use 3 images. I can start selecting different layouts based on how many images I know I want to use for a specific spread. That is saving me time and energy. I'm making visual decisions versus doing everything from scratch. But now, as I get this into Photoshop, okay, let's say I wanted to use 3 images, you can see all I'm doing is dropping images into this layout. So now let's just say, for argument's sake, that I'm going to do the bridal prep. And I think we got some images out of sync here. So I know I want to, let's bring that ring in. So now I just drag and drop that into Photoshop. Okay, hit enter. And I know I want it to be behind the number 1. So I'm going to drag this below number 1. So I'm just dragging and dropping these images and putting them. I can resize the image if I want. Okay, and I'm adjusting this to fit that space. And these are smart objects, so they can totally be resized and adjust where we're putting them. Well, now I know I've got a vertical and somewhat of a square image. So you know what? Why don't I just grab this image of her. Okay, same concept. Let's shrink this a little bit. And I don't know about you guys, but this is relatively quick in designing an album. And you can see I need this below 2, so I'm going to drop this here. Oop, above this layer, sorry. I should try reading. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is I'm quickly just going to start moving images around. And I'm going to grab image number 3. What do I want to put there? And now my bride would typically have selected these images, of course, beforehand. And all I want you to see here is how little time I'm spending working images and designing an album. And so honestly, this kind of stuff cannot take forever as you're designing your albums. This is, I think, a waste of time for you. Let's go here. And now I just move this around in here. All right, and now I'm working this. The other cool part about this is, let's say for argument's sake, these were not your bride's colors. Well, guess what? You can actually customize this, and we can adjust these colors to whatever we want. And now by adjusting that, the template is automatically adjusted and colorized for us. And this is where I'm spending my time. This should not take you more than an hour to an hour and a half to design these albums. And you might not like the elements, which, by the way, I don't particularly care for. I just wanted to show you that. What I tend to do is work on clean black, clean white, and then I'm controlling some of the background elements. So, right, if we wanted to take some of those other pictures, right, I can see what this spread's going to look like. I know I got 2 images. Double click on that. And again, I'm just going to do the same thing, and I hope I'm making it look oversimplified, because that is exactly how I want it to be. I'm just looking for you guys to get a sense of this is not where I want to see you spend a whole lot of time designing your images. Girls out here, what are you doing to design your images today? Photoshop. From scratch? And how long is that taking you?
Don't ask.
Don't ask. That's what I like to hear. All of you, what are you doing today to design your images, your albums?
Photoshop.
Photoshop. How long are you spending per album?
Probably about 4 to 5 hours.
4 to 5 hours. That is absolutely brutal, man. Right?
That's from start to finish, yeah.
Yeah, start to finish. We can't lose time there doing that stuff. What do you feel is taking you so long to get there? Like, look at a spread like this. I'm talking to you, and it took me less than 4 minutes. So what's taking you so long? What are you obsessing about? Did I use the right word?
You did.
Obsessing, right?
It's the layout and which picture goes with which and how to tie it together.
So here's, just so you understand my workflow, once my bride and groom pick out their images, right, I'm going to come in, whether it's in Finder or something like that, and I'm going to go, okay, here's some images of the groom getting ready. And I know I've got a staple image like this that I want to have dominance on the page, and then I've got some maybe detail images that I want in the page. So I could see easily, right, let's just say for argument's sake, right, I've got 3 images that I want to use for his album. Don't worry about the coloring right now, the toning or any of that stuff. That's not what we're talking about here. We're going to make this page look good, and that might take us a little bit more time. But you know what? If my clients want to mix a cool tone image with a warm tone image, it's their freaking book. Let it be their book. And I am okay, because they're the ones who have to look at it and enjoy it. If I think it doesn't look good, there's times where if I have a texture on one image, I might texturize every image on there. As we start pushing towards more of a fine art piece, fine art album, fine art client, yes, I want every image to be edited and toned identical. But I'm not going to obsess when I don't have to. So let's say these are the 3 images I want to use. So I know I've got 2 horizontals and 1 vertical, maybe 1 square. So what I will do now is I'll go in here and look through my templates to see, right, do I have anything that matches that? And if I don't, all right, I could grab something like this. Here, this is a perfect example. I can open up this template here, okay? And I can now, because this is completely customized, I can just turn that off. I can turn that layer off. I can take this layer, all right, and maybe resize that layer. So I can tweak this. Just because we're using templates as a starting point doesn't mean that that's our ending point. But it is definitely something that I want to use as a launch point. Same for the background. What if I want to change the color of the background? I can change that color. So let's go back to this, and then I want to move on. This is not where I want to spend a lot of time. Okay, I can take something like this, drag it in here. I can put this on the background now. Actually, this is a perfect way to customize it. Handle that. Turn off layers 2 and 3. Right, so I can now take this layer and start turning off some of the various elements on this layer. Right, and just have this showcase there. So now I'm still starting from a template, but I'm tweaking this as I need to. I don't want to see you spend 4, 5, 6 hours or possibly more obsessing over your book. Not that books aren't important. I've already told you this is a staple for our company. But that doesn't mean this part of the process has to be complex. We can definitely simplify this by using templates. I don't care if they're my templates, somebody else's templates, I could care less. But there's nothing wrong with using templates as a launch point for your album. So, too easy? Too simple to do? You're like, I can't imagine doing this and selling it for money. Well, we're doing it, and we sell it for money. And so I don't think my client cares how long I'm spending designing their album when there's an image and a half to 2 images per page. And let's take this a step further. Once the album's designed, okay, if we go here, this is what we're using to proof our album. So this is album exposure. And you can, guys, I'm not kidding you. Look at all these albums that are sitting in here. And this is, we archive albums too. So these are just kind of active, somewhat active albums that are sitting out here. And you can actually archive your albums as well. So with that being said, let's go in here and we can look at a recent wedding, okay, of one of our clients. So there's an Indian wedding that we had photographed. Well, and it's been archived. All right, so we can go here. And now here's the dashboard for this particular wedding. And what I can see now here is I can look at my comments. So I'm looking at all the spreads, all the comments that have come through on this album. This is, right, so I can see here there's a number 1. Whatever picture you think is best between the one, let me zoom in for you guys. Between this one and 685, I would like to have in here. It is hard for me to say because I can't see everyone up close. After that, I'm good to go to print. So this is my bride telling me, look, I love my album. I'm not sure if I want to use this group shot or another one. She picked it. She just doesn't know if everyone's eyes are open or something like that. That's great. That's the kind of feedback we get from our clients. I'll tell you the kind of feedback we don't get. Move this image 1 pixel to the left, swap this. We don't pre-design. I'm not a believer in pre-designing. I think pre-designing is a sketchy sales process. You know, and what pre-designing is your client bought an album with 20 pages, and now you show them an album with 40 pages, 50 pages, 60 pages. First of all, it's a lot of extra work for you, and it's sketchy. And let me tell you why it's sketchy. Not because Sal says so, but because my clients have told me so. There was a photographer in my area. When I got there to St. Louis, he was the big dog on campus. He was everywhere I went, everywhere I wanted to be, and I started photographing baby clients. And I started asking these baby clients, who did your wedding? That's a natural question for me because we offer client for life, and if your wedding photographer did a good job, in theory, you should be coming back to them for your family pictures, newborn pictures, and I'm always curious why. You know, and so I asked, how come your wedding photographer, you know, who is your wedding photographer? And they kept saying this name over and over again. And it got to the point where I knew what the answer was going to be. I'd say, guys, tell me, how come you came to me? Not that I don't want your business. I said, I'm just always curious, you know, why you wouldn't go to your wedding photographer. And they all said the same thing to me. They said, Sal, we absolutely loved our wedding photography. Okay, the pictures came out amazing. They said, but at the end of the day, he left us with a bad taste in our mouth. And I said, well, what was that, if you don't mind me asking? He said, well, we got this wedding album, it only had 20 pages in it, and after the wedding, we went to his studio, and he showed us a wedding album with 60 pages in it. And after we saw those 60 pages, he said to us, tell us what you don't want in here. And how could we pick? It was impossible for us to pick. So, of course, we ordered all 60 pages, but we would never refer him, and we would never use him again. This is verbatim from clients. Now, put yourself in the mind of that photographer, or in your mind there, if you're doing something like this. From his perspective, success was his. The clients are spending money. That is a way of measuring success. Hey, if you're spending money, this has to be working. Well, what was working from a sales perspective wasn't working from a referral perspective. He was leaving a bad taste in their mouth, so I implore you, find another way to get your albums to upgrade. And keep in mind, 80% of our clients add more pages to their album, and we don't have to stoop to this kind of sales tactic. Now, that being said, we're back in this. Let's look at this album in its entirety. Okay, so I can preview this album, and this would be a branded experience that our clients would have. All right, now the first time somebody gets there, this is actually good. The first time somebody gets there, it's going to tell them what everything is, so it's giving them kind of, you know, an experience through here. And as I click on this, what I want you to understand is this banner wouldn't be up there. This is letting me know I'm logged in as the administrator, and you're coloring it. Let me zoom out here. This is completely branded, your logo, your coloring, and this is what your clients are seeing. So now as I flip through here, okay, that's their opening spread. So they had a leather cover. This is their, or an acrylic cover, I'm sorry. This is the acrylic cover of their album. And now as they go through, okay, you're seeing this is a real album for our clients, built from a template at its base and then customized from there. And this is an 11 by 14 vertical portrait album. And so you're seeing, on average, an image and a half to 2 images per page. We're not cluttering the album. These are pictures our clients have picked. This is their album. This particular couple, they added more pages so that they could have, in fact, more family pictures in the album. Now you can see this is a 40-page album. This is very traditional. This is awesome. I didn't even have planned to show you this album. These are those altar pictures that I've already told you I hate taking, but my clients want them, so I take them, but you won't see this on my website. You would never see this because that's not the client I'm looking to attract. However, they still want this in some form or fashion, whether it's an 8 by 10 for the nightstand or something inside the album. Beautiful bride and groom. Right, these are the creatives we went off to create. Okay, Sal playing in the street, putting his brides on rusted train tracks. Now we get to the reception details. This is perfect, guys. This is all the stuff I was showing you that I was taking yesterday when we were at the wedding. And every client's album will look different because ultimately it's their pictures in the album. And so that's on your client, that's on you to figure out how to give them that kind of album that's branded to what you want, but yet meets the client's needs. But guess what? I'm not spending 10 hours designing this book. So does that process make sense? Internet, does that process make sense? Like everything else I've taught you, it is about simplifying the process, yet still delivering a high-end product, high-end experience to our clients. Questions, ladies? This is it. We are coming to an end.
We are. First question I'll just ask from Kevin Maysby. What if the client just keeps asking for changes?
Yes, great questions. These are the kind of questions I was hoping for around the album process. We offer our clients pretty much unlimited changes, but because we are letting them select their pictures in that spreadsheet I showed you, because they're the ones selecting the pictures, there's very few changes that are requested. You saw this is a real client album, and I showed you what their request was. It was to swap an image. That was it. So there was no request, okay, to start moving images around. So normally within usually 2 revisions, 98% of our clients are happy. There are those one-offs where I've got to go 3 to 5 revisions with them, And you know what? You got to take the good with the bad. But 98% of our clients are very happy within 1 or 2 revisions of their album because they are the ones who have picked the pictures. And I don't have clients who want to tell me how to design albums unless I get those graphic designers. Then they are driving me bonkers the entire way. Move this 2 pixels to the left. Yeah.
Do you get that?
I do, once in a while. Got to level set with them.
All right, so a question from Lauren Nicole Photo from Michigan. Do you ever have clients that request you to pre-design and say, I trust you, just make something for me?
Yes, and we do it. Where I've got a client who tells me to just do it, the Indian wedding I was looking for, and I think it was on day 1, we talked about that wedding I booked. It was a $30,000 event for our studio. They ordered 3 albums, and they said to us, do 1 album for each part of the day. We trust you, tell our story. We trusted you to photograph it, now we trust you to design it. And they were busy professionals. They didn't have time to sit there and pick pictures, and they actually made 1 or 2 small changes to the album and were completely happy. So read your client. If that's what they're asking you to do, go for it.
So Wildcard said, what about the photos on the background? Are those selected by you or the client?
Yeah, so if you remember, great question. If you remember, we hand them those sheets. Sometimes our clients will pick images that lend themselves to background images, and other times they won't. And so that's where we'll come in and step in, a background like this, we're using the earrings, but we'll add those images if they didn't select them. So, when Taylor and I were talking earlier, she's like 45 pictures, I said 60 pictures, because we're telling them they can pick around 45, and we're leaving some wiggle room for us to select background images in case they missed anything from that day.
Okay, question from Derek, Long Island. How do you know they will order more pages? The client doesn't know how many pages they need or if they won't have enough. How do you get them to buy more pages?
Remember, when they come in, those packages are already all-inclusive of adding additional pages. After the wedding, when they come in, the package up there, add more pages. Again, it's our whole system. Don't pick one piece we're doing. I just showed them 700 fully edited images. 700 images that they know they love. Here's what they may not know how many pages they need, but here's what they do know. They know they can't do it in 30 pages. In their head, they already have made the decision, we need more pages in our album. How are we ever going to get all these images in there? And that's where we coach them through the process. And we say, guys, the one thing we do recommend is getting those additional images for your day.
Cool. Question from Richard Schaff, and I'm not sure if you said this. What is the average time of proofing by the clients?
The average time, the proof of the client, meaning?
Of proofing that you give them to proof the album, the final album. Do you?
Yeah, so I guess a better way of thinking about this is how long before the clients get their albums. I have clients that are 3 years and still don't have their wedding album. Here's my philosophy. If it's not important to you, it's not important to me. So we send you home with that worksheet, and when you fill that worksheet out and get us your image selection, that's when we're going to put your album into production. If you don't care about it, then I can't spend my resources chasing you down, nagging you. I'm going to focus on the clients who did do their homework. I've got clients who don't have it for 3 years. I've got clients who have their albums in their hands printed in 8 weeks. They go home, they get us their images, we turn them around the design in 4 weeks, we turn around the print in 4 weeks, and they have their albums in 2 months. So to me, I use the client as my driving force for that.
So Sal, a lot of people would like to know why you haven't chosen to do albums in something that is more album-specific software.
Album-specific software?
Yeah, like InDesign or something like that. Why do you think?
Time. It's a time thing. I mean, there's no way. Dude, I would like to have it like a shoot-off, shootout with somebody. There's no way if you give me 50 images and you give a designer who's in InDesign, and don't forget, I have designers who work for me on the back end. They cannot design an album from scratch using InDesign, or even Photoshop for that matter, unless you're using some sort of enhancement tool like a Fundy album builder or something like that, and just start from scratch and be done in under an hour and a half to 2 hours. It's just not going to happen. And so that's the main reason I don't use those tools, is because it's about time. I don't want to lose my life in designing an album. I mean, if I'm putting a full-page image on a page, I'm not sure why I have to use InDesign or anything like that. It's about getting the image full page as quickly as possible.
All right, so if you could one more time clarify, when you are saying pages, are you talking about the spread or a page, and there are 2 pages within a spread? When you're talking about the 30 pages or 30 spreads?
Yes, for photographers around the world. When you go to Barnes & Noble's and you buy a new book, do you buy a book, hey, can I get that Stephen King 30 spread book? No. Speak English. Your clients don't speak in terms of spreads. And so if your clients don't speak in terms of spreads, we should not speak in terms of spreads. When I talk about pages, I'm talking just like the page of a book. So a 30-page album, right, 15 spreads. And that's, you know, that's photographer speak. But at the end of the day, that is not how your clients speak about that stuff. So I don't want to confuse my clients and talk about spreads. I talk in terms of pages, a word and term that they're used to. So, right, put it in lay terms.
So we have approximately 10 minutes. What do you want to do? More questions?
I say take questions. I don't think I have anything else. You know, I can overcomplicate the album process, and I'd probably let a lot of people down by complicating it, because I'm showing you what we do, real world. It is that simple. So we can take questions, anything, any question you have from the last 5 days that you feel like maybe didn't get answered. Let's do it. 10 minutes, round robin. Let's take questions.
Rapid fire. Let's
start with you. Yeah.
Don't finish my
Since I just getting into doing albums is, once you get to this point, it's designed, it's approved, how do you then get it uploaded and get it to your...
Yeah, well, you're uploading, when you use a tool like Album Exposure, you're uploading just the JPEG files that are probably resized for web resolution, right? They're not going to be the same files that go to your lab. You're going to take all those JPEG files and you're going to submit them, right, like to Signature Collection albums. You're going to zip them up and upload them all to them, and they're going to print these out according to those specs. So whatever the specs are, DPI, that's what you have to design this in, or else you're going to have some resizing problems when you go to send it to print. But it's relatively easy, because the same way you're using a template and designing it, and you have the templates now, they're going to be PSD files, and all you're going to do is save them out as JPEGs, and 300 DPI, and you're going to send them off to the lab, or 240 DPI, whatever the specs are per lab, and you're going to be good to go. So really easy to do.
So I got a question for you.
You rapid firing now?
I got a question for you, Sal. So Chillbug says, what just happened here? I swore I would never be a wedding photographer, and I bought the course. What?
It's contagious, man. It's a disease. You're going to be one of us now. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That makes me happy. And I have gotten a ton of emails like that. People who aren't even wedding photographers just dig in the business knowledge, because the truth is, this is business stuff, right? So it'll apply to, I don't care what widget you're selling. You don't even have to be a photographer. You know, my father-in-law is an attorney and has nothing to do with photography, and he looks at some of the stuff we do, and he's trying to, how do I apply that, right, to the legal profession? How do I apply that as a doctor? It works no matter what line of business you're in. I promise you it will work.
Sal, so we know you're a man of many stories.
Oh, I got stories, man.
So maybe
I'm not sure I like where this is going.
Maybe we could end on a story. Adam Malcolm on Twitter had asked, when you first started your business, was it more like everybody else is right now that you see out there? How long did it take you to realize that you should do it in this way? And I'd add to that, like, where do you see yourself, and where do you see yourself going?
Yeah. So let's go back to 2007, because that's when I really started re-immersing myself into wedding photography. Like I said, I picked up a camera when I was 17. I had been exposed to wedding photography, but then I got away from it. I went to college, worked in corporate, but I was always doing it on the side. And back in 2007, I really got the bug for this, and I knew I wanted to go after it. And we were talking about this during multitude of breaks. I got asked, did you ever think this is where you would be when you started off in 2008? And so I'm going to share with all of you a text message that I got from a good friend of mine, Nicole Holland. I love you if you're watching. She is my I guess still is my financial planner. And when I was getting ready to punch out of corporate America, true story, again, and she texted this to me this morning. And so what she said to me was, she met with me, and I was panicking because I was punching out of corporate America, and I can't find the text message. And I was panicking because we were leaving corporate America, and I knew this was my passion. This is what I wanted to do, but I was making a 6-figure income in corporate America. And she came in to help us put our plan together. Could we do it? Couldn't we do it? And she sent me this text that about a conversation we had with her today. And the text read, she said, I remember when I met with you back in 2008, and you said to me, quote unquote, if we can just make $6,000 a month, right? That is, right, $72,000 a year. If we could just make $6,000 a month, everything will be okay. How far we have come from where we thought we would be when we left. And I'm telling you guys, when I was in 2008, I was right where you are today. I was one of you. I was struggling. I was trying to figure out how I differentiate myself from the pack. And it took me about 1.5 to 2 years to figure out that this was the system, this would work. And now I've got 2.5, 3 years of doing this under my belt, guys. And so if I can do it, I promise you, you can do it. Rochelle, why are you crying? You are killing me right now. So I love you, girl, all right? You're going to do fine. I'm going to help you. You are going to do fine, I promise. And so that was our, guys, I was right there with you. And look, I feel fortunate. I feel blessed. Never in a million years did I ever think I'd be standing on this stage in front of a worldwide audience helping all of you the way it is today. So, I mean, all your emails, oh my God, I can't even tell you what those mean to me because that's why I do what I do. All right? It's not for the money. It is to help you. So.
Okay. Well, I think this would be a perfect time for you to start singing. Elvis.
Yes. You know, I don't have any voice, so I'm definitely not singing. Maybe next time I'll come on.
No.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Next time I will come on, I promise, and I will sing for you.
We are so holding you
Fingers
to that.
crossed.
We are so holding you to that.
Pinky swear, rather. I tried harmonizing with Taylor on the break. I couldn't do it. I got this raspy, like, bedroom voice right now. So that's good for other things, just not for singing.
You're killing me here.
Well, with that, Sal, I don't know if those were your final words, if you have any final words.
I don't think there is anything else I can say.
I think that your words are, they've been there.
Thank you.
Whew, okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting Sal to tear up, and so.
And I was about to cry. That's why I had to throw the Elvis thing in there. Just get me like,
Get me out of here.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so before we end, because we forgot to do this after break, when we did all of our thank yous, is we have a winner.
We didn't announce the winner.
We didn't announce the winner.
That's right.
We have a winner of the 3 Days with Sal and Taylor contest.
Yes. So the winner to come out and spend 3 days with us is Holly Ireland. So congratulations, Holly Ireland. I hope you're watching. Let us know how you feel. So shout out to us on Facebook or send Amanda at Creative Live an email. Let her know, and we will get you scheduled to come on out to St. Louis, and we are going to take your business to the next level. We're going to kick some booty with it. So game on.
Game on.
And don't give up. Everybody else who entered, we got that. You're going to be pushed over into the November 18th drawing, which is the $15,000 studio makeover. So even if you miss this deadline, don't give up and get into that $15,000 studio makeover.
Sal, your giving never ends. I would like to just, again, on behalf of the internet, on behalf of everyone here at Creative Live, Sal's gals, including Darlene, who is shooting a wedding tomorrow. Go, Darlene. Let's all give Sal and Taylor Cincotta a huge Creative Live round of applause.
Thank you.
You can hear the crowds cheering across the world.
We can hear them. We can hear them.
So there are so many things that people are saying right now in the chat room and on Facebook. So many people that are moved by not just what you've taught them, but your generosity, and Taylor's generosity. So just a couple of things that I thought encapsulated what people are saying. Lux Photography says, thank you, Sal and Taylor. You have changed my entire mindset about my business. And I just really like that because it is.
It is a mindset.
It is a mindset. And then Monica Olson says, thank you, thank you, thank you. And that doesn't even seem enough. I finally feel like I know what I'm doing. I know what exact steps to take. And more than anything, you have given me the confidence to go forth and do.
Awesome. And that is what it is, right? Take all this information, Get out there, do something with it. Don't wait. Change your lives, change your family's lives, and follow your dreams, man. That's what we did, and we are so blessed, and thank you for all your love and support. So get out there, chase your dreams.
So Sal, I remember a few years ago when I said to myself, I'm a professional photographer. And I can't wait for that day when I can say I am a successful professional photographer.
That's right.
Because I think that's what we're all trying to achieve here. That's why we have spent 5 days here watching this workshop, because we want to be successful photographers. And it's amazing to me that only a few years ago, you could only say, I'm a professional photographer. You were not able to say, I'm a successful professional photographer, and now you can.
Yes.
And all of you can too. You can all achieve the same thing. You can rewatch this course over and over. You can get your list of all the things that you don't need to do anymore, and the list of all the things that you need to start doing, because Sal has broken it down for all of us. So purchase this course now. You guys have a few hours left. Save the money. Purchase the course now. This has been absolutely incredible. And all of us can be successful professional photographers. Yes! All right, everyone. We will see you guys back here for the next Creative Live.
Next Wednesday and Thursday is Mr. Tim Ferriss, and after that is Lori Nordstrom, Friday,
All right.
Saturday, Sunday.
See you guys back there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. That's a wrap.
That's a wrap.